from Corsica to the 4th Rome. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, The Eve of War. 1770, Ajaccio, Governor's Palace Report. Governor, except for a small number of necessary garrisons, all the Northern Corps have arrived at the Ajaccio military district and are under your command. In Lawrence's study, Major Trifle stood upright in front of Lawrence and reported after a brief salute. Next to Major Trifle was Major Serruria, who saluted in the same way and reported in fluent Italian. Mr. Bonaparte, the French garrison troops in Corsica are ready to go, and you can give orders at any time. After listening to the reports of the two, Lawrence nodded with satisfaction. In this way, the entire strength of the Corsican National Defense Force was gathered in Ajaccio. Now the National Defense Army has 4,000 troops in the Ajaccio military district. If the French army is included, we now have a total of 6,000 troops available for deployment. Major Cui Farley skillfully took out a topographic map of the surrounding areas of Ajaccio and pointed to the camps where the army was stationed to introduce them to Lawrence. Lawrence looked down at the map. Although the French troops under Major Serruria were not under his command in terms of organization, in this incident against the landlord group, these 2,000 French troops would still regard him as the actual commander. After all, Major Serruria placed his hopes of leaving this island and continuing to be promoted on Lawrence, so giving up the command was nothing. 6,000 people. The other side must be able to recruit more than this number. Looking at the distribution of military camps on the map, Lawrence sighed slightly. Although almost all the forces of the Corsica military have been assembled, the military strength is still far behind that of the landlord group. Hearing Lawrence's sigh, Major Cui Farley nodded heavily to show his approval. Indeed, even if the other side only sent strong men to the battlefield, I estimate that the number would be around 10,000. But the good news is that the army they temporarily formed will be very poor in terms of both the quality of the soldiers and the weapons and equipment, and we still have a great advantage. However, although Lawrence also knew this truth, the National Defense Army must have a great advantage in frontal combat against the temporarily formed mob, but defeating the landlord coalition on the front battlefield is not the best choice. Not to mention the small but real risk of defeat. Even if the enemy coalition is defeated once, the other side may be able to organize a subsequent counterattack with its deep-rooted foundation in the southern plains. Even in the worst case, this civil war may evolve into a long-lasting guerrilla war, which is unacceptable to Lawrence, who requires absolute stability within Corsica. Moreover, Lawrence always had a vague worry that the unknown factors that cause the current tension in the western Mediterranean would also affect Corsica, which was at the forefront of the storm. Conquer the enemy without fighting. Lawrence suddenly thought of this old saying. What he should consider now is how to send those landlords who resisted him to the gallows at the lowest cost. Just like in the last civil war, Lawrence led the Ajaccio garrison to fight against the Northern Corps commanded by General Nathan. That time, Lawrence took advantage of his lofty reputation in the army and Paul's wonderful performance, and finally took over the Northern Corps without a single soldier. But the situation this time is obviously different. The soldiers of the opposing army are basically serfs in the southern plains. These people are different from the citizens of Ajaccio and the soldiers of the National Defense Force. They have not witnessed Lawrence's deeds with their own eyes, nor have they directly received Lawrence's grace. Even in some remote areas, the farmers in the deep mountains and old forests may not even know that Governor Pauli has abdicated. For these people, the appeal of the title of Governor Bonaparte may not be as high as that of the village priest. Mr. Bonaparte, in my opinion. Major Serruria stretched out his finger and slowly moved it across the map of Corsica, and suddenly interrupted. Since our army has been fully assembled, we should immediately go south to clear the enemy forces, and we can't give them too much preparation time. After hearing this, Lawrence nodded in approval of Serruria's idea, and then shook his head and denied it. Although this is true, we still can't rashly send troops before thoroughly exploring the opponent's strengths and weaknesses. I have assigned my subordinates to explore the intelligence of the southern plains, and there should be a conclusion in the next 2 days. But, Major Serruria frowned, as if he had regarded Lawrence's remarks as a kind of indecision. We don't need to be so cautious when dealing with those farmers waving pitchforks. I swear that it only takes 3 volleys for those farmers who have never seen guns to drop their weapons and kneel down to admit defeat. After all, in the eyes of this meritorious major who had personally experienced the 7 Years' War, his command ability and military vision must be much higher than that of the young governor in the remote countryside. If the other side is really just a peasant wielding a pitchfork and a hoe, it won't hurt to give them a few more days. Lawrence's face sank, and he said slowly, I'm afraid. I'm afraid? Major Serruria's face was full of doubts. He really didn't know why he had to be cautious in the face of a group of rabble. Just as the 3 people in the study were discussing the war that would determine the future fate of Corsica, Lawrence's private secretary Anna suddenly pushed the door open. She gently knocked on the door twice to interrupt the conversation of the 3 people, and then reported softly, I'm sorry to bother you, sir, but Lieutenant Seth requests your interview. He seems very anxious. Lieutenant Seth. Let him in. Lawrence frowned slightly and waved his hand to signal Anna to bring Lieutenant Seth. Major CUI Fally at the side couldn't help but feel a little puzzled and added briefly, I remember that you asked Lieutenant Seth to be responsible for collecting intelligence on the situation in the southern plains. It seems that there is movement on the other side? Lawrence looked up and glanced at the calendar hanging on the wall of the study and nodded slightly. The landlords have received the news for a few days. It would be strange if there was no movement. That's true. While the two were talking, Lieutenant Seth, in casual clothes, rushed into the study impatiently, holding a stack of yellowed papyrus in his hand. Looking at Lieutenant Seth, who was sweating and panting, Lawrence knew that he must have received some latest news and rushed to the governor's mansion in a hurry, so he asked calmly, don't be anxious, Lieutenant, take your time to talk. Lieutenant Seth was breathing heavily, and his salute was a little deformed. After nodding several times, he raised the papyrus in his hand and glanced at it and said intermittently, excuse me, Governor, there is news from the south. The southern plains. More than a dozen large landowners gathered in the town of Feggery, and they seemed to obey the orders of a local landowner named Justin. Their men also began to recruit serfs and purchase food and weapons. According to our scouts, there are at least 6,000 soldiers under the command of Justin in the town of Feggery. Listening to the loud voice of Lieutenant Seth, Lawrence and the other two had no expression of surprise. These actions of the landlord group were just expected. The only valuable information was the number of soldiers in Feggery, which was about the same as Lawrence estimated. If the enemy continued to recruit soldiers at this rate, the number of enemy troops should be around 10,000 by the time of the decisive battle. Is that all? Lawrence asked Lieutenant Seth, while signaling Major Trifoli to mark the information on the map. If it was just this kind of routine intelligence, this reliable lieutenant would not be so anxious. Sure enough, Lieutenant Seth took a deep breath, glanced at the information recorded on the papyrus in his hand again, and reported slowly and heavily, Governor, our scouts saw with their own eyes that the soldiers in Feggery are already conducting live fire training. They built an arsenal on the outskirts of the town, and most of the rebels have been equipped with muskets. What did you say? Major Trifoli and Major Serruria were both shocked, staring at Lieutenant Seth with wide eyes, and couldn't believe their ears. If this was true, they would have to completely re-evaluate the military strength of the landlord group. After all, the biggest advantage of the musket soldiers is that they are easy to train. Even on the European battlefield, a group of conscripted peasants can go to the battlefield after more than 10 days of training. Although they are still far behind those veterans who have experienced the baptism of war or the regular army who are diligent in training, these quick-trained musket soldiers can still be regarded as having a certain combat power. It's not that simple. Although Lawrence did not show too much surprise, he also admitted that this was consistent with the worst-case scenario he expected. Those landlords could not have the ability to produce thousands of muskets and corresponding ammunition from Corsica in such a short time. Even the arsenal of the Corsican defense force did not have such a large number of weapons and equipment in stock. In the 16-9 book, the correct version. In other words, they must have obtained these supports from the outside world. The best case scenario is that these landlords contacted some smugglers and bought a batch of arms. The worst case scenario, Lawrence held his forehead with his right hand and closed his eyes to ponder the current situation. At this time, Major Trifoli and Major Serruria also quickly realized that the source of the landlord's weapons could not be from the island. Major Serruria gritted his teeth and pointed to the coastline of Corsica on the map with a heavy face and analyzed. Damn it, they must have bought the muskets from smugglers outside Corsica. Mr. Bonaparte, we must send out the navy to block their supplies. Before Lawrence could speak, Major Trifoli shook his head in denial and then sighed. Major Serruria, this is not France. Our navy can't easily blockade an entire island like you can. As a native soldier who had experienced Corsica's independence, Major Trifoli knew the current situation of the Corsican navy very well. Under the long-term blockade and attack of the Genoese navy, the Corsican navy ships were already few and far between. In addition, Corsica's coastline is tortuous and complex, and there are many natural harbors where ships can be moored. It is a complete dream to rely on the navy's 2 third-class ships and more than a dozen patrol ships to block the entire southern coastline. This Major Serruria was stunned after hearing this, and then turned his head to look at Lawrence, who was still in deep thought, and a look of shame suddenly surged on his face. Just now he was still urging Lawrence to go south directly to defeat the rebels, but he didn't expect to get news immediately that the strength of the rebels was not as weak as he estimated. Although the strength of the Corsican military is still higher than that of the rebels of the landlord group, if he suddenly engages in battle with such an underestimation of the enemy, it may really cause a disaster. I'm sorry, Mr. Bonaparte, I was reckless just now. Major Serruria sighed and quickly lowered his head to apologize. At this time, he realized how correct Lawrence's decision to scout the enemy first was. Lawrence still had his eyes closed, but just nodded slightly and continued to think in his heart, if it is really the worst case I expected, then there will be more than just these thousands of muskets arriving on Corsica. No, there are too many variables in a direct battle, and the battle on the battlefield must be the final resort. What I want most is to let this mob collapse without attacking. After a moment, Lawrence, who was silent, finally came up with a preliminary plan. He suddenly opened his eyes, nodded firmly to the 2 majors in front of him, indicating that today's meeting would end here, and then ordered Anna, who was waiting outside the door. Anna, let Mr. Cajero from the Ministry of Finance come to see me immediately. At the same time, in the town of Fegari in the south of Corsica, on the plains outside the suburbs, thousands of serfs threw down their hoes and sickles, walked out of the manor in the field, and joined, or were forced to join, the army of the masters. Each of them had received a brand new, shiny, even oiled standard musket a few days ago. At this moment, they were lined up in a loose and sloppy formation, practicing with this completely unfamiliar weapon under the command of a dozen instructors with a bad accent. On a small hill overlooking the entire training ground in the plain, Justin, a group of landowners, and a gentleman in a black suit and a woolen hat were sitting here watching the training on the field. The gentleman in the black suit, even the landowners didn't know his identity. They only knew that Justin called him Sir Robert. He sat next to Justin, and the two were talking in a low voice. Sir Robert, thank you so much for your generous support. Master Justin stared at the smoke rising from the training ground and said with some concern, but you have to know that these mudlegs are as stupid as pigs. Although you brought a lot of instructors for training, and we have the advantage in numbers, I'm still not 100% sure that we can get into Ajaccio. Sir Robert was also watching the situation on the field seriously. Hearing Master Justin's concerns, he just sneered and said in not fluent Italian, don't worry, my friend, you just need to resist the offensive of the National Defense Forces and buy enough time. More aid will arrive in your warehouse continuously. If you really want to fight a protracted war, that Bonaparte will not be able to outlast you. Hearing this, Master Justin's eyes suddenly became hot, and his previous worries were swept away. He couldn't help rubbing his hands, and said with a smile, but, great, don't worry, I have sent people to build earthen ramparts around the town of Fegari. With our understanding of the terrain and your help, we can defend the town of Fegari until we die. I don't know why you are so generous. Sir Robert chuckled twice, then closed his mouth, avoiding Justin's last question. I'm afraid that, except Sir Robert himself, no one would know that he was ordered to come to this island for only one mission: let Corsica fall into long-term chaos again, and make Clarence Bonaparte constrained by the situation and unable to leave the island. Chapter 227. This is a class war, Major. 1770. All the soldiers of the Corsican National Defense Army were ready to go after 2 days of rest in the Ajaccio military district. It was also today that the governor's office issued an official notice to the National Defense Army and major cities in Corsica. The hard-won peace is now teetering on the edge of war, and the shadow of another civil war is looming over the entire island of Corsica. Justin Bartley, a landowner from the town of Fegari in the southern plains, together with a dozen large and small landowners in the south, gathered servants and conscripted serfs, and in a short period of time, formed a temporary army of 10,000 people, occupied nearly half of the territory in southern Corsica, and built earthen fortifications on various traffic arteries to prepare for long-term resistance. The administrative agencies in various parts of the south have become in name only, and local officials are completely unable to control the local situation. They either bow down to the local landlords and clans, or flee north to Ajaccio overnight to seek refuge. The governor's office symbolically issued a document asking Justin and other landowners to disband their troops and to go to Ajaccio to surrender for their crimes of attacking the governor of Corsica. Of course, in the current situation, where the arrow is on the string and has to be fired, this ultimatum was naturally thrown into the fire by Master Justin as waste paper. The landlord group also issued a notice to the outside world, stating that the latest series of bills issued by the Ministry of Finance have seriously threatened their birthrights. Unless the instigator of all this, Clarence Bonaparte, is handed over, their army will march to Ajaccio with the goal of disbanding the Corsican government. At the same time, they also called on more landowners and industrialists to join this struggle, so as not to be plundered by the government in the future. However, this alarmist call has almost no effect. Only some small landowners near Ajaccio are still hesitant, not knowing whether to stand in the north or south. The verbal battle between the two sides was not fierce, because even the most eloquent people had to kneel before the iron and blood of the army. The final outcome of this civil war depends on which side will lose. In the Ajaccio military district, outside the war-matched garrison, Clarence and two majors rode on horseback to review and comfort the soldiers of several battalions. Lord Bonaparte, the army is in good condition and morale is high now. It is a good time to take the initiative. After being surrounded by the fanatical and excited soldiers and returning to the command post, Major Cui Farley was still savoring the review just now. As soon as he sat down, he excitedly suggested that Clarence send troops. He personally found a detailed topographic map of Corsica and unfolded it on the table. Clarence nodded with no objection. In the review just now, he did see the desire for peace and the anger of the war-matched soldiers who had experienced the vicissitudes of war for the peace. Especially in the face of a civil war against those arrogant landlords, the soldiers were furious and gnashing their teeth. After all, most of the soldiers who joined the army were poor people at the bottom of society, and many of them were once serfs from the countryside. They would never forget the vicious faces and cruel exploitation of those landlords, no matter how long they stayed in the army. Now that these vampires who eat human flesh are going to provoke a civil war, the soldiers of the National Defense Army could not help but hold the guns tightly in their hands. However, Clarence did not rush to order an attack. Instead, he pointed to an area between the southern plains and Ajaccio on the map and analyzed slowly. Morale is high, which is a good thing, but we can't act too hastily. Every decision we make is like dancing on the edge of a cliff. Once we make a mistake, we will surely fall into an irreparable situation. We must act with caution. Major Cui Ferry and Major Saruria looked at the middle area on the map, pointed by Clarence at the same time, and asked in unison, "What do you mean?" "Here, about 60 miles south of Ajaccio, at the northern end of the southern plains. This is almost the edge of the sphere of influence of the landlord groups." Clarence picked up a quill on the table and dipped it twice in the ink bottle, then drew a circle on the map and explained, "In this middle area, the power of the central government and the local clans is almost balanced. In the current situation of confrontation between the two sides, local officials and landlords must also be wavering about the issue of standing in line. That is to say, Major Therurian nodded in sudden enlightenment, leaned over to look at the map and analyzed. You plan to control this middle area first. This is indeed a good decision. From our current intelligence, the enemy is actively building fortifications and hoarding food. They should want to defend their core interest area, so they are unlikely to take the initiative to send troops to compete with you for this marginal area. Major Cuifala's eyes lit up, and he added with great approval, that's right, as long as our troops are stationed here, the local small landlords will not dare to have any dissent. If we give them some small favors, we can definitely easily win over the local landlords to our side. The two majors exchanged glances in deep agreement, and both sides obviously thought of the same thing. In their opinion, the safest way at the moment is to send troops to station in this middle area to deter local landlords and clans, and at the same time offer generous conditions to win them over, so as to stabilize the local situation. At the same time, this will also let the small landlords of the landlord group understand that they still have united front value on the side of Governor Bonaparte, which will also be a big blow to the cohesion within the enemy army. The two men couldn't help but smile, and looked at Lawrence in front of them, waiting for the governor to nod and make the final decision to implement this perfect decision. However, facing the proposals of the two adjutants, Lawrence just nodded slightly, and didn't seem to be very interested. After a short silence, he slowly spoke, and said in a deep voice, I agree to send troops to the local area immediately, to stabilize the local situation, but I will not waste a penny of national wealth on those vampires to win them over. On the contrary, I will bring the land decree to that piece of land, and from there, the landlords must spit out all the ill-gotten gains they have sucked out of their bones for thousands of years. This. Major Trefali and Major Therurian looked at each other again, but this time, their eyes were full of doubts and astonishment. Lord Bonaparte. Major Trefali took a breath, opened his mouth, but didn't say anything for a long time. After a while, he organized his words and hurriedly advised, if you do this, it will make the landlords in the south more united, and make them more determined to fight to the death with us. That's right, Lord Bonaparte. Major Therurian also frowned, tapped the table with his fingertips anxiously, and echoed, the most important thing now is to defeat the rebels first. The reform plan you mentioned can be carried out slowly after the war. In the eyes of the two majors, implementing the land decree mentioned by Lawrence in this wavering area means using force to completely deprive the local landlords of their precious land. If such news spreads to the south, it will only make those landlords stick together more closely and resist the deprivation from the Corsican government together. In such a war that concerns the future of Corsica and the outcome is uncertain, how can we deliberately give up those forces that have united front value and can unite? Facing the persuasion of the two adjutants, Lawrence still shook his head slowly and firmly. You two, from the perspective of military strategy, your plan can get full marks. However, from a political perspective, this plan is unacceptable to me. Major Therurian and Major Trefali were stunned for a moment. As natural soldiers, they really did not understand the political perspective that Lawrence mentioned. Looking at the confused expressions of the two, Lawrence did not explain too much. He just marked on the map and explained concisely, this war. On the surface, it is a civil war between the central government and local powers, but in fact, it is a class war against the entire landlord class. Class war. Major Trefali and Major Therurian were stunned again, and could not help but repeat the word in their mouths, as if they did not fully understand its meaning. Since it is a class war, we must know who our enemies are, and what forces we should unite with, Lawrence said, clenching the quill in his hand and finally drawing a big cross in the middle area of the map. Although Major Therurian was still a little confused, he soon realized something and asked quickly, wait, Mr. Bonaparte, what do you mean by the forces that can be united? A correct version of the book in 16:9. Before Lawrence could answer, a messenger suddenly trotted into the command post. After saluting the three officers as usual, he reported in a loud voice, report to the governor, Minister Kajero of the Ministry of Finance has arrived at the camp with his subordinates, and is now waiting outside. Major Cuifala's frowned slightly after hearing this, and muttered in a low voice, people from the Ministry of Finance? What are they doing in the military camp? As a soldier, Major Cuifala has a natural resistance and distrust towards those civilian officials. In addition, he used to be a quartermaster of the National Defense Army and had a lot of dealings with the Ministry of Finance, so he felt that this group of greedy bureaucrats was very unpleasant. After hearing the news from the messenger, Lawrence stood up from the map table, put the quill pen back into the ink bottle, and then waved to the soldier to bring Mr. Kojero in. Soon, Mr. Kojero, the Minister of Finance, came to the command post under the guidance of the messenger. He hunched his waist slightly, looking a little timid and restrained, as if he was very restrained in front of these soldiers and military personnel with live ammunition. Only after he walked into the command post and saw Lawrence did he feel a little relieved, and raised his hand somewhat stiffly to greet the three people. "You are here, Mr. Kojero." Lawrence pointed to a wooden chair next to him and asked Mr. Kojero to sit down, then looked at him and asked, "How is the matter going?" Hearing the governor's question, Mr. Kojero did not dare to neglect it. As soon as his bed touched the chair, he stood up and answered neatly, "All according to your instructions. I have personally selected a group of reliable and excellent officials from the Ministry of Finance. They have also packed their luggage and can set off with the army at any time." After hearing this, Major Trifoli looked at Lawrence in confusion and couldn't help but interrupt. "The bureaucrats from the Ministry of Finance are also going south with the army? Lord Bonaparte, what are you going to do?" After all, in Major Trifoli's view, he was going to lead the army to fight the rebels, and these bureaucrats from the Ministry of Finance were just a group of burdens in the barracks. Major Serurier, on the other hand, did not speak, but stared at Mr. Courgelet thoughtfully, as if he was still thinking about what Lawrence had just said. "As I said just now, Major Trifoli, this is a class war." Lawrence did not blame Major Trifoli for his contempt, but patiently explained, "To eliminate the enemy on the battlefield, we need violence, muskets, and daggers, but to eliminate the class enemy, we can shed less blood." "What do you mean?" "These officials from the Ministry of Finance will measure the land and conduct a census of the population in our controlled area, and ultimately ensure that the farmers who work with sweat and sweat will shed their blood on their own land, rather than turning it into fine wine and candied fruit in the mouths of those hereditary vampires. This is the fundamental purpose of this war." The sonorous words echoed in the command room, and the two majors could not help but fall into deep thought. Even Mr. Courgelet, who knew and always implemented this plan, could not help swallowing his saliva. In Corsica, no, even in the whole of Europe, no ruler has dared to say, "My people will never be bound to the fields," because of the land under their feet. In the last twilight of the feudal era, the nobles are still an important force in the European countries. As long as this class still exists, it means that the thousands of serfs who are trampled under their feet with deeds and leases are still alive. Now, the few people in the command post clearly understand that Governor Bonaparte wants to completely smash the invisible shackles that have bound the Corsican peasants for hundreds and thousands of years. Major Trifoli only felt that there was a gurgling heat in his body, as if his blood was boiling. Even though he had been in the army for decades and was born in the countryside, he still could not forget the feeling when he worked in the fields in his early years. All the people who worked were like skinny zombies, while those who did not work had big bellies and greasy faces. Will such a scene never appear on the land of Corsica from now on? Major Trifoli didn't know. But all he could do was to place all his faith in the young man in front of him, in Lawrence Bonaparte, the governor who had created countless miracles. Well, if there is no objection. Lawrence glanced at the expressions of the people around him, pointed to the mark on the map and ordered, "Notify the entire army to march to Propriano immediately." Chapter 228 Lawrence's Fury. In the suburbs of Propriano in central Corsica, little George curled up on a broken wooden board covered with a few pieces of straw, trying his best not to be distracted by the waves of peristalsis from his empty stomach. Although there was no clock in this shabby hut, and it was impossible for him to have any clock, little George glanced at the bright moon hanging high outside through the cracks in the wall, and roughly knew that it was past midnight. Hungry, very hungry. For a 16-year-old young man like this, eating only a piece of black bread that was as hard as a stone a day was really not enough. Little George knew that his rest time was only a few hours at night. When the dawn sun broke through the sky, he would pick up the sickle and drag his tired body to pour all his energy for the whole day in the wheat field. Despite this, the peristalsis of hunger still tortured this hard-working little farmer all the time, making it difficult for him to fall asleep for a moment. Little George lay on the bed absent-mindedly, subconsciously recalling his childhood, which was the only time he could fill his stomach. He remembered that his father was a free farmer who had a fertile field of his own on the outskirts of the town. Every year from late summer to early autumn until the harvest time, when it was time to eat, George could see a large piece of baked, fragrant new wheat bread on his dining table. He liked to stuff bread into his mouth while listening to his father telling the latest story of Governor Paoli fighting the Genoese in Bastia. Thinking of this, George's eyes could not help but moisten. Later, a cold wind in the winter of a certain year caused his father to suffer from tuberculosis. In Corsica, where there was a lack of medical care and medicine, his father did not even survive that cold winter and closed his eyes forever before the arrival of spring. George reluctantly dug a grave for his father in a corner of the field and used the family's savings to invite a priest to pray for his burial. However, the day after his father died, a group of servants in white clothes surrounded a graceful and elegant master and broke into his house directly. George knew him. He was a local landlord. The old man frowned, looked at the valuables in his house, and took out a blurry note saying that George's father owed him hundreds of gold coins and wanted to use the land and house to pay off the debt. The handwriting on the note was almost blurred like a Chinese ink painting, but the old man insisted that it was evidence of the debt because the note had the seal of the local municipal official. Since then, George has continued to work on the land where his father was buried. But he can no longer call himself a free farmer. All the harvest from this land belongs to the old man, and George can only get a piece of dry, moldy black bread from the old man every day to prolong his life. Gurgle gurgle. The desire for food came from his stomach again, and George had to get up and take a straw rope and tie it tightly around his waist, trying to relieve the surging restlessness in his body. However, this self-deception did not last long, and it lost its effect after just 2 minutes. Little George threw the straw rope aside feebly, sat on the bedside for a while feeling a little dizzy, and decided to go outside to find some food. There were some wild vegetables in the field that could barely fill his stomach, and if he was lucky, he might even catch 2 old hares with demise. He tied a tattered scarf around his neck to resist the slight chill at night, tiptoed to close the door, and went into the endless night. After searching along the gravel road for more than half an hour, little George panted and began to review his harvest. To lavender roots of unknown plants, a few half-rotten field mouse corpses, and a handful of berries that tasted extremely sour, but could barely be eaten. Overall, it was not bad, at least much better than usual. Little George wiped the hot sweat from his forehead, carefully wrapped these precious foods with cloth, and prepared to enjoy them when he returned home. It's time to go back. It won't be long before the day breaks. Just as George was gathering his strength to rush back, he suddenly saw an unusual scene in his peripheral vision. It was a hill that extended to the distance along the road. There was a bright, flickering line of fire on the top of the hill, which was particularly conspicuous in the dark night, like a winding fire snake, slowly moving down along the road on the mountain. What is that? George was stunned for a moment, thinking that there was a wildfire in the forest somewhere. He rubbed his eyes hard and stared at the hill with wide eyes. Only then did he see clearly that it was not a fire snake at all, but a large group of people holding torches slowly moving along the road. And the team seemed endless, and neat formations continued to come out from the back of the hill. George swore that he had never seen so many people gathered together even at the Christmas party in the town. Such a huge momentum made the little serf swallow nervously, especially after finding that the team was heading in his direction. Little George didn't dare to stay any longer. He covered the bag in his hand and prepared to leave and go home. However, he had just turned around and walked a few steps when he heard a chilling sound of a warhorse neighing behind him. Little George turned his head in horror and saw a cavalryman riding a tall horse galloping towards him. The cavalryman was wearing leather armor, and his sharp eyes were staring at little George, who was running away not far away. While riding his horse, he waved his saber and shouted, "Stop! Don't run if you want to live." Little George looked back at the scimitar that was shining coldly in the moonlight, and his legs suddenly softened, and he quickly sat down on the ground. Seeing little George sitting on the ground, the cavalryman sheathed his sword, rode his horse around him, and then shouted to the woods beside him, "Captain, it's a child. He has no weapons. He doesn't look like a spy." Several cavalrymen slowly walked out of the woods. The leader squinted at little George on the ground, seemed a little embarrassed, and after hesitating for a moment, he gave an order. "Well, let's take him first and report back to Lord Bonaparte. If he is really a spy, we can't fail in our duty." Yes. Little George was so scared that he couldn't say anything. He let the cavalryman carry him on the horse's back with his strong hands. Then several people galloped towards the marching team not far away. About 20 minutes later, little George found himself taken to a brightly lit open space under the illumination of torches. Soldiers holding torches and carrying muskets on their shoulders were all around him. Their resolute expressions and seemingly tireless eyes made little George feel a little cold on his back. Surrounded by the soldiers were two officers in uniform. Their uniforms were similar in style, but there were some differences if you looked closely. The ribbons on their sleeves indicating their ranks were exactly the same. The person sandwiched between the two officers was a young man who looked not much older than himself. He sat on a white horse and was looking at him with a frown. Little George shivered nervously. From the words of the cavalryman just now, he knew that he was regarded as a hostile spy by this army. At this moment, this helpless little serf did not know what fate was waiting for him. In the tense and solemn atmosphere, the young man on the white horse suddenly spoke. "He doesn't look like a scout. He is too thin. Although Justin doesn't have regular troops, he wouldn't send such a thin kid to find out about our situation." Hearing this, George was immediately excited, as if he had been redeemed, and shouted repeatedly, "Yes, yes, sir. My name is George. Everyone in this area knows me. We have lived here since my grandfather." The two officers also nodded in approval. From their professional military perspective, no army would send such a weak kid as a scout. After all, those who can be scouts are all elite soldiers with superb qualities. At this time, a soldier walked into the open space with a rag bag. George recognized at a glance that the rag bag was what he used to carry food. "Mr. Bonaparte, I have checked. There is nothing suspicious in his belongings, only these things." The soldier walked up to Lawrence and reported respectfully while showing Lawrence the contents of the cloth bag. "What is this?" "A perfect version in 1619 book bar." Lawrence endured the urge to vomit and carefully looked at the items in the bag, especially the bloody bodies of field mice. He couldn't help but frowned and looked at little George and asked, "What are you doing with these things?" Hearing this question, little George's eyes drooped instantly and he pulled the corner of his clothes hard without saying a word. Seeing this, Major Trifle urged gently, "Child, just tell the truth. This is Governor Bonaparte." "Governor Bonaparte?" Little George suddenly looked up at the young man on horseback. He heard from the people in the town that Governor Bonaparte was the successor who was deeply appreciated by Governor Pauly and was a kind and brave ruler who was no less than Governor Pauly. Replying to the governor, little George stared at Lawrence for a long time before coming back to his senses and said intermittently, "The things in the bag are food. They are edible." Hearing this, Major Trifle couldn't help but glance at the bag of stinking field mouse corpses and took a deep breath. Major Saruria couldn't help but shake his head and kept repeating, "Oh my god, oh my god." Even Zalwena's soldiers pursed their lips in sympathy after hearing this answer. They really couldn't believe that such things could be stuffed into human mouths. Only a few veterans of the National Defense Forces who had the same experience could understand this feeling. Lawrence's face suddenly darkened. As the ruler of Corsica, it was absolutely a great shame to see his people eating such things with their own eyes. Major Trifle, who was standing aside, looked at Lawrence's face and suddenly felt a chill on his back. During the years of working with Lord Bonaparte, Major Trifle rarely saw Governor Bonaparte, who was known for his calmness and composure, show such an expression. Lawrence bit his lips tightly until blood oozed out, then took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions, and asked as gently as possible, "Where are your parents, son?" "My lord, they are dead, both of them." "Then you don't have a place to make a living?" "No, my lord." Little George shook his head and replied in a low voice, "I make a living by farming, or rather, I make a living by farming for the master." Although he is no longer a free farmer, little George always likes to call his former land my land, as if calling it this for a long time can return to the past, when he lived and worked for himself. Master? Hearing this answer, Lawrence's eyes instantly became sharp, and he couldn't help but ask in a cold voice, what kind of lease does your master give you? How much harvest do you have to hand over to him? Little George was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't know how to answer this question. After thinking for a long time, he shook his head and said, Sir, I don't know what lease it is. The harvest from the land belongs to the master. I only get a piece of black bread every day, but I can get one more piece at Christmas and the master's birthday. Hiss. Major Trifle took a breath again, and then carefully glanced at Lord Bonaparte's face. Lawrence's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. His hands were tightly holding the reins, and he was even trembling slightly. That's enough. I already know. Lawrence shook his head and ordered loudly, come here. Take some food from the baggage cart for the child, and give him a horse, so that he can follow me. In addition, inform the whole army to speed up the march. I want to reach the town of Propriano before dawn. Little George sat on the ground in a daze, not knowing what was going to happen. At dawn, the army led by Lawrence arrived at the edge of the town of Propriano. Before entering the city, a scout cavalryman who was leading the battle suddenly returned to the formation and reported to Lawrence, Lord Bonaparte, the municipal governor of Propriano and more than a dozen local influential dignitaries are waiting for you at the city gate. Do you want to meet them? Lawrence nodded expressionlessly and ordered, let the army find a suitable terrain to camp in the suburbs first, and the cuirassiers will follow me into the city. And you will follow me too. Lawrence said, raising his hand to point at the two major adjutants and the trembling little George on horseback. Soon, a group of murderous cuirassiers escorted Lawrence and his men to the city gate alone. Sure enough, at the entrance of the city gate, the roads on both sides had been decorated with colorful flags in advance, and there were no idle people on the road. Only a group of people in bright clothes were waiting here respectfully. Little George on horseback glanced at the group of people, suddenly shrank subconsciously, and then quickly lowered his head. Lawrence on the side glanced at him, frowned and asked, what's wrong, kid? My master seems to be there too. Little George said timidly, lowering his head even more fiercely. At the same time, in the team welcoming Governor Bonaparte, a white-bearded and white-haired landlord stared at the skinny boy in the team, muttering in disbelief, isn't that George? How could he be with Governor Bonaparte? Chapter 229 I said you can leave now. The dawn light shone from the east, dragging the shadows of Lawrence and the cuirassiers into sharp lines on the ground. The city officials, the landowners, and a few wealthy businessmen who were seeking political influence, about 20 people lined up in a neat small square, waiting respectfully at the entrance of Propriano like soldiers being reviewed. Each of them lowered his head obediently, only daring to raise his eyes occasionally and use the corner of his eyes to observe the murderous cavalry guards about 50 meters away and the young governor riding on a white horse surrounded by the cavalry. Even the most obtuse people understand that in Propriano, a small town only more than 60 miles away from Ajaccio, Lawrence Bonaparte and his army are the masters who control the life and death of everyone. The local alderman, a bearded man wearing a traditional Corsican robe, nervously lifted the hem of his robe, turned his head, and winked at everyone, then led a group of dignitaries to come forward. The alderman led the way, and stopped about 10 steps away from Lawrence. He bowed respectfully and flatteringly, and said loudly in an exaggerated tone similar to opera singing, waiting for your arrival, Governor. The nobles behind him also quickly followed suit and bent their proud spines in front of the famous governor to show their goodwill. Hearing the loud and unanimous welcome, little George on horseback shuddered subconsciously. How could a serf like himself sit on a tall horse and look down at the masters and accept their bowing greetings? Especially among the group of people was his master, Master Custard. Although George was filled with hatred for the white-bearded old man who had taken away his land, he still felt a palpitation when he thought of the beatings he had received from Master Custard for so many years, and he couldn't help shrinking his body. At the front of the team, facing the greetings of the municipal officials and a group of nobles, Lawrence said nothing, but snorted coldly and turned his head to look at George next to him, frowning and asked, you said your master is here too? Aye. George shuddered, and his weak voice trembled. His dark pupils wandered around, looking at Lawrence in front of him for a while, and then glancing at Master Custard in the crowd. He hesitated for a long time but said nothing. The hunchbacked little boy knew that, if he made Master Custard unhappy, being tied to a wooden stake and whipped would be considered a great mercy from the master. In the eyes of the masters, serfs like George were nothing more than private property, and their lives were not even as precious as a cow. Local officials turned a blind eye to the abuse and killing of serfs. After all, who would offend those wealthy masters for these humble little things? Child. Major Cui Farley rode to the side of the poor child, wiped the cold sweat off George's forehead with his broad palm, and comforted him softly. You just need to answer Mr. Bonaparte's words. Turn your head and look around. George obediently turned his head to look at the cuirassiers around him, watching their silver white plate armor reflecting a dazzling white halo in the dawn light. This army is here for you, and for all people like you. Major Trafalgar's thick, calloused hands tightly grasped George's arm, reminding him of his father's palm. He felt a sense of security that he hadn't felt in years. Trust us, Kit, you won't be hurt again. George licked his cracked lips, nodded heavily as if he had made up his mind, and then looked at Lawrence, saying in a low and firm voice, Yes, sir, my master, Master Custard, is there. Upon hearing this, there was a small commotion in the welcoming team. People turned their heads to look at Master Custard with a mixture of confusion and gloating cast on this white-haired old man. No one knew why the governor had a local serf boy with him, and no one knew why the governor came up to ask about this serf. But all the smart men present knew that from the chilling and stern face of Lord Bonaparte, it was definitely not a good thing to happen. Master Custard shuddered, and under the urging of the municipal officer, he walked out of the team, tremblingly walked to Lawrence's horse, took a deep breath and said, Governor, I'm Custard Abel, a manor owner here, but I'm most proud of my identity as your humble servant and follower. Before he could finish his slow self-introduction, Lawrence waved his hand impatiently and interrupted him, pointing at little George and asked, Okay, do you know this boy? Master Custard stared at little George on horseback, his pupils projecting unprecedented anxiety and fear. He thought he would never show such a look in front of a serf. Yes, Governor. After hesitating for a while, Master Custard gritted his teeth and nodded to admit, I'm his employer. He has worked in my estate for many years. I legally employed him, paid him wages, and provided him with food and land. Governor, is there any problem with this? Really? Lawrence squinted his eyes slightly and looked at Master Custard. His right hand was already on the hilt of his saber, and then he turned his head to look at little George and asked, Is that the case? The poor child was stunned for a few seconds. Living like an ant, he never thought that one day he would have to speak in such a big scene. At this time, he suddenly remembered what Major Trifle said when he touched him just now. Is this army really coming for me? Little George was not sure, but he also deeply understood that this was the only chance to change this tragic fate. No, sir. Little George, with a blank mind, shouted subconsciously. This voice mixed with 10 years of grievance and resentment surprised everyone, including Lawrence. He never paid me any wages. I worked day and night and only got a piece of black bread every day. He didn't provide me with any land, which was originally my father's land. The huge open space outside the city gate was filled with only the little George's grievance shouting. Even the cicadas in late summer seemed to be weaker under this cry, as if all the grievances of the past 10 years were shouted out. Master Cashida's face was as pale as lime, and the other landlords, including the municipal officials, had almost the same expression. After all, their manners were almost all serfs like little George. Even those merchants who stayed out of the matter looked at Lawrence's army in horror, wondering what the governor was going to do. Governor, I think there must be some misunderstanding. The clever alderman knew that he could not let the damned serf continue to cry, so he took the initiative to take back the topic and said loudly, Mr. Custard is a respected manor owner in our town. When he was young, he followed Governor Paoli in the army and shed blood for the liberation of Corsica. There must be some misunderstanding between him and this young man. I swear I will send someone to investigate it. Governor, let us go into the city now. There is a grand banquet in the city to welcome you. Seeing the alderman hurriedly come forward to smooth things over, Lawrence just sneered. As a politician who can chat and laugh with the Duke of Choiseul and Chief Justice Mop in Paris, how could Lawrence not hear the implicit meaning of the alderman's words? He seemed to be trying to smooth things over humbly, but in fact he was threatening himself in a gentle way. The alderman's real thought should be, this gentleman is a representative of the landlord class here, and he is also a revolutionary hero who followed Governor Paoli. If Lord Bonaparte wants to take action against him, he must consider whether such behavior will chill the hearts of a large number of people. Everyone present was also a person who understood human nature. They might not have fully guessed the threat hidden in the alderman's words, but they also knew that the fate of Mr. Custard was a microcosm of their own destiny, so they had to stand with Mr. Custard at the moment. Although there was no communication, the landlords quickly reached a tacit agreement and asked Lawrence to skip this trivial matter. Governor, Mr. Custard is a good man, we can all testify. The child must have some misunderstanding about Mr. Custard. I believe that the municipal official can investigate it clearly. Mr. Bonaparte, Mr. Custard was once a member of the National Defense Force. Don't you believe in the character of a Corsican soldier? Let's go to the city for the banquet. Governor, there is no need to waste time for a small farmer. A correct version in 1619 book bar. Everyone talked about it, and the voices changed from the initial whispers to the later loud shouts. Obviously, these landlords who gathered together gradually gained the confidence to fight against Lawrence. Although they were country folk, they also understood that Corsica was now in a state of opposition. These landowners naturally thought that Governor Bonaparte would definitely treat them well and exchange generous treatment for the support of the hesitant landowners in the south. Seeing the support of his colleagues, Master Custard couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he was still patting his chest in fear, his tone was no longer as fearful and humble as before. Lord Bonaparte, I'm sorry that my servant has troubled you, but as the municipal officer said, he will investigate this matter. Don't worry about this child now. We have prepared the best beer to entertain you. As he said this, Master Custard even put on a flattering smile while walking towards George's horse, ready to go over Lawrence and take this damn serf back. Listening to these noisy requests, Lawrence, who had been suppressing his anger, became furious again in his heart. He drew out the sword at his waist and danced a knife flower in the air with one hand. The blade, decorated with gold powder, drew a graceful arc and pointed directly at the approaching Master Custard, shocking the white-haired old man. Enough, gentlemen, stop playing your clumsy tricks. Lawrence pointed the knife at Master Custard and the nobles behind him and said coldly, come here. Take down Custard first. Captain Matcher, the captain of the cavalry, immediately responded and rode forward, dismounted beside Master Custard, and tied the hands of the still trembling old man behind his back. Little George on the horseback widened his eyes, watching the usually majestic master being held in front of Captain Matcher like a weak-sick cat. Wait. Seeing this, a landowner stepped forward and asked anxiously, may I ask what crime Mr. Custard has committed? Governor. Lawrence glanced at the man coldly and slowly sheathed his knife. I have enough reason to suspect Mr. Custard of property fraud, intentional injury, and slavery. Are these enough? The landowner was speechless for a moment. Enduring the cold sweat on his back, he lowered his head and returned to the team obediently. In Corsica, the words of the governor are the law. The landowners looked pale as they watched Master Custard being escorted to Lawrence by Captain Matthias like a walking corpse in silence. This was definitely different from what they expected. In their imagination, Governor Bonaparte would accept this warm welcome with a smile, and after getting drunk at the banquet, he would wave his hand to reward a large sum of money to win people's hearts. But what was in front of them now was not the imagined mountain of livres, but Lawrence's knife tip and dozens of ferocious cuirassiers. Governor. The alderman turned his head and looked at the terrified landlords and stepped forward. Since you have decided to interrogate Mr. Custard first, we will not disturb you. As he said this, the alderman turned halfway around, ready to lead everyone to leave this troubled place quickly. Just as everyone was wiping their cold sweat and holding up their trembling thighs to leave, Lawrence's trembling voice sounded in their ears again. Wait, I said you can leave. As soon as the voice fell, Dozens of cuirassiers rushed towards the landlords in the smoke and dust, forming a circle to surround them. With a plop, a timid landlord knelt directly on the ground. He had never seen such a scene since he was a spoiled child, and even the crotch of his silk trousers showed a water stain. Little George stared at the local arrogant figures kneeling on the ground in despair, surrounded by the cavalry. He thought that such a scene would only happen in dreams. Somehow, George felt his eyes suddenly moisten, and 2 lines of tears quickly flowed down his face covered with dirt. "Gentlemen, I suspect you have the same crime as Mr. Custard. Please cooperate." Lawrence calmly pronounced the fate of everyone present, then turned to Major Trefali and whispered, "Call Mr. Cajero. His finance department will be busy soon." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 Land Act and Farm Tax Reform Act. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, and it was already morning. The citizens of Propriano still hadn't seen the rumored troops of Governor Bonaparte entering the city. The officials of the town hall still blocked several streets near the city gates, not allowing civilians to approach, to prevent these lowly people from disturbing the governor's carriage. However, even so, rumors continued to spread in the town, saying that the group of dignitaries who went to greet the governor in the morning had long been detained in the military camp outside the city. These rumors became more and more true, and soon they reached the ears of almost every town resident. Many townspeople also witnessed the magnificent army entering the suburbs of this small town. Now, the town's taverns and streets are full of townspeople discussing this topic. Many people even stopped their work and went around to find out what happened to those landlords. After all, in the town, there are only a few completely independent freemen. The vast majority of townspeople, no matter what kind of work they do, are forced to directly or indirectly depend on their own masters to do their work. Of course, there are many people who sneer at these rumors. It's bullshit. On the streets of Propriano, an old man in a white robe listened to the discussions of pedestrians on both sides and couldn't help but curl up his beard, pointed at a group of townspeople who speculated that the master had met with an unexpected event and cursed, "You bunch of lowly people, dare to disrespect the master? Don't forget who feeds you and clothes you. If this happened in our manor, I would whip you a few times." The old man in the white robe shouted angrily, and the few people who were scolded by him didn't dare to talk back and argue, but just lowered their heads and walked away cursing. They all knew the old man in white robes. He was the steward of the manor of Master Kashida. He could also be said to be Kashida's #1 lackey. Such a person was well known in the town, at least not someone that the serfs could mess with. After cursing loudly, the steward was still not satisfied. His pair of rat-like eyes looked back and forth at the pedestrians on the street, as if he was looking for a punching bag. He stroked the cowhide whip hanging around his waist, and soon found a familiar face among the people on the street, a serf who worked as a laborer in Kashida Manor. Crack. The steward raised the whip, and swung it twice in the air. Amid the bursts of air explosions, he shouted at the serf, "You lazy dog, you dare to sneak into the town without working. I will remind you of the rules now." The laborer was also terrified. Like many serfs, he sneaked from the manor to the town after learning that something big had happened in the town. Facing the whip that broke through the air, the laborer dared not hide, knowing that it would only add fuel to the anger of the housekeeper. So he had to grit his teeth and squat on the spot, letting the long whip draw a 2-finger-wide blood mark on his thin body. Hiss. Pedestrians on both sides of the street looked at the whip mark that was still bleeding and purple, and they couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Even though many of them had seen and experienced such a punishment, the shocking scars were still a bit unbearable to look at. However, people could only give the laborer this little pitiful sympathy. After all, in this rural area, serfs were the same as livestock. Would anyone stop the master from whipping a pig with a whip? The housekeeper whipped it hard, but he still felt a little unsatisfied. There was indeed no news about his own master, Master Kashida, for a long time, and the rumors of these damn servants really made the housekeeper a little upset. Damn pig. He snorted loudly, took back the whip, and swung it around, and was ready to vent his anger on the laborer in front of him who was already trembling with teeth. At this moment, a burst of neat horse hoof sound suddenly came from the gravel street at Propriano. The crowd who were watching just now immediately turned their heads to look in the direction of the city gate. I saw a group of bureaucrats on horseback, escorted by 20 soldiers carrying muskets entering the city openly through the city gate. The man on horseback walking in the front row was a well-dressed man in a formal jacket and trousers. He looked a little nervous, but he still looked majestic under the guard of the soldiers. This was Mr. Kojiro and his bureaucrats from the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Kojiro, who was riding a motley hunting horse, saw the butler who was whipping the horse in the middle of the road and the laborer who was struggling on the ground in pain. He couldn't help frowning, and rode forward and shouted, "Oh my God! Who are you? How dare you do such a barbaric act in broad daylight?" The butler glanced at the surrounding soldiers and the townspeople who were watching the excitement with some fear, put away the whip with a grumble, and looked at Mr. Kojiro, probably knowing that he should be someone from the governor's side. "Is there a problem, sir?" The butler hung the whip back on his waist. Although he knew that Mr. Kojiro was from the governor's palace, he did not think that there was anything wrong with his behavior. He said righteously, "This bastard works in our manor. He actually sneaked into the town today and was disrespectful to the master. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people, he would have been locked up in the cellar and fed bread and water for a month." Mr. Kojiro couldn't help but grin and take a breath of cold air. Living in Ajaccio for many years, he had never seen such a barbaric and brutal scene. He quickly retorted, "So what if he works for you? You have no right to abuse him in such an appalling way. This is a crime." The butler touched his remaining hair and laughed shamelessly twice, as if he had heard some funny joke. The butler glanced at the still struggling laborer with contempt, shook his head and retorted, "Sir, no, sir, you are joking. He is just a serf. For decades, or rather hundreds of years, we have been treating serfs in this way, and it has always been effective. It has always been this way. Always like this? Is it right to always be this way? There will be no serfs on the land of Corsica soon. Lieutenant." Even the weak Mr. Kojiro could not help but become furious when he heard this twisted logic. He turned to the lieutenant officer in charge of guarding them and ordered, "Please take down this criminal." Under the astonished gaze of the old butler and dozens of onlookers, 2 soldiers stepped forward and tied up the old man who had no ability to resist. The butler, who was used to being domineering, did not react until then. He struggled in vain and argued loudly, "What are you doing, sir? He is a serf of Master Custard, and I'm the butler of Master Custard's estate. It is already a mercy for me to whip him a few times. I'm not a sinner at all. On the contrary, many people say that I'm a great good man." "Shut up, shameless man." Mr. Kojiro signaled a subordinate to go and help the laborer up, and then looked at the white-robed butler with disgust. "There are no masters in Corsica now, let alone serfs. Come, post the official documents and read them out." After that, Mr. Kojiro took out a stack of high-quality parchment from his arms and distributed it to several subordinates around him. The bureaucrats of the Ministry of Finance immediately rode to every corner of the town with the official documents, ready to post them in all conspicuous places in the streets and alleys, and explain the contents on them to the illiterate people, who could not read and write. One of them stayed where he was, holding the document solemnly, stepped forward a few steps and read aloud to the onlookers, "The Land Act and the Agricultural Tax Reform Act proposed by Governor Bonaparte, approved by the Corsica Governor's Office, and passed by the Corsica Parliament, have officially come into effect." The summary is as follows. First, from the implementation of the bill, except for urban areas, the ownership of all land in Corsica belongs to the Corsican government, and no private individual or private organization is allowed to hold land ownership. All contracts based on land rights will automatically become invalid. The Ministry of Finance will provide monetary compensation for the losses of the original landowners, and all compensation will be paid in the form of new Corsican currency. Second, the Ministry of Finance will conduct regular population censuses and establish a household registration system. Based on the household registration system, local municipalities will allocate land use rights to workers under the supervision of the Ministry of Finance. Third, in rural areas, the head tax will be formally abolished and replaced by land tax. The specific tax rate and tax base will be determined by the land area and fertility. Fourth, all local taxes shall be collected by the Central Ministry of Finance. Local municipal halls shall have no right to interfere, let alone impose any form of taxes on citizens under their jurisdiction. All local expenditure shall be allocated and transferred by the Central Ministry of Finance. A correct version can be found in the 16-9 book forum. Impossible. The white-robed butler listened to the bureaucrat reading the official document in a daze, muttering in disbelief. Absolutely impossible. Pasquale Paoli didn't dare to do this. How could Laurence Bonaparte dare? Unlike those poorly educated and puzzled serfs, this white-robed butler had managed the family property for his master for decades, and had some understanding of politics and the situation. The first two documents read by the bureaucrat clearly meant to take all the arable land and pastures back to the government, and it was a free-for-all. As for the so-called compensation, everyone knows that Corsica will soon belong to the Bourbon dynasty. Soon, the French livre silver coins and Sir copper coins will replace the existing Corsican gold coins in circulation. At this time, using the so-called Corsican new currency to purchase land is just like using a pile of waste paper to rob people. If this bill is really implemented, those wealthy landlords may be able to maintain a luxurious life for a few years with their surplus wealth, while those small and medium-sized landlords may only be able to carry hoes and sickles and walk into the wheat fields in person. It won't be long before the term landlord in Corsica will be swept into the garbage dump of history. The butler couldn't stop trembling. His whole body was limp, like an old dog with a broken spine. If it weren't for the two strong soldiers supporting him, he would have fallen to the ground like a puddle of mud. If Master Custard was gone, how could he, the steward of the manor who was second to none, continue to work? By then, not to mention how an old and disabled person like me can survive. The people I have offended as a manor steward over the years will not allow me to live the rest of my life in peace. Mr. Cojero, who was sitting on his horse, listened to the reading of the official document in silence. Even though he was the earliest drafter and witness of these two bills, he couldn't help but show excitement on his face after listening to the summary. As the Minister of Finance, he is most concerned about the changes in the Ministry of Finance and the bill. It can be said that anyone who is politically sensitive can see that Governor Bonaparte is going to use these two bills to create an extremely powerful Central Ministry of Finance. In contrast, local power is infinitely weakened, especially after depriving local taxation rights. The governor's office can be said to have the money bag of all Corsica in its own hands, and the local city hall, that has lost its financial power, has no chance of resisting Ajaccio. When he thought of this, Mr. Cojero became even more excited. He remembered how the poor Ministry of Finance had been despised and scorned by the local government in the past, and it was almost to the point that the government orders could not leave Ajaccio. In the near future, no municipal official will be able to survive without relying on the Central Ministry of Finance. Of course, Mr. Cojero, who was excited, would not forget who created this powerful Ministry of Finance. He would never forget that the primary characteristic of the Ministry of Finance is always loyalty, absolute loyalty. Mr. Cojero thought silently. The Ministry of Finance is the Ministry of Finance of Corsica, but it is also the Ministry of Finance of Mr. Bonaparte. Compared with the two big men who have seen the world, the townspeople who were watching on the scene had different concerns. These people living at the bottom may be labeled as ignorant because of their low education and shallow knowledge. But ignorance is by no means the same as stupidity. To be able to survive in such a cruel living environment, their minds are definitely shrewd. Although the bureaucrats' words were full of incomprehensible words, the serfs also vaguely understood. All the harvests from the land they had cultivated for decades would no longer be stored in the landlord's cellar, which would never be filled, as in the past, but would become private property that was truly inviolable. The townspeople stared at the finance department bureaucrats in a daze, as if they were watching a stage play that had nothing to do with them. Almost no one believed that the darkness that had blinded them for generations since ancient times would be completely torn apart by a sudden dawn today. The silence lasted for a long time before a town resident woke up from his sweet dream and boldly asked Mr. Kajero, "Sir, do you mean that in the future, we only need to pay taxes to the government for our harvests? That is, the land tax. Will this tax amount?" This question immediately brought the serfs back to the heavy reality. Yes, if we have to pay a high land tax to the government, then what is the essential difference between this and handing over the harvest to the landlord? Chapter 231. Cheer up, fellow countrymen. Facing dozens of pairs of expectant eyes, Mr. Kajero was not nervous, but just smiled calmly, stretched out his hand, and pressed down to signal the questioner not to worry. The purpose of him and a group of treasury bureaucrats going south with the army was to implement and promote the two bills. Therefore, Mr. Kajero had already prepared for these questions, so after recalling the relevant data, he answered with ease. The specific tax rate of land tax will vary depending on various factors, but the average tax rate will be around 15% and will never exceed 20%. As soon as the voice fell, the townspeople swallowed their saliva subconsciously and whispered to each other with unbelievable tone, "What do you mean? Do we only have to hand in 20% of our harvest at most? It seems so. There can't be such a good thing. I must be fucking still asleep. The autumn harvest is coming soon. If we really only have to hand in less than 20% of the crops to the government." No townspeople could hide the shock on their faces. Mr. Kajero's words made them feel a dreamlike sense of unreality. The highest tax rate is only 20%? There was a gasp at the scene. Not to mention the serfs and tenants under the oppression of the landlords. Even the few free farmers who owned their own land could not help but cheer. After all, these free farmers had to hand over nearly 40% of their income under the oppression of the corrupt officials in the city hall. Many shrewd townspeople have begun to calculate the upcoming autumn harvest in addition to being shocked. If it is true as Mr. Kajero said, then the next year may be the first year in many people's lives that they can fill their stomachs completely. Joy, delight, surprise, and unbelievable. The faces of the townspeople present are nothing more than these expressions. Witnessing the stunned expressions of the crowd, Mr. Kajero was not surprised. After all, even he himself could not believe it when he heard the tax rate requested by Mr. Bonaparte. You know, although Corsica is a governor-general republic in terms of political form, its economic form is still no different from the traditional feudal agricultural society. Under this economic system, the bulk of the country's fiscal revenue comes from the farmers who work hard in the fields. Whether the agricultural production is good or not is directly related to the survival of the entire country. In Mr. Kajero's estimation, the land tax rate must be at least 40% to maintain the balance of fiscal revenue and expenditure and slowly make up for the previous deficit, without considering the losses in the taxation process. If a subordinate of the Ministry of Finance actually proposed a tax rate of 15%, Mr. Kajero felt that he would definitely scold him and kick him out of the Ministry of Finance. But this was a tough request from Governor Bonaparte, and the domesticated Minister of Finance had to do it, and clearly wrote it in the bill. In fact, Lawrence also had his considerations for setting this low tax rate. In the short term of 3 to 5 years, Corsica's fiscal problems can be solved by the National Silver Company attracting investment on the Paris Stock Exchange, and there will even be a large fiscal surplus, just like the 10 million livres in Lawrence's hands now. What Lawrence had to do was to promote the industrialization and marketization of Corsica during this period with the help of investment funds from Paris and the trade route from Marseille to Ajaccio. Just as the Saudi Arabians of later generations were able to use their money to build the prosperous city of Dubai in the desert, Lawrence was confident that he could use these unique conditions, combined with his historical and technological knowledge, to build Corsica into a prosperous industrial country in a short period of time. By then, the land tax collected from the countryside would no longer be so important in terms of finance. Just as everyone present was immersed in boundless joy, a town resident suddenly woke up. He raised his hand timidly and asked carefully, after getting permission from Mr. Kajero, "But sir, you said that you want to distribute the master's land to us and leave the master's harvest to us, but will the master accept this?" The words awakened the dreamer, and the serf's expressions immediately flashed with worry. Yes, if these two bills became a dead letter under the obstruction of the landlords, what would be the point? A question arose in everyone's mind. The masters have countless times more political say than us serfs. Will Governor Bonaparte really risk angering the landlords to show us favors? And the answer to their question was a sudden shout. Compatriots, brothers and sisters. The speaker was the lieutenant officer in charge of the guard. He walked steadily into the crowd, exchanged glances with Mr. Cajero, and said in a loud voice, "What I want to tell you is that Governor Bonaparte said a long time ago in the army that he does not want any more landlords on the land of Corsica. Now, all the soldiers in Corsica have come to Propriano. We are here to implement the will of Lord Bonaparte, to eliminate those evil blood-sucking worms, and to liberate all compatriots like you." Under the infatuated gaze of the crowd, the lieutenant cleared his throat and said passionately, "You are lucky, because those landlords who oppress you have already bowed down before the army, and no one can ride on your neck anymore. Celebrate, brothers. Set today as a festival, brothers. What we bring is not just a piece of paper, but the most precious thing, your freedom and liberation. And our steps will not stop here. We will move forward. We will go south. Until there are no more serfs and landlords in Corsica, our goal will be achieved. Until everyone can hold their chests high and call themselves free people, we will unarm our bodies." Silence, dead silence, but this is not the kind of indifferent silence, but more like the tranquility in the accumulation of storms. Suddenly, a faint cheer came from some corner of the town. It was obvious that the bureaucrats there had explained the contents of the two bills to the townspeople. This cheering immediately stirred up the minds of all the townspeople in Propriano, who had been suppressed for decades, like igniting a gunpowder barrel. Oh, this day has really come. I'm not dreaming, am I? Waves of cheers resounded throughout the town. Every street, every corner, and any place where people were, could hear the townspeople's heartfelt shouts. For decades, generations, endless grievances and unwillingness, from the governor of Genoa to Governor Paoli, the serfs had never seen a glimmer of light in their endless dark lives. Now, on this ordinary day, the gears of fate began to turn. Governor Laurence Bonaparte, originally this name was like Saint Paul and Saint Nero to the serfs, just an illusory figure in a legend. From now on, this name has undoubtedly been equated with a liberator between villages and towns. Mr. Cajero tightly grasped the reins in his hands and bathed in the cheers of the townspeople. A few months ago, when Governor Bonaparte mentioned the agricultural tax reform plan to him, Mr. Cajero never thought that there would be a day like today. Seeing the townspeople cheering from the bottom of their hearts, the Minister of Finance, who had been in a high position for a long time, was suddenly moved and seemed to understand Mr. Bonaparte's intention. The bureaucrats of the Ministry of Finance quickly announced the contents of the two bills to the town and its subordinate villages. The whole of Propriano naturally fell into a carnival. After all, a group that accounted for about 90% of the town's population had just been liberated. The serfs sang a traditional folk song praising resistance in unison, and broke into the houses of the landlords who had been detained by Laurence, and moved all the tons of food and grain wine in the cellar out, placing them in the squares of the town and village for passers-by to enjoy. Along with the food and wine, there were also several boxes of indentures and leases that could fill several large boxes. Under the instructions of Mr. Cajero, these contracts that were abolished by the Land Act completely became a pile of waste paper, and were thrown directly into the bonfire in the square by the angry serfs. These leases, which recorded exploitation and blood and tears, burned more and more vigorously in the fire, and soon turned into a pile of grey embers, and the wisps of blue smoke rose into the sky in the golden sunlight. The serfs gathered around the bonfire, singing or dancing, enjoying the first afternoon after liberation. At Laurence's instruction, this hearty carnival lasted until the evening. It was not until the carnival was about to turn into a fanatical revenge against all landlords that Laurence ordered 1,000 National Defense Army soldiers to enter the town and villages to maintain order and assist the bureaucrats of the Ministry of Finance to immediately conduct a census and household registration. At the same time, in the military camp outside Propriano, you really should see the scene in the town with your own eyes. Mr. Bonaparte, a correct version at the 16-9 book bar. Major Cui Fally, who had just finished his inspection in the town on horseback, returned to the camp. As soon as he lifted the curtain of the command center, he excitedly shouted to Lawrence, "I dare say that your reputation here has surpassed that of any king or emperor. Even the drunkards lying on the street are still muttering your name. Even the pastor of the local church has suggested that everyone call you Saint Lawrence." Lawrence, who was reading the report, looked up and nodded with a smile. Needless to say, he could basically guess what was happening outside. Major Cui Fally stretched lazily with a relaxed expression, still seemingly immersed in the carnival atmosphere in the town, until he walked into the big tent and glanced at the report in front of Lawrence. Then he became a little serious. "Lord Bonaparte, this is a report from the south." Lawrence nodded slightly, pointed to the empty seat next to him, motioning the major to sit down, and briefly explained, "We have just received news that the army of the southern landlords has reached 10,000 people. They have been fully armed and divided into 3 shifts to conduct live fire training day and night." As he spoke, Lawrence pulled out the map under the report, pointed to several marked points and added, "Their fortifications have also been basically completed. Here, several main roads leading to the town of Feggery have been built with earth and stone walls for defense." Hiss. Looking at the several places pointed out by Lawrence, Major Cui Fally took a breath of cold air. As a veteran, he knew very well what this meant. You know, the center of Corsica is a huge mountain range extending from north to south, and only the coastal area is a flat plain. This means that the army's marching route can only be planned along the coastal plain. Otherwise it will have to cross the sparsely populated mountains and forests at high losses. Therefore, once the enemy builds fortifications in the coastal area and defends it, it will inevitably hinder the offensive of the National Defense Army. Their fortifications are all temporary. It's not that the National Defense Army cannot advance. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Major Cui Fally immediately began to analyze, but that will inevitably waste a lot of time. "The thing we can't waste the most is time," Lawrence said in approval. "The National Defense Army lacks heavy firepower. There are only 12 small caliber artillery pieces with the army. The other side has the advantage in numbers. Maybe even the advancement will not be so smooth." And Lawrence was halfway through his words. A hint of subtle suspicion flashed across his eyes, and he slowly added, "The other side acted too quickly and professionally. Whether it was arming serfs, stockpiling supplies, or building fortresses and training new recruits, these actions did not seem like something that a group of landlords who eat, drink and have fun all day could do in a short period of time." "You mean?" Major Cui Fally frowned, as if he did not understand what Lawrence meant. "These people have been preparing for rebellion for a long time." Lawrence shook his head. "It would be simple if that were the case, but the possibility is very small. The southern landlords have only recently gathered together, and they haven't behaved in any unusual way before. It's impossible for them to get enough weapons and equipment to arm 10,000 people so easily under my nose." In other words, Major Cui Fally finally understood and said with sudden realization, "It's not only the landlords who participated in this rebellion. It should be said that it's not only the Corsicans." Lawrence played with his sword and looked at the map with a serious expression. "If there really is someone fanning the flames behind the scenes, then the landlords must want to confront us to the end and wait until their army receives sufficient training and supplies before having a decisive battle." Major Cui Fally knew the seriousness of the problem and clenched his fists and said, "Lord Bonaparte, if that is the case, we must not drag it on, otherwise the risk of a decisive battle will become greater and greater. I propose to mobilize the army tomorrow morning and start marching towards the town of Feggery. It's true that we can't confront them to the end." Lawrence nodded in approval at the first half of the major's words. This civil war must be resolved quickly, not only from a strategic perspective, but also from a political perspective. Now Corsica is about to become a jewel on King Louis' scepter. At this critical juncture, a rebellion must not be allowed to delay this process, which will only incur King Louis' wrath. Moreover, Lawrence knew that he could not expect to move a large number of reinforcement from France. After all, once a large number of foreign troops controlled Corsica, it would be hard to say whether he, the governor, had the final say on this small island, or the French had the final say. Therefore, Lawrence had to use, and could only use, the 6,000 troops in his hands to completely defeat the southern rebels in a short period of time. However, compared to Major Trifle's suggestion to launch an immediate attack, Lawrence believed that there was a better way to do it without bloodshed. No, the army will remain in Propriano until it assists the Ministry of Finance in handling all matters. Lawrence shook his head and gave the order without denying it. Water flows to the lowest place, and people's hearts flow to the highest place. As long as we handle this properly, Fegari will naturally become the second Propriano. Chapter 232 Letter from Propriano. 1770. On the afternoon of the first day of September, the sun was shining brightly. As the sound of gunfire continued, wisps of blue-black smoke slowly rose from the training ground outside the town of Fegari, dyeing a large area of pure light blue sky into a hazy grey-black. The training ground was originally a large piece of lush green grass, but after more than 10,000 soldiers trampled day and night for more than 10 days, it had long become a bare sandy mud. As usual, Master Justin, accompanied by Sir Robert, watched the training scenes of these new soldiers. Most of the landlords who stood on the same front with Master Justin were also present. If you ask me, these peasants have made some progress. Sir Robert was still wearing the black gentleman's suit, with his legs crossed, and his eyes narrowed as he looked down at the army formation not far away. He whispered to Master Justin, "At least their ranks are much neater, which is a bit of progress. I remember that their square formation was almost the same as a loose formation last week." Master Justin, who was praised, scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled flatteringly. "That's all thanks to your help. If it weren't for the professional instructors you brought, we wouldn't have any way to do it. Hehe, I can't even load a musket now, and I bet none of the other masters can, let alone let us practice formations and tactics ourselves." Sir Robert curled his lips slightly and waved his hand with a smile. "No need to thank me, my friend. This is just a necessary investment, as long as you remember our agreement." Of course I remember." Master Justin nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice, and took the initiative to repeat the content of the agreement. "We will gather the army to resist Bonaparte's attack, accept your funding while accumulating strength, and when the time is right, we will drive the damn Bonaparte out of Ajaccio, and establish our own government, and then, he." At this point, Master Justin couldn't help but lower his voice, regardless of Sir Robert's disgusted expression, and whispered in his ear, "It's time to repay your kindness. I believe you will, my friend." Sir Robert took out a silk handkerchief slowly and wiped his face, nodding and said. The two continued to watch and supervise the heated training on the field, watching the line formations advance and retreat, load, and shoot under the command of those foreign instructors. Just as the two were sighing that everything was going on in an orderly manner, there was a small commotion on the field. It was seen that a certain formation suddenly stopped during the march, and several soldiers fainted on the ground without any warning, which immediately disrupted the march of the entire array. Even the soldiers in the nearby square formations were startled. These serf conscripts, who were already undisciplined, immediately scattered around to see what was going on. "Damn it. Go back to your own positions, idiots." The foreign instructors spent a long time scolding and dispersing the crowd, but the neat square formations had now turned into a mess, and they didn't recover for a long time. Master Justin frowned. Although he noticed the small commotion on the field, he couldn't see it clearly, because it was too far away, so he casually sent a landlord beside him to find out what was going on. After a while, the landlord came back trotting, panting, and reporting, "Mr. Justin, it seems that several soldiers have heat stroke and dehydration. The instructor said that dozens of soldiers have fainted today because of this." Heat stroke. Master Justin couldn't help smacking his lips, and looked up at the scorching sun hanging high in the sky. Although it was already September, the air was still very stuffy, like a big steamer. The afternoon sun was even more scorching, and even the gentlemen in cool silk robes could not stop sweating. As for the serf conscripts on the field, long-term malnutrition and hunger had already made their physical fitness very worrying. In addition, they had to wear sweat-proof coarse cloth military uniforms for high-intensity training activities, so it was reasonable for them to suffer from heat stroke and dehydration. What's more, this empty training ground did not even have a piece of shade to avoid the sun. Even those soldiers who did not fainted, most of them were dizzy at the moment, struggling in the formation in a daze, silently enduring the burning of the sun. The instructors suggested that we suspend the training and continue after sunset in the evening, saying that they would also need to rest when they encountered such weather in their homeland. The landlord who went to inquire about the situation looked at Master Justin and relayed the instructor's suggestions to him. What? Suspend the training? Master Justin's eyebrows twisted into a bull after hearing this, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible? There is another group of soldiers to receive training in the evening. We must not relax." The landlord wiped the sweat from his forehead and hesitated. "But the soldiers are in a very bad condition. I saw that some people were so hot that they didn't know where to go. People were complaining everywhere. Maybe it would be better to suspend the training process." Many landlords nodded in agreement. Even they themselves were dizzy from the sun, let alone the soldiers on the field. However, Master Justin shook his head twice in determination and said earnestly, "Brother, we don't have much time. Haven't you heard about Propriano?" The landlord was stunned for a moment and then nodded heavily. 2 days ago, everything that happened in Propriano had spread to Figari. Naturally, the southern landowners were not unaware of this. Lawrence Bonaparte used the army to imprison the big landowners in the town, replaced the local municipal officials, and confiscated all the land and redistributed it to the lowly serfs. The big landowners are still in prison, and their lives are uncertain. As for the small and medium-sized landowners, they either had their land and property confiscated and were treated as ordinary farmers, or they packed up their luggage and property and fled to the south with their families and children overnight. In just a few days, the southern landowners have seen no less than 20 unkempt landlords tiredly come to seek refuge with Master Justin. Now, when Master Justin mentioned this, the expressions of everyone present immediately became solemn. If the war fails, these people will not even have room to escape. Master Justin glanced at the expressions of the crowd with pride and was secretly happy in his heart. Humph, I have to thank that Bonaparte. If it weren't for what he did in Propriano, it would not be so easy for me to convince the crowd. In Master Justin's view, everything Lawrence did in Propriano was a complete and utterly stupid move. Originally, he was very worried that Lawrence would adopt a conciliatory policy towards the landlords in Propriano and divide the southern landlord group by rewarding local dignitaries. After all, the southern landlords were not a monolithic entity, and a considerable number of them still had deep concerns about starting a rebellion. They still fantasized that they could exchange a part of their property for a luxurious life for the rest of their lives by handing over part of their property to Governor Bonaparte. But now, after witnessing the embarrassed appearance of those fleeing landlords, no one would still have the illusion that they could escape the hands of Bonaparte. Although the southern landlord group is not united, everyone has a common goal of living and dying together. Master Justin naturally wants to see this situation. After all, the greater the external pressure, the more united the group will be, and his prestige and power as a leader will become stronger. After the capture of Ajaccio, his power in the new Corsican government will undoubtedly increase. It is no wonder that Master Justin was ecstatic for a long time after learning about what happened in Propriano. I believe everyone should understand the current situation. Master Justin saw that everyone was silent with a serious look, and he couldn't help but say with satisfaction, Bonaparte's army will soon enter our land. At this critical moment, not a minute or a second can be wasted, and the training must continue. It doesn't matter if those mudlegs suffer a little. Anyway, since they're ancestors, they have already taken on the obligation to serve us. Come on. Tell the instructors to immediately restore order and continue the training. Everyone looked at each other, sighed slightly, and had to obey Master Justin's instructions. Until the sun set, as another batch of troops rushed to the training ground, these soldiers who had been scorched for 5 hours in the scorching summer sun ended today's training schedule and returned to the simple barracks like zombies. Damn it. As soon as he returned to the barracks, a conscript couldn't stop shouting, "Look, my arms are all sunburned and peeling. Hiss, hiss, it hurts so much." His limbs were as thin as sticks, and he had a pointed face, so the other conscripts nicknamed him Skinny Monkey. The soldiers looked at Skinny Monkey's arms, and saw that the originally dark and thin arms were covered with layers of pale white dead skin, as if the skin of the entire arm could be peeled off with a slight rub. The correct version is on the 16:9 book forum. Don't shout, Skinny Monkey, everyone is. A soldier shook his head helplessly and showed his sunburned skin to everyone. Me too. Yes, look at me, I'm so exhausted. Damn it, as if we haven't suffered enough. That's right, you outsiders are fine. I'm a local farmer. I have to go back to the fields at night after training during the day. Otherwise who will do the farm work? Damn it, do you think we outsiders have it easy? We joined the army, but the master hasn't given us a definite answer on whether the taxes will be exempted this year. If we have to pay taxes this year, damn it, I'm paying taxes to my mother. The wheat is rotting in the fields. What can I pay? Just chop off my head and take it away. That's right. The soldiers in the barracks opened their clothes one after another, showing each other the scars left by the high-intensity training, and cursed their masters for their inhumane oppression. For these serfs, if the training was just a little tiring and a little hard, it didn't matter. After all, they had suffered all their lives. What they found most difficult to accept was that the landlords had no intention of reducing or exempting taxes for these serfs who were called up to join the army. You know, in order to facilitate the collection of taxes, the landlords would directly set a fixed amount for each serf to pay. If the weather was good this year and the harvest was good, then the serfs could be lucky enough to leave extra grain. However, if there was a famine this year and the harvest was very poor, then the serfs would have to find a way to make up the tax amount themselves. Now it is September, and it will be the autumn harvest season soon, but these serfs are still repeating the exercises day after day in the army, and have no time to take care of the autumn harvest. If the wheat rotted in the fields, not to mention how to pay this year's taxes, it means that there will be no food problem for the whole year next year. For a while, the huge barracks was filled with the shouts of soldiers complaining. The skinny monkey stroked his arm while looking at the complaining people, as if thinking and hesitating about something. Suddenly, his expression froze, and then he shouted, attracting the soldiers' attention, "Hey, brothers!" The barracks fell silent instantly, and the soldiers looked at the skinny monkey in confusion. What's the matter? What's the call? Ahem. The skinny monkey coughed twice in a pretentious manner, and when he saw that everyone was a little impatient, he hurriedly said, "Have you heard about Propriano?" Upon hearing the name of this place, the soldiers frowned and looked at each other with deep concern, and no one spoke first. Although there have been rumors about Propriano every day recently, the soldiers are still not sure what happened in this northern town. What's more, those foreign instructors and landlords have strictly prohibited the soldiers from discussing anything about Propriano. It is said that violators have been dragged out and shot, and even his family members have not been spared. Seeing that no one spoke, the skinny monkey stood up and closed the wooden door at the door and lowered his voice. "I have a cousin right there. He asked someone to send me a letter yesterday." As he said that, the skinny monkey walked to his bed, and under the surprised gaze of everyone, he took out a crumpled paper ball from the gap in the bedboard. He carefully unfolded the paper ball while paying attention to the movement at the door. After confirming that the foreign instructors and the landlord's lackeys were not nearby, the skinny monkey dared to read the contents of the letter in a low voice. "Dear brother, I haven't contacted you for a long time. I don't know how you are doing in February. I heard that it is not peaceful there, so I want to bring you to Propriano to live together. You don't have to worry about your livelihood after you get here, because I'm about to tell you something you will never believe. Your brother is no longer a serf. To be exact, there are no serfs in the whole of Propriano. I'm still farming the land west of the village, where we used to play when we were kids. Maybe you won't believe it, but that piece of land no longer belongs to any landlord, and all the harvest from that field will belong to me. The only thing I have to do is to pay less than 20% of the crops to the government. The landlords here have disappeared without a trace, and those tall buildings are now empty. We can do whatever we want without worrying about being whipped. We work in the fields during the day and gather together to sing and dance at night. This is a life we have never had before. Now, people in the town like to call themselves free people, and I like this name too. All of this was brought by Governor Bonaparte. He and his army have already marched south today. I heard that he will make Fegari the same as Propriano, so maybe soon you will be able to live the same life as me. Of course, in order to enjoy a new life as soon as possible, I still hope that you can return to Propriano. You can easily obtain the household registration here and then be allocated a piece of farmland of your own. I hope everything is well with you, and I love your brother. Chapter 233 The Tide of Desire for Freedom. The thin monkey finished reading the short message with a complicated expression. Looking at the familiar handwriting of his relatives on it, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. His brother obviously didn't know that the landlords in the south had rebelled, nor did he know that his brother had been forcibly conscripted into the army and became a rebel soldier. This enthusiastic brother still wanted to take his brother to the village to enjoy the real life after liberation. However, the thin monkey himself knew how difficult it would be for him to escape from the army after being conscripted. Once he was found to be a deserter, those ruthless landlords would never be stingy with bullets. Although he had read it countless times in the past 2 days, the thin monkey was still staring at the letter paper in a daze. Looking at the free life described by his brother in a vivid way, he suddenly felt an indescribable complex emotion in his heart. Thinking about the pain he suffered in the training ground during the day, and looking at the scars all over his arm, infinite sadness and grievances immediately surged into his heart, turning into tears in the corners of his eyes, and running down his cheeks. Skinny Monkey was not the only one who was in melancholy. More than 20 soldiers in the barracks were stunned with dull eyes, as if they had just woken up from a beautiful dream. Listening to Skinny Monkey reading the letter, they felt like they were listening to a bard singing an epic song in a tavern, with a sense of unreality. Land belonging to oneself, only 20% tax, free life, no oppression from landlords. Any of these words would be regarded by these serf soldiers as a dream to pursue throughout their lives, except for heaven. They could not think of any other place that could meet all these requirements. And now, a letter from Propriano told them that they no longer needed to go to heaven to find such a paradise, and their destination was on the island of Corsica. Is this true? After a long silence, a soldier whispered the question that everyone was concerned about. The Skinny Monkey nodded firmly, holding up the letter and said, "My brother is an honest man. He spent a lot of effort to send this letter. There is no need to make up a story to deceive me." The soldiers swallowed their saliva one after another, imagining that they were living in that paradise-like town. Ahem. The Skinny Monkey coughed twice again, walked to the middle of the crowd, and motioned everyone to come over. "Brothers, you all heard it. Propriano. There is everything we want there." An older soldier nodded in agreement, but then frowned and said, "But, it must be difficult for us to escape there. There are dozens of miles to go, and there are still the master's people everywhere. It is difficult, too difficult to avoid being caught." All the soldiers hung their heads in frustration. During the training in the past few days, they gradually understood the current situation of the town of Fegari. More than 10,000 troops were stationed here. The entire town was almost full of masters. There were patrol teams patrolling around the town day and night. The foreign instructors had made strict regulations on their daily routines. In this case, any soldier who wanted to escape had to carefully consider whether he was favored by the goddess of luck. Just when everyone was at a loss, the Skinny Monkey suddenly pointed to a line of words on the letter paper and explained to the illiterate soldiers, "Look here. My brother said that Governor Bonaparte and his army wanted to turn Figari into the second Propriano, which means..." "What do you mean?" Although the Skinny Monkey did not make it clear, the soldiers instantly understood what he meant. If they couldn't go to Propriano, then turn Figari town into Propriano. The soldiers looked at each other in silence, only using their eyes to communicate this bold idea that was enough to bring about a fatal disaster. Turn Figari town into Propriano? That means expelling all the local tyrants without a single one left. Under normal circumstances, these soldiers would not even dare to think of this. Soon, a cowardly young serf in the corner objected weakly, but don't we still have to fight the governor's army?" All the soldiers rolled their eyes speechlessly, and the Skinny Monkey sighed, put his hand on the young soldier's shoulder, and said earnestly, "Brother, think about it. We fight for the master with all our lives. What's the benefit? The master won the battle and held a celebration banquet. Can you go up and get even half a glass of wine? After the war, you are still you, and the master is still the master. Are you ready to sacrifice yourself to continue being a slave? You shouldn't be so cheap, right?" The young soldier blinked hard a few times and soon lowered his head, agreeing with the skinny monkey's words. Yes, what can we get by fighting for the masters? Even if we win the war, can we, the bottom serfs, have a taste of the fruits of victory? Instead of letting this cheap life become a consumable that the masters sneer at, why not just fight for it? Freedom and rights have always been fought for by ourselves. More than 20 soldiers living in this barracks asked themselves. They were not willing to use their lives to pave the way for the masters to seize power and rebel. They looked at each other again. This time, from the firm eyes of each of them, they had made up their minds not to continue to tie their own fates to those landlords. However, the problem facing everyone is still very realistic and serious. But what can we change with just a small group of us? Although a thoughtful soldier has decided to rebel against the masters, he is still worried about his current situation. The skinny monkey sat down on the bed, holding his chin, and thinking for a while, then said confidently, "No, it should not be just a small group of us. We can understand these principles, but others can't understand them." Squeak. Before the skinny monkey finished speaking, the wooden door at the entrance of the barracks was pushed open with a sharp squeak. Everyone was startled, and everyone looked at the door with vigilance and suspicion. The skinny monkey sitting on the bed shrank his pupils, and one hand quickly reached for the iron dagger on the bedside table. If those foreign instructors and landlords found out what they were plotting, everyone present would be tied to a pillar and skinned alive the next day. The newcomer ignored everyone's gaze, quickly got into the door, and closed it casually. With the dim candlelight in the barracks, the soldiers finally saw the man's face clearly. He was not one of those fierce foreign instructors, but a conscripted serf who lived in the barracks next door. Like Xiao Hao, he was a platoon leader who commanded more than 20 people. Since they were in the same formation during training, the soldiers were familiar with his appearance. He seemed not to have heard the conversation in the barracks just now. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, the platoon leader was also very confused. But he didn't waste words, and went straight to the point. Under the sharp eyes of the soldiers, he licked his dry lips and said slowly, "Everyone, have you heard about Propriano? You?" Xiao Hao jumped up from the bed at once. His expression was surprised and happy, and his tone was half surprised and half ecstatic. "Sure enough, what we can think of, others can't think of it." After a moment of stagnation, the soldiers immediately reacted to what the platoon leader meant, and immediately let down their guard, looking at him in surprise and disbelief. "You mean?" The platoon leader was also stunned, his lips trembling constantly, and he didn't expect this scene at all. However, seeing the soldiers in the barracks all smiling and happy, he immediately understood what was going on. The soldiers present also knew thoroughly at this time that the desire for freedom and liberation has never been the exclusive right of a few people, but a trend that has gathered the hearts of thousands of people. As for whether this trend can eventually wash away the shackles and humiliation on them, they believe that it will soon be clear. At the same time, in a tall stone house just a few hundred yards away from the soldiers' barracks, this house is a temporary residence of Master Justin when hunting. It is also quite luxurious and spacious, enough to accommodate more than 27 landlords to live here temporarily. Read the correct version in 16:9 book bar. At this moment, a grand and luxurious banquet is being held in the house as usual. In order to win the hearts of the people, Master Justin can be said to be not sparing any cost in terms of living treatment for the masters. Brandy imported from France, fresh salmon preserved with ice, and top quality tender steaks. These delicacies that even the masters rarely enjoy are frequent guests at Justin's banquets. Justin still sat at one end of the long table, which was a symbol of his status as a host and leader. He squinted his eyes and looked at the masters who were wolfing down their food drunkenly, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. Next to him was Sir Robert. This gentleman seemed to have no interest in the delicacies on the table. He just sipped the brandy in the glass. "Mr. Justin." Sir Robert shook the wine in the glass, his eyes fixed on the small vortex formed in the crystal glass, and whispered, "I have a piece of news that I must inform you of." "Oh." Justin suddenly became energetic and his ears moved closer to Sir Robert. Sir Robert gently placed the wine glass on the table and said with a little dissatisfaction, "You may have to pay attention to the morale of your army. I heard from my subordinates that they have captured no less than 30 soldiers who tried to escape or rebel today. Master Justin smiled awkwardly, but did not take these words to heart. He just patted his chest and said, "Ah, I know about this too. Don't worry, these damn beasts will be tied to the pillars in the middle of the training ground and starved to death. This is enough to deter those dissatisfied mudlegs." Hearing this, Sir Robert frowned even more tightly, and he shook his head and said, "No, no, no, Mr. Justin, maybe there are simpler and more effective methods here, such as exempting these serf conscripts from taxes for 1 year, and many people will be grateful to support you." However, in the face of Sir Robert's suggestion, Master Justin laughed, as if he had heard a joke, and even attracted the attention of the landlords who were wolfing down their food. "Oh, friend, a gentleman like you certainly won't understand. Look at the delicacies on the table. If the serfs don't pay taxes, how can we enjoy these delicacies? Besides, I know these peasants better than you do. If you exempt them from taxes for 1 year, they will definitely ask for exemptions for the 2nd year. Once the gap is torn, it can't be closed." Sir Robert glanced at Master Justin with a slightly annoyed look, and moved his lips, as if he wanted to say something. But Master Justin laughed and raised his greasy palm to pat his shoulder, interrupting confidently, "Friend, you have to know that these peasants are as weak as hares and moles. Most of them can be honest for a whole year with just 2 whips. In terms of training serfs, you will never find anyone more professional than me." Sir Robert sighed softly after hearing this, raised his glass, and drank the shallow layer of brandy in it. After all, this army was formed by the landlords, and he did not have much say. Moreover, it was the decision of the adults behind him to assist the landlord group. Sir Robert did not have the power to threaten the landlords to surrender by cancelling the assistance. Seeing Sir Robert finish the wine in the glass in silence, Master Justin hurriedly poured him another half glass of wine. "By the way, Mr. Justin," looking at the crystal clear liquid in the glass reflecting the amber color under the candlelight, Sir Robert suddenly said, "There is one more thing I have to tell you." Master Justin put down the bottle and looked at Sir Robert expectantly. Sir Robert lowered his voice, trying not to let anyone, except the 2 of them hear. "My master plans to come to Corsica in the near future, of course, after the victory of the war." Hearing this, Master Justin was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. "Your master?" Until now, he didn't know the true identity of Sir Robert, but judging from the fact that Sir Robert could easily provide equipment and supplies to arm more than 10,000 soldiers, this gentleman must have a great background. Correspondingly, Sir Robert's superior must be an important figure without a doubt. "Yes, my lord, my superior." Sir Robert played with the wine glass in his hand and said slowly, "If you can end this war as soon as possible while ensuring victory, my master will be very happy. After all, he does not want to waste too much time on Corsica." Master Justin frowned slightly and said hesitantly, "But, you also know that a protracted war is more beneficial to us. If we can confront Bonaparte's army for a few months, this war is almost certain to win." Sir Robert just glanced at Justin lightly and said in a tone that left no room for argument, "Although I also tend to protracted war, my master can't wait any longer. After all, Corsica is just a small chess piece in the overall situation. We can't spend a few months here." Although Master Justin would not attach too much importance to the opinions of Sir Robert, the middle agent, but since the other party brought up the mysterious big man behind him, Master Justin knew that he still had to give him some face. After a brief hesitation, Master Justin nodded twice heavily, then frowned and asked, "By the way, friend, I still don't know who your master is. Except for knowing that he is a baron, I don't know anything else." Sir Robert chuckled twice, took a sip of brandy, shook his head and said, "You will know after the war is won. I'm sorry that I had a fever the day before yesterday when I was preparing to return to Wuhan in Nanjing, so I didn't update for the past 2 days. I feel better after taking ibuprofen for 2 days. I will try to make up for it in the next 2 days. ORZ. Chapter 234. The strongest fortress will never fall by itself. 1770 was the 3rd day since Lawrence and his army left Propriano and headed south. In the last few days of August, Lawrence did not rush to attack the town of Figari, but chose to station his troops in Propriano to assist Mr. Cajero and his finance officials in implementing the 2 bills. Major Trefali and Major Serruria initially thought that this move would delay the war, but when they followed the soldiers of the Wehrmacht into the villages of the town and saw the townspeople smiling from the bottom of their hearts, the two majors gradually realized Lawrence's intentions. As a veteran of the Wehrmacht, Major Trefali was even more moved. In his memory, the former Wehrmacht soldiers were not only hated by everyone in the countryside, but also had a bad reputation due to their lax military discipline and excessive taxation. Now, when almost every villager looked at the soldiers in light blue uniforms, their eyes were full of sincere respect and gratitude. Even when the townspeople of Propriano heard that a rebel army in the south was trying to invade Ajaccio and repeal the two laws that brought them liberation, hundreds of enthusiastic townspeople came to the Wehrmacht station, wanting to join Governor Bonaparte's army to crush the vampires who tried to put them back in shackles. If the Wehrmacht did not need new recruits for the time being, Major Trefali believed that Lawrence could easily recruit more than 2,000 volunteers in Propriano. On the evening of the first day of September, accompanied by the reluctant farewell of the people along the streets, Lawrence's army began to march towards the town of Figari, leaving only a small number of treasury officials stationed in Propriano to continue the implementation of the law. After 2 days of regular marching, the Wehrmacht also arrived at a narrow pass about 40 miles northwest of Figari, where they encountered the first resistance of the southern rebels. Mr. Bonaparte, the scouts we sent to explore the enemy's fortress have returned. Major Serruria galloped up a hill and reported to Lawrence, who was observing the earthwork not far away, with a serious face. Their fortifications should be repaired and reinforced on the basis of a small medieval castle. I'm afraid it's much stronger than the temporary fortifications imagined, and the number of garrisons is estimated to be around 2,000. If there is no 1-month siege, I think it will be difficult to take this fortress. Lawrence, who was standing by, was staring at the fortress about 600 yards away with a monocular telescope. Listening to Major Serruria's slightly pessimistic report, he just nodded calmly. As Major Serruria said, the original site of this fortress was a small medieval castle. Although the wooden main building of the castle had long since rotted and collapsed, the outer stone wall was basically intact. Even the damaged gaps had been repaired by the southern rebels using wood and clay, and a large number of shooting holes were dug in the original wall for defense and counterattack. Moreover, the fortress was located on a steep hill, which had a terrain advantage. If they were to attack it by force, they would have to pay a heavy price to conquer it. For the Wehrmacht, which lacked heavy firepower, such a fortress could not be taken in a short time. It seems that they are placing a considerable part of their defensive strength on this fortress. Lawrence put away the telescope, handed it to a soldier beside him, stroked his chin and analyzed slowly. The scale of this castle is not enough to support 2,000 permanent soldiers. In other words, the other party has temporarily added troops to the garrison and is determined to stop us outside the city wall. I'm afraid that's right. Major Cuifali looked at the fortress not far away with deep concern, frowned and added, since the landlords can get a large amount of weapons and equipment from the outside world, then they must also be able to get a large amount of supplies. The material reserves in this castle should be quite sufficient. Even if we cut off the opponent's supply, they should be able to hold on for quite a while. Although the simple castle in front of them was not a fortress at all, the two majors felt very embarrassed for a while in front of the Wehrmacht with only 12 6-pound field guns. Major Serruria licked his lips, and after thinking for a moment, he suggested, Mr. Bonaparte, I think we can't fight on this fortress for too long. Perhaps bypassing this fortification and attacking the town of Figari directly is a feasible option. As a veteran of the 7 Years' War, what Major Serruria said was actually a tactic that was popular from the mid-18th century to the Napoleonic era. That is, ignoring the opponent's fortress control area and directly attacking the enemy's capital with a large army to force the opponent to surrender. This is why it was common to see the warring parties exchanging homes during the Napoleonic era. Although he felt that this plan was too risky, Major Cuifali did not come up with a better plan after thinking hard for a long time, so he nodded in agreement. Although this may face the risk of being attacked from both sides, with the combat qualities of our army, we are fully capable of fighting in the field with those temporarily formed conscripted troops. Moreover, as long as the town of Figari is captured, this war will be over once and for all. Faced with the unanimous proposal of the two adjutants, Lawrence shook his head firmly. After thinking for a moment, this plan is indeed feasible, but the risk is still too high. Although the enemy is a temporarily formed conscripted army, it has advantages in numbers and defense. Moreover, once our army is defeated in the town of Figari, there will be no strategic depth at all. Major Cyriria couldn't help but frown. In his eyes, this was already the best solution among all the current decisions. Although the future Imperial Marshal was extremely respectful to Lawrence, he obviously did not think that the military ability of Lawrence, the young governor, could be comparable to that of himself, a professional soldier who had experienced the First World War. "What is your plan, Mr. Bonaparte?" Major Cyriria took a deep breath. After all, no matter what, any plan could only be issued to the army after Lawrence nodded. "Begin the siege immediately." Lawrence looked down at the thousands of war-matched soldiers below him, then looked up at the ancient fortress, and ordered firmly, "Let the front army camp 300 yards away from the fortress, and conduct a feint attack every 3 hours. All artillery should be moved to the front line, and the artillery fire on the fortress should not be interrupted. The soldiers should change shifts every 12 hours, and they should not stop the shelling and harassment even at night." The two majors were stunned for a moment. They did not expect that Lawrence would choose the siege, which they thought was the least efficient. "Sir, you have seen that it is difficult to capture this fortress in a short time with our artillery alone." Major Cyriria still did not give up and urged anxiously. Lawrence still shook his head and waved his hand to signal the two to pass on his order, and briefly explained, "We don't need to use force to conquer this fortress. The strongest fortress has always collapsed without attack." With the order issued, the soldiers of the National Defense Army immediately took action. Just 1 hour later, the pincer-shaped semi-encirclement formation of 6,000 soldiers had surrounded the fortress. At the forefront, the soldiers had erected wooden bullet shields and used the tools at hand to build some simple fortifications such as trenches and earthworks. The rebels in the fortress had also discovered the movements of the National Defense Army. The double-layer city gates reinforced with iron sheets had long been closed, and the rebel soldiers holding muskets had stood in the firing holes on the city walls. The soldiers standing behind the firing holes looked at the black mass of besieging troops and suddenly became nervous. Although they were told during training that the effective shooting range of the musket was not 300 yards, the nervous mood still caused many people to raise their muskets and shoot randomly. The warlords in the castle were not calm either. They jumped up and down inside the fortress with whips in their hands and anxiously. Whenever they met a soldier who was a little lax, they would mercilessly give him a blood mark, trying to relieve their inattention through such violent behavior. After all, these so-called warlords were basically relatives of the landlords, and they got a position in the army by relying on various relationships. Letting these people eat, drink and have fun may be good, but letting them lead the army to guard the fortress is far beyond their ability. The only ones who really kept a clear mind in such a formation were the foreign instructors who were sent to garrison this fortress. But even Sir Robert himself did not have much say in this army. Coupled with the language barrier, these instructors were even less likely to get in touch with the upper command. The instructors could only stay in their respective companies, shouting some simple commands to try to keep these low-quality soldiers calm. Read the correct version in the 16:9 book forum. However, with the deployment of the 12 field artillery pieces of the National Defense Army, the conscripts in the fortress fell into panic again. Although these small caliber field artillery pieces could not cause too much damage to the city wall, for these serf conscripts who had never seen a smoothbore rifle before, the roar of the 12 artillery pieces was no different from thunder, especially the shaking feeling and splashing gravel caused by the shells hitting the city wall, which made some conscripts hold their heads and squat in the corner trembling. It can be said that the psychological deterrence brought by these artillery pieces to the enemy far exceeds its own power. However, Lawrence, who was watching all this silently, knew that relying solely on the blow to the enemy's morale would not allow him to take down this ancient fortress at the lowest cost. What he needed now was to wait for a perfect opportunity. Damn it, is this a cannon? It's too scary. The skinny monkey squatted under the firing hole with a horrified face and dared to stick out half of his head to look at the worm-matched camp not far away. Just yesterday, the unit where the skinny monkey was received an order requiring them, more than 1,000 soldiers, to go to the ancient fortress on the front line overnight for reinforcement. Master Justin also learned early that the Wehrmacht was already heading south and was ready to focus the defense on this carefully repaired ancient fortress. My god, if I get hit by this shell, I really don't know how I died. After several rounds of shelling, a soldier next to the skinny monkey said with lingering fear, and he felt that the hairs on his body were about to stand up. Just as all the soldiers were hiding under the cover of the battlements at a loss, the loud sound of the shelling suddenly stopped and was replaced by a faint drumbeat from the enemy's position. The skinny monkey closed his eyes and listened for a while. Although he, a serf, had no connection with the word musician, he could hear that the drumbeats were dense, short, and fast, and they sounded exciting. As the drum sounded, a foreign instructor rushed to the battlements and yelled at the soldiers in broken Italian, "Fools, get up and prepare for defense. The enemy is about to attack." The instructor was obviously a real soldier who had experienced the baptism of war. How could he not hear that the waves of exciting and dense drum beats were the signal for the enemy to launch an attack? Although it was a little hard to believe that the other side would launch an attack so urgently, the instructor could not care so much and had to order his men to prepare for defense based on muscle memory. The soldiers hiding under the bunkers looked at each other in horror. Until this moment, many conscripts experienced the fear of facing death for the first time. Although many of them had said carelessly to themselves, "It's better to die," when they were about to face a real life and death battle, the recruits still felt weak in their legs and hesitated. Damn beasts. Seeing that the soldiers were still sitting in the bunker with their eyes broken, the instructor was furious and kicked the nearest soldiers with his high-heeled military boots. As 5 or 6 conscripts fell to the ground with bruised faces and motionless, the remaining dozens of soldiers finally took action, but they returned to their respective posts like empty shells without souls, as if they had already said hello to the god of death. "Brother, are you afraid of death?" a soldier suddenly asked the skinny monkey beside him. His whole body was shaking, and he almost couldn't even hold the musket in his hand. Although the skinny monkey's performance was better than his tone was also a little trembling. "Afraid? Who doesn't fear death? But what I fear most is to die unclearly and uselessly, just like now. Even if I die, I have to kill that damn landlord first, so that I can die happily." The soldier laughed with a complicated expression, and the trembling on his body eased a little. "Me too." Chapter 235. Attacking the Heart. In the afternoon, the soldiers in the entire fortress had been mobilized nervously. The serfs who were originally dozing on the haystacks were also called up by the warlords. They were panicked and anxiously crowded in the open space in the center of the castle. The scene was as chaotic as a big pot of yellow and black burnt porridge. The furious and nervous shouts of the warlords were everywhere. They kept urging the soldiers to go up to the city wall. It seemed that only by seeing the dark figures standing on the city wall could they slightly reduce their fear. About 400 soldiers were forced to squeeze onto the city wall, which was not spacious to begin with muskets. Most soldiers had no suitable shooting holes in front of them, especially for the soldiers guarding the inside of the city wall. They could only stand with their muskets and their companions staring at each other, silently waiting for the upcoming fight. The National Defense Army's charge to attack the city had not yet begun, but the panic had spread among the serfs like a plague. For most of the soldiers present, this moment of facing the god of death was the first time they had encountered it. These honest peasants usually only picked up long sticks and pitchforks to fight with farmers from neighboring villages. Due to the tyranny of their masters, few serfs dared to kill people in these fights. Now, they were holding muskets with bayonets in their hands, wearing brand new uniforms shipped from overseas, and were about to fight a life and death battle with the regular army of Corsica in a small cramped castle. Such a scene was absolutely unimaginable for these serfs who worked from sunrise to sunset. All the soldiers were nervous, even those who did not stand on the city wall and engage in the first wave of contact with the National Defense Army. They felt their whole bodies were hot, but their limbs were uncontrollably weak. The gurgling heartbeats overwhelmed the meaningless murmurs of their companions around them, like the death knell. St. Paul bless St. John bless Jesus my lord. Some soldiers have begun to pray in a daze, Some even threw their weapons aside and drew the cross on their chests over and over again. This pious look is definitely more pious than any prayer they have ever prayed in the church. The tense atmosphere of the entire fortress seemed to have condensed into a solid state, just waiting for the sharp blade of the worm axe to penetrate it. The skinny monkey stood on the wall, staring blankly at the army not far away, constantly pressing in. At this time, his mind was blank, and he completely forgot what skills and tricks the instructors taught him on the training ground. His soul had floated away. Long before his body was pierced by bullets, his soul had already taken a step ahead and floated to Propriano. The skinny monkey didn't know why he suddenly thought of Propriano at this time. Maybe it was because of his brother's letter that made him know that the world is not all hell, there is also heaven on earth, and that heaven is in Corsica. Heh. The skinny monkey laughed at himself, raised his eyebrows, and looked at the worm-axe troops that were about to approach the city wall 200 yards away, and laughed contemptuously. Damn it, I should have fought hard in February yesterday. If I could use my life to take away the life of a dog landlord, I would still be able to smile when I'm buried. After laughing, he looked at the soldiers of the worm-axe who were in tight formation, and couldn't help feeling a sense of irony. These soldiers should have been his liberators, but now, he had to fight them. But maybe it's not bad to die here. The skinny monkey suddenly smiled with relief, and even he himself was amused by his own thoughts. If the worm-axe soldiers could then capture the town of February and wipe out the landlords, the skinny monkey felt that this ending seemed not bad. A late summer noon breeze blew, and the skinny monkey's hand holding the musket loosened a little. Just as he closed his eyes and prepared to accept his fate calmly, a soldier beside him suddenly woke him up with a cry. Wait a minute. Look. They are starting to retreat. In the midst of an uproar, the skinny monkey suddenly opened his eyes, but saw that the National Defense Army, which was still marching towards the city wall just now, had stopped at this moment, and the troops in the rear had even begun to retreat, as if they were going back to the camp just now. Really? Ha ha ha, they are not attacking anymore? Jesus, my lord has appeared. Fortunately, this life is saved. The soldiers on the city wall watched the National Defense Army soldiers retreat in unison, and in a uniform manner. After a very short moment of daze, a sea of cheers broke out inside and outside the city wall. In any case, the upcoming fight will not happen for the time being. The serfs laughed and hugged each other, celebrating the joy of surviving the disaster. Many people shed tears while laughing. They still haven't recovered from the fear of facing death. After experiencing this kind of fear, no one wants to experience it again. The tense nerves were finally relaxed. Some soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, as if their souls had been broken. They collapsed in the corner, still in fear. The governors looked at each other doubtfully. No one knew how to deal with this situation. An experienced foreign instructor frowned and repeated to the governors in unfluent Italian, "Feint. This is a feint. Don't let your guard down." While the people inside the fortress were celebrating and cheering for surviving the disaster, 600 or 700 yards away, in a temporary command post on a high ground. Well, to be honest, Mr. Bonaparte, the enemy's performance is even lower than I thought. Major Serruria held up a telescope, squinted his eyes, and observed the reaction of the serf conscripts on the wall, and couldn't help sighing. Now it seems that launching a direct attack may also be a feasible option. Lawrence, who was also observing the changes in the fortress, still shook his head and explained in denial. Although their combat quality is low, they can still show high morale in the face of desperate death. We must use waves of feints to wear down their fighting spirit. A direct attack may be feasible, but it will inevitably cause considerable losses to our army. Is that so? Major Serruria shrugged, put down the telescope and sighed. However, if I were to lead the French army to besiege this fortress, I would definitely launch a strong attack, and I would probably pay the price of 1,000 casualties at most. Lawrence also retracted the telescope. He just smiled and said nothing to Major Serruria's words. After all, the two people have different identities and statuses, so the issues they consider are naturally different. As a soldier, Major Serruria can do whatever it takes to achieve his strategic goals. In his opinion, the cost of 1,000 casualties is less than the value of the fortress, so a strong attack is feasible. But Lawrence is different. The more than 4,000 soldiers of the National Defense Force are not just an army for him, but also the most basic political cornerstone for him as the governor of Corsica. He was able to quickly obtain the tacit approval of various local forces after launching a coup in Ajaccio. The most important point is that, after incorporating the Northern Corps, Lawrence firmly holds the military power of the entire Corsica. Lawrence will not shake his political foundation for a small fortress. Moreover, there is another important reason why Lawrence is reluctant to give up the army, that is, the news about the situation in the Mediterranean that he has learned since leaving Paris. Whether facing the British strengthening their power in the Mediterranean or intervening in the situation of the Kingdom of Naples, Lawrence needs a well-conditioned army to feel at ease. Therefore, Lawrence will definitely avoid the loss of troops, not to mention that this fortress can be taken without bloodshed in Lawrence's plan. Inform all units that the next feint attack will be carried out like this time, and the artillery fire must continue. After Lawrence gave the order to Major Trifoli, he raised his telescope and looked at the fortress that was still celebrating. He nodded slightly and said to Major Serruria, "If this continues, we will be able to hang the military flag on the top of the tower tomorrow night, or at the earliest tonight." A perfect version in the 16:9 book forum. Are you sure? The supplies in the castle can last at least more than a month. Major Serruria frowned and questioned. He had no idea how Lawrence came to this conclusion. After all, the fortress in front of him was well defended, with sufficient personnel and supplies. Major Serruria did not believe that a half-day siege could take down such a fortress. That gave him a headache. However, since Lawrence had spoken, Major Serruria did not say much. He just continued to observe the city wall not far away while muttering. After dusk, night fell. At this moment, the landlords gathered in the stone building of Justin's house in the center of Fegari. This stone building rarely held an all-night banquet, but only placed some tea and snacks in the reception room for the gentlemen to entertain themselves at night. Of course, these gentlemen with frowns and worried faces were not in the mood to drink tea. Bonaparte's army was more than 40 miles away, which forced the gentlemen to take the sharp blade hanging by their necks seriously. Justin held a white porcelain teacup and looked at the door anxiously, waiting for news from the front. Sir Robert next to him was expressionless as usual, as if he was from a different world from these landlords, but from his tense hands, he was also very nervous about the anxious war. There was no conversation in the reception room, and everyone was holding their breath, waiting for further developments. After a while, under the expectant gaze of everyone, a steward in a green cloth robe rushed into the reception room. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, the steward didn't say much and reported loudly in front of everyone, "My lords, this afternoon, Bonaparte's army began to besiege the ancient fortress in the northwest." Oh. Master Justin stood up from his chair, regardless of the tea splashing all over him, and asked excitedly, "The other side didn't go around, but chose to fight to the death in that fortress?" The steward looked up and thought about it, and then shook his head twice. Okay. Master Justin immediately smiled and sat back in his seat comfortably. If Bonaparte chose to besiege the ancient fortress to the end, it would mean that he could have more than a month of war preparation time. Sir Robert couldn't help but relax a lot after hearing the news, and chuckled. It seems that Lawrence Bonaparte is not as smart as the rumors say. If he were our commander, he would definitely leave some troops to guard the fortress, and the main force would march directly here. This is the correct decision. Of course, even if that Bonaparte really did this, we can deal with it. After all, the number of his main force at that time must be less than half of ours. Of course. How can that Bonaparte compare to your commander? Master Justin was in a good mood. While complimenting Sir Robert, he waved and called the servants. "Come on. Let the kitchen prepare a dinner for us quickly, and carry the wine barrels to the banquet hall. There is nothing to do tonight." Ha ha ha. While the masters began to sing and dance, in the ancient fortress 40 miles away, the skinny monkey lay on the hard stone slab and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. This afternoon, the National Defense Army launched a total of 3 attacks, and each time ended with an active retreat. Despite this, every time they stood on the city wall and watched the Dark Army attacking them, the soldiers' heartbeats could not help but speed up, and the fear of death could not be suppressed. The warlords did not dare to be careless. Once they heard the drumbeats of the enemy's attack, they immediately waved their whips and shouted to drive the soldiers to the front line. After an afternoon of tossing and turning, the soldiers were exhausted and deeply trapped in fear, and they also knew that once the National Defense Army really launched an attack, this fear would really become a reality. The skinny monkey lay down. He knew that it must be past midnight, but the sound of artillery fire not far away was still continuing, and the continuous roar still made many soldiers feel terrified. There was rarely any snoring around, indicating that not many people had fallen asleep peacefully. Most people were still awake. They wanted to enjoy this, perhaps the last night of their lives, as much as possible. After all, tomorrow, no one could say whether the National Defense Army would really launch an attack. However, more people were still thinking about how to prolong their humble lives, at least not to let it be explained here. Brother, we have survived today. What do you think we should do tomorrow? A soldier next to him shook the skinny monkey and asked in a low voice with uneasiness. The skinny monkey propped up half of his body with his arms, turned his head, and looked at a few small wooden houses not far away, which were the residences of the warlords and foreign instructors. More than a dozen pairs of eyes around him immediately looked at the skinny monkey, expecting the platoon leader to have any good ideas. Hey, brothers, the skinny monkey responded to everyone's eyes, then gritted his teeth, looked at the muskets and bayonets that were casually thrown aside by the soldiers, and said fiercely, "It seems that there is only one way to go now." Chapter 236 Sparks of Resistance. The thin monkey's voice was very soft and his words were very brief, but the dozen people around him understood what he meant. As early as in the barracks in the town of Feggery, they had already made up their minds to turn the land where they lived into the paradise of their dreams. Now, the long-awaited liberators have arrived at the city gates, and now they should never sit and wait to die, waiting to sacrifice their lives in vain to those landlords who oppress them. It's time to fight for their own freedom and liberation. A dozen soldiers got up from the ground and cast their eyes on the wooden house not far away, and the muskets and bayonets scattered on the ground. The bright moonlight came from the sky, and the soldiers who stood up could see the resolute expressions on each other's faces. The desire for freedom and revenge filled their chests. They were clearly carrying out a rebellious act that would bring about a fatal disaster, but no soldier felt the slightest fear in his heart. The skinny monkey took the lead in picking up a musket from the ground and installed the bayonet into the muzzle under the illumination of the moonlight, turning it into a fairly handy spear. The other soldiers followed suit, carrying muskets with bayonets installed. The soldiers lying on the ground were awakened by the noise. They propped themselves up in disbelief and stared blankly at their companions, who raised their weapons with a firm look and walked towards the residence of the governors. Without any verbal communication, the soldiers instantly understood what those companions who stood up and picked up their weapons were going to do. They were stunned for a while, watching the dozen soldiers walking through the crowd unswervingly, as if nothing could stop these people's steps. Gradually, I don't know who started it, a soldier lying on the ground swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and then sat up all of a sudden, picked up the weapon on the ground, and followed closely behind the skinny monkey's troops. The spark of resistance spread silently in the hearts of the oppressed. More and more soldiers chose to stand up, to take up arms to resist, and to follow this trend, to pursue freedom and liberation. When the soldiers arrived outside the residence of the warlords, the skinny monkey in the front row looked back at the troops behind him, but was shocked to find that the number of soldiers following him was definitely more than 200. He had never imagined that he could summon so many compatriots to join him in this resistance without saying a word. Although more people did not choose to take up arms and join them directly, they also stood up from the ground and watched this sudden incident from a distance. What are you doing? The warlords have already rested, and we can talk about it tomorrow, if there is anything. Guarding outside the house were several servants holding torches and daggers. On weekdays, these people were also the lackeys of the landlords that the serfs hated the most. At this moment, these lackeys who usually bully the serfs are panicking, waving torches and shouting, trying to stop the soldiers with the reputation of the masters. Don't move. Don't go forward. Do you want to be whipped? What are you doing here in the middle of the night? If you don't want to sleep, the masters will definitely keep you awake for a month. Now disperse. However, For these soldiers who have already had the idea of dying for the country, the threats of these servants seem so pale and powerless. The skinny monkey spat, holding the barrel of the gun with one hand, and slammed the butt of the gun heavily on the ground, and demanded in a cold voice, "Let the masters come out to see us, otherwise I will invite them out myself." After that, the dozen soldiers behind the skinny monkey understood, and took 2 steps forward, pointing the tips of their bayonets at the lonely servants. One of the servants' legs had gone limp and the dagger in his hand had fallen to the ground. He had never thought that these weak serfs, like rabbits, would gather together one day and point their knives at the master's residence. Seeing this, the skinny monkey stopped talking nonsense with these lackeys and stepped forward, stabbing the bayonet in his hand deep into the chest of a servant. Before the others could react, the skinny monkey suddenly pulled out the bayonet, bringing out a spurt of blood, and then used the butt of the gun to hit the back of another servant's head, causing him to fall straight to the ground unconscious. The remaining 2 people had already wet their pants in fear, crying and shouting, dropping their daggers and torches, and trying to run away. The skinny monkey winked at the soldiers behind him, and then someone rushed up and surrounded the 2 hateful lackeys. Just as everyone was about to beat up the 2 lackeys, a weak roar suddenly came from the house. "Stop!" The soldiers turned their heads and saw that the door of the wooden house was slowly pushed open. Several warlords and foreign instructors who were just awakened from their sleep in silk robes walked out of the house and looked at the soldiers in shock and anger. "Damn mudlegs. Do you know what you are doing?" A warlord took a look at the blood and corpses on the ground and screamed, "Who did this? Stand up." The skinny monkey glanced at the warlords and instructors with a cold look, took the initiative to step forward, and pointed the bayonet, that was still dripping with blood, at them. "Your luck is over, vampires." Hiss. The warlord looked at the tip of the knife reflected in the firelight, took a breath of cold air, and took 2 steps back in fear. If there was no one behind him, he would have almost been unable to stand. Another governor looked around at the soldiers holding bayonets, suppressed his panic, and pretended to be calm. "Everyone, calm down. You can tell us what your demands are. We are not unwilling to listen." Humph. The skinny monkey stepped closer with a bayonet in his hand, scaring the people on the opposite side so much that they wanted to retreat into the house immediately. "Demands? Okay, our demands are very simple. Open the city gate and let the governor's army in. Find a rope to tie yourself up. I will give you as a gift to the governor." The governors were immediately shocked. Only then did they realize that the purpose of this group of soldiers gathering to mutiny was not what they thought. They were not satisfied with such a simple living treatment. You want to collaborate with the enemy?" A warlord in the corner shouted angrily. "It was the master who gave you the land so that you could work, and it was the master who gave you clothes and food so that you would not freeze and starve to death. You actually betrayed your benefactor at this time. Do you want to be whipped?" Even in this situation, these vested interests still believed that they had given these humble serfs enough gifts, enough for them to devote their lives to them. The skinny monkey couldn't help but curl his lips. He was obviously angry and laughed at these shameless and ignorant words. "Benefactor? I really don't know how you can say this word against your conscience. Except for the upcoming Governor Bonaparte, I don't think anyone can be my benefactor." The soldiers present laughed contemptuously and wantonly, responding to the warlord's nonsense with arrogant laughter. "That's enough, brothers. No need to talk nonsense." After a verbal catharsis, Xiao Hao clenched the bayonet in his hand. He knew there was no need to continue arguing with these warlord instructors. The only purpose of these people was to die here. "Follow me. Catch these damned bastards, dead or alive." With Xiao Hao's exciting shout, the sea of soldiers immediately responded with a roar like a tsunami. Under the pale and panicked gaze of the warlords, hundreds of soldiers surged up like a tide. Those servants who still wanted to protect their masters were instantly pierced through the heart by bayonets, and fell to the ground like puppets with broken strings. These lazy warlords had no room for resistance. They knelt down on their knees and begged the soldiers to let them go. Those foreign instructors showed the qualities that they should have as soldiers. They pulled out their preloaded pistols and fired a round at the soldiers who rushed towards them first, but this was just a drop in the bucket and only slightly blocked the approach of the soldiers. Although these instructors pulled out their sabers and hacked down a dozen or so conscripts with limited training, They had no choice but to lay down their weapons and surrender with the warlords in the face of the long pole bayonets that swarmed in. The furious soldiers then rushed into the house and pulled out several warlords and instructors hiding inside. When the soldiers looked at the luxurious and soft beds in the house and the bottles of mellow wine on the table, and thought about the bluestone floors they slept on and the black bread they ate, this unfair treatment gap immediately aroused everyone's anger. They tied the captured warlords and instructors to several large pillars in the center of the open square, which should have been used by the warlords to tie up and punish soldiers. In front of all the soldiers, regardless of the warlords crying and pleading, the skinny monkey ordered the execution of these oppressors who had bullied and scolded them for so long with bayonets, and then personally took a torch to light the wooden house where the warlords lived. The pine wood cabin was soon engulfed in a sea of fire, like a spark in the endless darkness, echoing the lights of the worm-matched camp not far away. Bathed in the roar of the soldiers, the skinny monkey looked at the blazing fire in front of him, his hands trembling a little. He couldn't believe that he had actually done it. Read the correct version in the 16:9 book forum. Those warlords and instructors were now tied to the pillars and became bleeding corpses. The skinny monkey took a deep breath to calm his mind from the boiling blood. Now, there was still one thing to do before he could be liberated. Come on, open both gates. Invite Governor Bonaparte to enter this fortress. Sir Bonaparte, Sir Bonaparte. Ignoring the obstruction of the guards at the door of the tent, Major Serurier insisted on breaking into Clarence's tent, his voice full of ecstasy, and shouted loudly, "Sir, something's wrong." Clarence sat up slowly on the camp bed, rubbed his sore back, looked at Major Serurier's surprised expression. Clarence smiled slightly, and guessed what had happened. "Sir Bonaparte, look." Major Serurier lifted the curtain of the tent, allowing Clarence to sit on the bed and see the towering flames burning in the ancient fortress not far away. Clarence admired the fire dancing in the darkness while tying the laces of his military boots. Then he stood up, put on a military jacket, followed Major Serurier out of the tent, and asked, "What is the specific situation?" Major Serurier reported excitedly and competently. "About 20 minutes ago, there was a fire in the enemy's fortress, accompanied by the cheers of the soldiers. Then dozens of enemy soldiers came to our camp with a white flag, saying that the entire fortress was willing to surrender to you. Where are those enemy soldiers? Let their leader come to see me." Clarence nodded and breathed a sigh of relief, glad that his estimate was correct. "Just outside the camp, controlled by our soldiers. I will send someone to bring the leader." After saying this, Major Serurier quickly saluted and went to execute Clarence's order. About 5 minutes later, the fearful skinny monkey, surrounded by 4 National Defense Army soldiers, came to Clarence with Major Serurier. "You are the one who led this fortress to surrender? What's your name?" Clarence looked at the skinny monkey with interest and asked. "Yes, Governor. My name is Costanza. I'm a serf in Fegari. People around me call me Skinny Monkey." The skinny monkey didn't dare to look up at Clarence, but just answered with his head down. Clarence looked at his thin limbs, chuckled and nodded. If he didn't know that the other party was a Corsican, Clarence would have thought that this kind of body proportion would only appear on black people. "Anyway, Costanza, you have done a great deed." The skinny monkey quickly buried his head lower and said repeatedly, "I dare not say that there is any merit, Governor. This is also for my own sake." Clarence nodded again approvingly. Although the other party was a serf, the courage, and action he showed were still very rare. After all, not every serf dared to be the first to take up arms. In addition, Clarence admired him for his cleverness and humility in his words, and secretly decided that he might be recruited into the National Defense Army, which could be regarded as a reward for his merits. After a little planning for the aftermath, Clarence still focused on the present. "So, Costanza, what is the situation in the fortress?" The skinny monkey raised his head and licked his lips, and after organizing his words, he replied fluently, "To reply to your words, the governors have been executed by us, and the city gates have been opened. The soldiers all support you to take over the fortress, because we believe in you. We heard that you will bring 2 bills, so that we can live as freemen from now on. Upon hearing this, Major Serurier immediately looked at Lawrence in surprise and couldn't help but start to rub his hands. Mr. Bonaparte, there is no time to lose. We should immediately enter the fortress and receive the enemy's supplies and personnel. However, Lawrence looked at the skinny monkey thoughtfully and did not immediately confirm the major's plan. After a long while, Lawrence suddenly reached out and patted the skinny monkey on the shoulder and whispered, "Costanza, I have another task for you. I wonder if you can assist me." Before he finished speaking, the skinny monkey knelt on one knee in fear and nodded repeatedly. "Your Excellency, please say it. For the thousands of serfs like me, I'm even willing to go to hell alone." Lawrence nodded approvingly and ordered, "Very good. I appoint you as the temporary commander-in-chief of the soldiers in the fortress. You will immediately return to the fortress and begin to disarm the soldiers. I will leave a small force to assist you." "Yes, my lord." Although the skinny monkey did not understand what he meant, he immediately stood up after responding and began to run towards the direction of the fortress. After the skinny monkey left, Major Serurier asked in confusion, "Sir, you only left a small force to receive supplies from the fortress? What about the main force?" Lawrence looked to the southeast. The slightly cold evening breeze had already driven away his remaining sleepiness. He said slowly, "Those people in Feggery town probably still think we are besieging the fortress." Major Serurier was stunned at first, then startled, and finally slapped his thigh heavily, laughed and nodded twice. Lawrence also smiled and shook his head and ordered, "Notice to the entire army, except for one company of troops stationed in place. The rest of the troops should be ready to march within an hour and march at full speed towards Feggery town in a combat posture 1 hour later. It must be fast. Do you understand? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 237 Dawn Offensive, Part 1. The stars and the moon were high in the sky, and the evening breeze was slightly chilly. It was already late at night. On a newly built wooden watchtower on the outskirts of Feggery town, several serf conscripts waiting there could not help but shiver in the gusts of wind from high above and wrap their slightly thin cloth uniforms tighter. "I say, there is no need for us to stay here all night, right? Late summer is a season of hot days and cold nights." Apparently, a soldier could not stand the howling cold wind on the high platform and complained to his companions, "I heard that the governor's army is still besieging the outermost fortress. It will take them 10 days or half a month to get here." "Yeah, that's true." Another man rubbed his hands, squatted on the ground, and curled up his body, looking very depressed. "I hope the governor can come in quickly, so we don't have to be so nervous all day long. Besides, I heard that the farmers under the governor's rule live a life like in heaven. I don't know if it's true or not. Who knows?" Although the soldiers said this, they all fantasized that they could live on the rumored land. As the group chatted to kill the long night, one of the soldiers glanced at the dark road and seemed to notice something wrong. He suddenly reminded them in a startled voice, "Wait, I think I hear the sound of horse hooves. Listen." The group immediately stopped chatting and closed their eyes to listen. Sure enough, in addition to the whistling of the evening breeze, a series of clear horse hooves could be heard, and there were also faint footsteps of a large group of infantrymen advancing together. Everyone hurriedly grabbed the railing and leaned out to look for the riders in the dark night. However, when they could clearly identify the riders, it was already too late. More than 20 light cavalrymen galloped from the northwest road. Before the soldiers on the watchtower had time to react, the light cavalrymen had already spread out to form a semicircle and surrounded the entire watchtower. The soldiers who were resting under the tower had just woken up from their sleep and saw the steel knife across their necks, so they chose to surrender without any hesitation. The soldiers on the watchtower were also instantly confused. They looked at the cavalrymen who suddenly attacked them in disbelief and murmured to themselves, "Impossible. Where did these people come from? Is it the governor's army? But shouldn't they still be besieging the ancient fortress? Damn it, but it's good. Finally free." Seeing that the high tower they were in was surrounded by the enemy, the soldiers on the tower felt a sense of relief. This absurd and painful farce was finally going to be staged today. One of them picked up the musket in the corner and tried to resist, but his companion held his hands down. "Are you crazy? Bonaparte's army has appeared here, and the war is about to end." After that, he picked up a bayonet and cut off a piece of white cloth like a dagger, hung it on the musket and shook it desperately at the cavalry below, indicating that they were willing to surrender. At the same time, Lawrence, who was riding a white horse and marching with the soldiers in small steps, was receiving an urgent report from a cavalry captain. "Report to the governor, the 6 outer watchtowers have been controlled by us, but the soldiers in the last watchtower seem to have discovered us in advance, and they sent people on horseback to inform the town of the news." Looking at the guilty cavalry captain, Lawrence did not blame him and waved his hand generously, saying, "It doesn't matter, we will reach the center of Feggery in just over an hour, and the other party doesn't have much time to react." Major Serruria took out his gold pocket watch and checked the time in the silvery moonlight and said approvingly, "Mr. Bonaparte, it should be dawn in more than an hour, which is a good time for a head-on battle." In the era of line infantry, fighting at night was never a regular option. Except for strange strategies such as night raids, most commanders would avoid commanding troops to fight at night, because line infantry itself is based on discipline and order, and fighting at night can easily cause the entire army to fall into chaos and become a mess. This is undoubtedly something that the Wehrmacht, which has a higher degree of training, does not want to see. After all, when both sides enter a state of chaos, the Wehrmacht soldiers' better combat qualities cannot be brought into play. According to the current marching speed, Lawrence can just start a decisive battle with the landlord group at dawn. That's right, Lawrence pondered for a moment, and then ordered his left and right, order the entire army to slow down the march, and start advancing towards the town of Figure in battle formation. Let the commanders of each battalion pay attention to engaging the enemy at any time. Yes. Looking at the backs of several messengers running away, Lawrence couldn't help but tightly grip the reins in his hands, looked up at the town of Figure still hidden in the darkness in the distance, and said slowly, "Those corrupt idiots are probably still immersed in a drunken life, but it doesn't matter. It's time for them to roll off the political stage of Corsica. After all, political dramas are best watched as one-man shows." And just as the Wehrmacht army was advancing towards the town of Figure under the cover of night, in the center of the town, Master Justin's stone building, "Come on, where's the wine? Pour more." The whole banquet hall was filled with Master Justin's happy shouts. He was half lying in his chair, his pair of shiny buffalo leather boots were sticking up high, and his originally sallow face turned a light pink under the influence of alcohol. Although he had already drunk a lot of wine with other masters, Master Justin kept shouting and asked the servants to continue to carry the wine barrels from the cellar. After learning that Bonaparte's army began to besiege the ancient fortress, Master Justin's heart, which had been hanging for several days, was finally put down. This meant that he didn't have to worry about the Wehrmacht's sharp blade stabbing Feggery for more than a month. It was for this reason that Master Justin, who had restrained himself for many days, began to enjoy himself in revenge, and held a rare all-night banquet. The masters drank wine and ate voraciously. If anyone felt that his stomach could not hold on any longer, he would go outside with the help of the servants to vomit. After emptying his stomach, he would return to his seat to continue enjoying the delicacies of the mountains and the sea. This was quite like the style of the ancient Romans. Sir Robert was not very interested in this boring banquet. He did not drink much wine. He just leaned back in the armchair and dozed off. However, he would soon be awakened by a drunken, noisy landlord. Just as the masters were enjoying this usual banquet, the old butler rushed in a panic. He rolled and crawled into the banquet hall and tripped several times over the empty bottles and whipped cream scattered on the ground, just like a clown in a circus. The drunk Master Justin looked at his funny appearance and couldn't help laughing. The other masters also laughed along with him. For a while, the whole banquet hall was filled with a happy atmosphere, until the butler walked up to Master Justin with a smile that was uglier than crying. The drunken master was still laughing. "Oh, ha ha ha, brother, what are you doing? A show? I must say the performance was very successful, ha ha ha." The butler was not in the mood to joke at all. Seeing that his master couldn't stop laughing for a while, He had to bite the bullet and hold Master Justin's shoulders, saying bitterly, "Master, our sentry tower has been taken down. It seems that Bonaparte's army is coming." This short sentence was like a silencing spell, making the huge banquet hall fall into silence in an instant. Master Justin's smile froze, and Sir Robert suddenly woke up from his sleep and looked at the butler suspiciously. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, the butler added with tears in his eyes, "A soldier just came back from the outpost on horseback and said that he saw Bonaparte's army. It is estimated that they will reach us at dawn." Master Justin stood up in panic. His face was like a big dye plate, mixed with pale and wine red and natural wax yellow. "Mr. Justin." Sir Robert also stood up immediately. Behind him were several foreign instructors who were guarding him with serious expressions. They shouted sternly, "We don't have much time. You should know that you can't afford the price of failure, right? Read the correct version in 1619 book bar." "Yes, it's Sir Robert." Master Justin leaned back in his chair with a little dizziness and answered Sir Robert subconsciously. His head, which was drunk by alcohol, couldn't think at this moment. How could Bonaparte disintegrate the defense of the ancient fortress in just a few hours and drive almost all of his troops into the suburbs of Feggery? At this moment, he only knew that, as Sir Robert said, he absolutely could not afford the price of failure. Sir Robert and his superiors had funded him with a huge amount of supplies, but they were all waiting for him to slowly repay them after he took over Ajaccio. If he was defeated in Feggery, Sir Robert would probably be the first to ask for his life, not to mention Laurence Bonaparte wanted to kill him. With a buzzing sound in his brain, Master Justin gritted his teeth, his face showed pain, and shouted loudly, "Come on. Go to the barracks immediately, and let all the soldiers get up, and prepare for battle. Tell them that, as long as this battle is won, everyone will be rewarded with 50 gold coins." In the chaos, Master Justin no longer cared whether he could fulfill the rewards he promised. For him, as long as this battle was lost, there would be nothing. The old butler rolled out of the banquet hall again, and his appearance was still very funny, but no master could laugh anymore. Whether they can enter Ajaccio and be promoted to a higher position, or be sent to the gallows by Bonaparte himself, it will soon be known. More than 20 minutes later, more than 8,000 serf conscripts who had been trained and tortured during the day were violently pulled out of their dreams. The barracks were in chaos, and many soldiers were still rubbing their sleepy eyes and had not fully woken up. When they learned that they were about to fight the main force of the National Defense Army, they felt as if they were dreaming. What's going on? Isn't this really an exercise? Didn't they say that the National Defense Army was still besieging the ancient fortress more than 40 miles away? How did they come here? Are we really going to the battlefield or fighting against Governor Bonaparte? They also said that if we win, we will each get 50 gold coins. Will anyone believe this nonsense? There were complaints in the huge military camp. The soldiers reluctantly put on their clothes, received their own muskets and ammunition, and followed the officers and the foreign instructors to the plains outside the city to gather. Master Justin and Sir Robert also hurriedly rode 2 fast horses to the plains. As the 2 top leaders of this army, of course, they had to come to the battlefield in person. When the serf conscripts saw the masters appearing on the battlefield, in disheveled and drunken clothes, even the dullest soldiers knew that they must have just left a luxurious banquet. The smell of food residue on the masters immediately made the soldiers around them frown. You know, during these days of high-intensity training, no soldier dared to say that he had a full meal. Master Justin looked at the army in front of him, their uniforms and muskets, and their fairly neat formations, and he felt a little relieved. The evening breeze also made his drunken head a little sober. He looked at the soldiers, then looked at Sir Robert with a little uneasiness, and said incoherently, "These soldiers should be able to stop Laurence Bonaparte, right? I mean, they are trained by your people. Of course, I don't distrust your people. They are all great and very experienced. Sorry, I got it wrong. What I meant was, do you have confidence?" Sir Robert couldn't help rolling his eyes, took off one of the black leather gloves on his hand, fiddled with his fingers, and said in a deep voice, "If I'm not mistaken, Laurence Bonaparte must have done as we expected before, dividing his troops to guard the ancient fortress, and letting another troop attack the town of Feggery. After all, it's impossible for Bonaparte to capture the ancient fortress overnight. No, not even overnight. Yes, that must be the case. Although he didn't think about it at all, Master Justin couldn't help but nodded in agreement. In that case, Sir Robert analyzed, stroking his chin, the number of troops Bonaparte uses for attack is definitely not large, probably only 3,000 or even less. In this way, we still have a great advantage in defeating the enemy with the 8,000 troops in front of us. Although the drunken Master Justin did not understand Sir Robert's analysis at all, he could not help but get excited after hearing the conclusion that the advantage was in my hands. With the help of alcohol, he began to imagine the scene of capturing Governor Bonaparte alive. Haha, you little Bonaparte. Master Justin narrowed his eyes, raised his palm, and waved it in the air twice. This was the scene of him slapping the captured Bonaparte in his imagination. Sir Robert on the side rolled his eyes again. He also looked at the army in front of him nervously, and his palms began to sweat. Of course, what the two people present did not know was that what they were about to face was not a small force after the division, but a full 6,000 main force composed of the Corsican defense force and the French garrison. Chapter 238 Dawn Offensive, Part 2. About an hour later, the rising sun slowly rose from the top of the majestic Chinto mountain, reflecting the plain outside Feggery into a dazzling golden color. Master Justin had been sobered up by the cold wind. He rode a horse actively between the squares of infantry, offering condolences and encouragement to these serf soldiers, as if he was cramming for the exam. Of course, his artificial smile and hypocritical kindness, that could be seen through at a glance, did not cause any enthusiastic response among the soldiers. Only when he generously donated some gold coins to a very small number of soldiers with a painful heart, did a lukewarm cheer come from the camp. Huff. Master Justin, who had not ridden for a long time, returned to Sir Robert with a hot breath. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with an embarrassed smile, and said to Sir Robert beside him, "The soldiers performed well, although I think they can perform better, but it doesn't matter. We have more than 8,000 trained soldiers here, which is more than enough to deal with the National Defense Force after the division, right?" Sir Robert rode on a strong black horse with shiny fur. There were only a few ponies with such superior fur and body in the whole Corsica pasture, which was enough to show Master Justin's respect and attention to this lord. Behind him were several solemn red pistol cavalrymen, who came from overseas with Sir Robert, and had been protecting the personal safety of this gentleman since they arrived in Corsica. Sir Robert seemed a little careless about Master Justin's talk. He bit his lips tightly and closed his eyes to think. It was not until half a minute later that he reacted and turned his head to look at Master Justin. "Well, oh, yes, but we can't take it lightly, friend." Master Justin glanced at the other's expression of mystery with concern and asked hesitantly, "You seem to be worried. What are you thinking about?" The gentleman did not answer directly, but looked at Master Justin meaningfully. This look made Master Justin shudder. He remembered that the hunters under his command treated the prey with such ruthless eyes. Sir Robert did not answer his question, but turned back and whispered something to the several cavalrymen behind him. Master Justin did not understand the other party's foreign language, so he had to frown and stand still. After giving instructions, Sir Robert looked at Master Justin again. "Nothing, my friend. My master can't wait to land on Corsica, and I have to make a lot of preparations for this." "Oh, is that so? Don't worry, we will be able to defeat Bonaparte's army soon, and your superior can come to Corsica as the most distinguished guest at any time." Master Justin nodded twice pretending to understand, and did not take Sir Robert's strangeness to heart. After all, the most important thing at the moment was to defeat the National Defense Army led by Lawrence. While the two were talking, a foreign instructor galloped in a puff of dust, with a pair of slightly scratched binoculars hanging on his chest. Obviously he had just scouted something on the front line. Sir Robert watched the rider approaching quickly, and at the same time, took out his pocket watch to check the time, and he had a general idea of the content of the other party's report. Sure enough, the rider rode up to the two men with a serious face, and without dismounting, he shouted, "Sir, we have found the enemy's vanguard 3 miles away, but the number of enemies seems to far exceed our estimate of 3,000. Sir Robert was slightly startled and stiffly stuffed his pocket watch into the inner layer of his coat. He took a deep breath and concisely conveyed the news to Master Justin, but intentionally concealed the estimate of the number of the enemy. "Bonaparte's army is here." Master Justin immediately rubbed his hands and pulled the reins after hearing this. There was even some excitement in his words. He shouted to the servants serving on the left and right and ordered, "Okay, this day has finally come. Come on. Let the army start to advance, just as trained. Tell the governors and instructors that, if any soldiers disobey orders, don't be stingy with the whip in your hand. I want this plain to become an ancient battlefield named after me in the future." Another half an hour later, the sky was completely bright, and the two sides of the war finally had their first contact in a depression. These serf conscripts who had just been awakened from their sleep and distributed weapons and ammunition numbly moved forward under the orders of their superiors. Many of them had not yet fully accepted this reality. They were about to face the Corsican regular army on the battlefield. Especially for those squares arranged at the forefront of the entire army, the soldiers in the squares could already see the Wehrmacht soldiers less than 300 yards in front of them, and even saw the muskets on their shoulders that were dazzling in the sun. The gentle morning breeze blew on the faces of these serf soldiers, but at this time, even this comfortable feeling like spring breeze seemed to the soldiers more like the god of death slowly stroking his cheek with his withered palm. In these 10 days of training, they have witnessed the great power of the muskets in the hands of the enemy. The seemingly tenacious lives present were as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the volley of muskets. Soon, as long as the other party pulled the trigger, accompanied by the smoke and roar of gunfire, their blood might be completely meaninglessly spilled on this land that did not belong to them. For many serf soldiers, the only reason they were still standing here with guns was that they were afraid of being beaten and tortured by the governors and instructors. Let's end this quickly. This idea has become a true portrayal of the soldiers' hearts. Arranged at the forefront of the army were 3 companies in a vertical formation. It stands to reason that these company soldiers who were selected as the vanguards were the ones who performed the best in training. But when they really stood on the battlefield and faced the Wehrmacht soldiers who had really fought against the Genoese and Sardinians in the sea of blood and corpses, they still subconsciously felt that their brains were blank. Due to the defensive advantage, the vanguard columns of the 3 companies, under the command of foreign instructors, were the first to reach the favorable terrain before the Wehrmacht vanguard, and lined up in a long line here to load ammunition, waiting for the enemy to approach and launch an attack. Listen to the order, load. Under the sharp command of the instructors, the serf soldiers skillfully removed the muskets on their shoulders, removed the charging rods, and began to stuff lead bullets and gunpowder into the barrels. After more than half a minute, the soldiers of the 3 companies had basically completed the loading, and nervously raised their smoothbore muskets to aim at the Wehrmacht soldiers who were approaching their formation not far away. The foreign instructors riding on horseback also had cold sweat on their foreheads. They raised their sabers high, silently calculated the distance between the enemy and their own formation, and waited for the Wehrmacht soldiers to enter the range. The serfs' hands were shaking a little while holding the muskets, partly because the guns were a little heavy, but more importantly, it was because of the fear they felt when they saw the Wehrmacht soldiers who were also holding muskets and approaching them step by step. Suddenly, someone started it, but a serf soldier pulled the trigger in panic, firing the first shot of the battle. However, for a weapon like a smoothbore musket with a large dispersion distribution, if the trigger is pulled outside the effective range, it will not even hit an elephant. The lead bullet that flew out of the gun barrel with the help of gunpowder ignited and hit the soil directly, hitting no one. However, this shot seemed to trigger a chain reaction and completely arouse the fear of the serf soldiers. They could not wait for any superiors to give orders, and they closed their eyes, gritted their teeth, and pulled the trigger, firing the bullets in the gun barrel, as if to vent their anger in vain. Damn you idiots. Who told you to shoot? The instructors' sabers were hanging high before they fell, and they heard the rising and falling gunfire, which became more and more dense. They shouted angrily, "Stop, hold your fires." However, these orders were soon drowned out by the gunfire. Only a few soldiers could maintain their firepower under the tension, waiting for the order to fire from their superiors. After this round of sporadic shooting, the soldiers of the 3 companies only caused 5 or 6 soldiers to fall in the formation of the opposing National Defense Army. The serf soldiers who had finished firing stood there and looked around blankly. They had no idea what to do next. Many of them looked at the approaching enemy and began to cry and shout involuntarily and left their positions and ran back. "What are you doing? Reload. Stupid, reload." The instructors shouted orders while riding towards the fleeing soldiers, waving their steel sabers and ordering them to return to the formation. Check out the correct version in the 16:9 book forum. Before these commanders could gather and stabilize their troops, something happened that frightened these frontline soldiers even more. Those were match soldiers who marched shoulder to shoulder towards their side unwaveringly had already brought their side within range. These well-trained Wehrmacht soldiers stepped on the drums and walked towards the array of serf soldiers in an orderly manner with loaded muskets. Fire! At the orders of several company commanders, neat flames spurted out from the barrels, and hundreds of lead bullets were fired at the serf soldiers. In a burst of whistling sounds that cut through the air, dozens of corpses fell in the enemy's array in an instant. These honest serfs who only knew how to farm on weekdays had never seen such a scene of corpses everywhere. After just one round of shooting, a large number of serf soldiers could not bear it and screamed, and some even threw their muskets directly to the ground. The warlords and instructors rushed up in a panic and tried their best to keep the formation from disbanding, but the low morale and chaotic military spirit could not be saved. For those soldiers who had not yet engaged in the battle in the rear, they could not help but feel cold on their backs and weak legs when they heard the heart-wrenching shouts from the front line. This scene on the battlefield naturally did not escape the eyes of Lawrence, who was observing from the high ground not far away. This is the result of rushing into battle. The effect of our surprise attack is still very good. Lawrence gently put down the telescope, wiped the lens twice with the corner of his clothes, and ordered Major Cui Fally beside him, "Let 4 more reserve battalions join the battle, actively increase the width of the front line, and expand our contact area with the enemy." Major Cui Fally also understood this order. When the enemy's morale was unstable, the more people involved in the battle, the greater the blow to the overall morale of the enemy, and the National Defense Army would be able to gain a greater advantage. That's right. Just as Major Trifoli left the command post to call the messenger, Lawrence suddenly remembered something and gave an additional instruction. Let the French army led by Major Serurier continue to be in reserve and not join the battlefield. Lord Bonaparte, this is... Major Trifoli was stunned for a moment, somewhat confused about the order. Lawrence continued to raise the telescope to observe the situation on the battlefield and explained, "After all, this is a civil war. It is somewhat disgraceful to use foreign troops to suppress the people of the country politically. It is better not to do such things that are not conducive to the unity of France and science." At Lawrence's instruction, more than 2,000 National Defense Army soldiers immediately approached the landlord group army from the flank in the organization of 4 battalions. Those foreign instructors were still very good at judging and commanding the battlefield situation, and immediately dispatched corresponding troops to prevent the 4 battalions of the National Defense Army from forming an encirclement. This correct decision was exactly what Lawrence wanted. As the width of the battle between the two armies increased, more and more serf soldiers were thrown into the battle, and soon they almost collapsed on the battlefield full of smoke and bullets. Master Justin, who was watching the battle on the hill, looked at the situation in the depression with a pale face. He was not a natural strategist, but he could see that his army was unable to resist the attack of the opponent, and even had a trend of retreating. Such an ending was something he could never imagine. The advantage in numbers, almost unlimited supply of materials, and experienced instructors. Why would such an army be broken at the touch of a button in front of that damn Bonaparte kid? A series of blows made Master Justin's face a little hideous. He clenched his fists tightly, but didn't know who to punch in the face. Sir Robert's brows were twisted into a ball. He stared at the smoke on the battlefield. After glancing at Master Justin's expression, he said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, my friend, we can't conclude that we have lost. Judging from the number of enemy troops, they don't seem to have any troops left in the ancient fortress. As long as we resist their offensive here and wait for the garrison of the ancient fortress to rush to attack from the front and back, we will still have a sure win." Master Justin, who was in a state of collapse, suddenly brightened up, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw, and muttered to himself crazily, "Yes, that's right. They must have ignored the more than 2,000 garrisons in the fortress, and those garrisons must have been following behind them. That must be the case. As long as those garrisons launch an attack, everything will be fine." Chapter 239. Total Collapse. Sir Robert glanced at Justin again, but did not reply. Instead, he turned his head to look at the fiercely fighting battlefield. "Huh? What's going on?" Sir Robert suddenly murmured in surprise, and squinted his eyes to look at a corner of the battlefield. In his field of vision, a group of vague dark brown figures were rapidly approaching the center of the battlefield at a speed far beyond running. There was no doubt that only the cavalry of the Corsican defense army had such a charging speed. They sent out cavalry? At this time, Master Justin hurriedly looked in the direction pointed by Sir Robert. Sure enough, a cavalry company of light cavalry galloped out from the rear formation of the defense army and began to charge towards the battlefield. It's really strange. Although our army has fallen into a disadvantage, the formation has not collapsed. Using light cavalry to charge at this time is still tantamount to suicide. Even students in military schools would not make such a mistake, right? Sir Robert looked at the cavalry company that appeared on the battlefield with great confusion and touched his chin, a little undecided. In the era of line infantry, the role of cavalry had been greatly compressed. For those experienced commanders, when they see a cavalry charging towards their formation with scimitars raised, they will calmly order their subordinates to adopt a hollow square formation for defense. This simple and effective formation has been proven to be of great effectiveness in the 7 Years' War. For example, in the Battle of Waterloo, even the most elite cuirassiers of the French army suffered a disastrous defeat when they charged head-on at the British infantry formation. In military academies of various countries, teachers will definitely tell those future generals that under normal circumstances, they should not rashly use cavalry to charge a complete infantry square formation. Even for Sir Robert, an outsider, it is definitely not a good time to send out light cavalry. Ha ha ha, don't think too much. This is definitely a mistake made by Bonaparte. Master Justin on the side could no longer care about so much. He laughed almost paranoidly and patted Sir Robert's shoulder hard. He is just a young boy. How could he command the troops? Really? Sir Robert stared at the cavalry company that suddenly rushed out, but he always had a bad premonition in his heart. At the same time, on the battlefield filled with smoke, the cavalry company that received Lawrence's order had been divided into two parts, respectively, from the left and right wings of the battlefield, to outflank the serf soldiers who were fighting fiercely. Damn it, listen to the order. Form a hollow square and retreat. The outermost instructors watched the cavalry charging and anxiously issued orders to their subordinates, preparing to shrink and defend with a textbook hollow square. The light cavalry were getting closer and closer. The soldiers who were exposed at the outermost part were all nervous. They almost wanted to drop their weapons and flee as they heard the sound of horses' hooves. However, when these cavalry came to the front line of the firefight, they did not wave their sabers to attack their formation as the foreign instructors expected. On the contrary, they did not even draw their scimitars. What are you doing? Even these experienced commanders were subconsciously stunned for a moment, watching these cavalry continue to gallop along the two wings without any intention of attacking the infantry formation inward. Less than a minute later, these cavalry had crossed the line of fire and arrived at the camp of the landlord army. These brave riders leaned against their horses to reduce the risk of being hit by stray bullets and shouted in unison, "In the name of Governor Bonaparte, all soldiers who lay down their weapons will be pardoned and granted the status of freemen. Put down your weapons, and you will be pardoned as freemen. The unarmed will not be harmed." More than 100 cavalrymen shouted along the two wings of the landlord's army. Their unanimous calls even overwhelmed the roar of the muskets on the battlefield and were clearly heard by most serf soldiers. Among the serf soldiers, these shouts immediately stirred up thousands of waves in their hearts, even more than the fear brought to them by the endless gunfire. Although the landlord strictly prohibited any discussion of topics related to freemen, the changes that had taken place in the town of Propriano had long been heard by these soldiers in various ways. Even in the rumors that kept fermenting, Propriano had been described as a paradise on earth with white bread and butter beer everywhere, and everyone was friendly like saints. How great it would be if we could become free people like that. In every tired and difficult night, these serf soldiers would express such feelings before falling asleep, hoping to drift to that paradise-like land in their dreams at night. Really? As long as we put down our guns, we won't be hurt. After the war, will we become free people too? No matter what, I'm going all out. For a time, rumors spread throughout the entire landlord army. Even those soldiers who were exchanging fire with the Wehrmacht on the front line couldn't help but lose their composure at this time. The reloading action in their hands had slowed down, and they were considering whether to lay down their weapons, as the cavalry said. At the front, a foreign instructor was riding on horseback. He looked at the longing and hesitation on the faces of his subordinates and could not help but yelled in exasperation, "You bunch of pigs. Keep loading and shooting. Who dares to put down the musket?" As he said that, the instructor drew out the saber on his left waist and pointed the tip of the knife at everyone in a circle as a threat. At this moment, a serf soldier behind him flashed a trace of cruelty on his face. Then, before anyone could react, the soldier shouted, raised the musket with a bayonet in his hand, and stabbed the instructor on horseback fiercely. Ugh! The instructor on horseback's pupils shrank, and the severe pain from his back made him unable to think of anything for a while. He turned his head with difficulty to look behind him, his eyebrows full of disbelief. He could not imagine that these serfs who were usually timid and cowardly dared to poke the tip of the bayonet at him. Then, the serf soldier swung his bayonet to the right with all his strength, and the instructor's body fell off the horse like a puppet. Because he was still wearing stirrups, the instructor fell head first, and fell heavily to the ground, and immediately there was no movement. The soldiers of the entire company stared in amazement at their commander lying motionless on the ground, already a corpse. A complex and indescribable emotion spread throughout the company. Without the commander, the warlord also disappeared in the battle. Now there was no one who could restrain their free will. Starting from a soldier in the first row, he looked at the Wehrmacht soldiers just a few dozen yards in front of him, swallowed nervously, and then threw the musket in his hand in front of him, and the whole person knelt on the ground as if relieved. Gradually, more than 100 soldiers in the entire company followed his example, threw their weapons in front of them, knelt on the ground, and silently prayed for their own fate. Seeing this, the soldiers of the National Defense Army on the opposite side immediately put away their muskets under the order of their superiors. Many of them were born as serfs and had experienced the same life and oppression as the serf soldiers on the opposite side. After seeing the other side surrender, they naturally did not want to add to the killing of these compatriots. Do you want to rebel? Damn mudlegs. What are you going to do? Stop it. What happened in this company began to spread within the entire landlord group army. At the call of the light cavalry, these bullied soldiers resolutely pointed their guns at the instructors and governors on horseback. The majesty established by these superiors was simply vulnerable to the desire for freedom. Although they scolded their subordinates and tried to use pistols and sabers to get the soldiers back to their respective posts, these meaningless actions were just a drop in the bucket. The corps commanders of the landlord group army did not fall under the muzzles of the National Defense Army, but were almost killed and wounded by their own knives and muskets. The rebellious sentiment spread like a plague, radiating throughout the army. The serf soldiers had only one idea in their minds: to end this war and start a new life as free people. Large numbers of serf soldiers threw their brand new muskets aside like garbage and knelt on the grass with their hands raised in order to receive these prisoners. The National Defense Army even had to separate a small number of soldiers to transfer these surrendered soldiers to the rear. Wherever the National Defense Army's vanguard troops went, they encountered almost no decent resistance. Only the landlord's trusted servants still retained the last bit of luck and still held up their muskets for defense. Of course, these resistances were completely useless in front of the National Defense Army with its momentum. Defeat, a rout that no one had expected. Read the correct version in the 16:9 book forum. Master Justin looked down at his army with a dead look, looking down at them being easily washed away like a wooden embankment in front of a flood. Why? Why did they surrender? The master screamed, his face ferociously yelling at Sir Robert beside him. I have raised these beasts for decades, and they actually kneeled down to that Bonaparte kid. They also have better equipment, brand new imported British goods. And those instructors, aren't they all professional soldiers who have fought in the 7 Years' War? Why? Why is it like this? Unfortunately, no one could answer his screams. The southern landlords who followed Master Justin were even more grief-stricken and angry. They put almost all their wealth and even their lives on Master Justin's side, trying to make their wealth and power go further through this civil war. However, what they saw at this moment was that the army that was placed with high hopes was defeated by the enemy's attack. Many landlords rushed to Master Justin angrily, loudly questioning why it had come to this. Damn it, Sir Robert clenched his fist and punched on the horse's back. In this situation, this elegant gentleman could hardly maintain a calm expression. He didn't understand why those cowardly mud-legged people dared to turn against their superiors at this time. However, as a qualified agent, Sir Robert quickly regained his composure, glanced at the landlords in front of him with a cold look, and said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, failure is a fact, and we can't be bound by it." Master Justin and a group of landlords woke up at this time. Yes, they must not stay here stupidly and wait to be caught by Bonaparte and sent to the gallows. Where else can we run to escape? A small landlord looked around blankly. His tone was full of decadence. Is there any place in Corsica that can escape the search of Governor Bonaparte? Exclamation mark. Sir Robert suddenly shook his head, pointed to the seaside and said slowly, "I have arranged a ship in a natural harbor in the south. While the army can still resist for a while, we can rush there. It will be too late if we are late." A touch of joy flashed across the faces of the landlords, followed by an unspeakable bitterness. It is true that following Sir Robert to flee overseas by ship can escape the pursuit of Governor Bonaparte, but it also means that their generations of foundation will be handed over to this island of Corsica. Many landlords present did not even bring a gold coin with them. The only thing they could get was to save their lives. Master Justin seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant and stood there like a corpse without a soul. His land, his servants, his wealth, everything could only stay in Corsica, but he could not take anything away. "Gentlemen, there is no time to hesitate. If you want to live, follow me." Sir Robert took a last glance at the army that was retreating on the battlefield and issued an ultimatum to the landlords. Soon, except for 4 or 5 landlords who were reluctant to give up their foundation and chose to stay in Corsica to seek a glimmer of hope, all the others rode on horseback to catch up with Sir Robert and began to gallop all the way to the south. The landlords followed Sir Robert on horseback for more than 3 hours. Fortunately, the battle on the front battlefield had not yet ended, and the group did not find any pursuers from the National Defense Army. Sir Robert led the landlords to search on the beach for a while, and soon found a quiet mountain stream beach. As Sir Robert said, "This is indeed a hidden natural harbor. There is a temporary simple dock in the harbor, and a 2-masted square-rigged ship is safely moored inside. This small sailing ship is favored by merchants and Mediterranean pirates because of its good maneuverability and speed." At this moment, more than 20 sailors were on duty at the dock, with daggers and pistols on their waists and solemn expressions. They finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Sir Robert and his party galloping over. The leading sailor officer stepped forward and saluted Sir Robert. "Sir, are we leaving now?" Sir Robert nodded solemnly. "The situation is urgent. We can't wait and see. By the way, where is my lord now?" "His Excellency the Baron is in Marseille, ready to cross the sea to Corsica at any time." The sailor officer put down his right hand in salute and answered seriously. A trace of guilt flashed across Sir Robert's face, and he lowered his head and sighed. "I'm so ashamed that the war failed. I'm simply ashamed to face the Baron." But, halfway through his words, Sir Robert suddenly turned his head to look at the bewildered landlords, and ordered in a cold voice, "Fortunately, these people's lives are still of some value. Come on. Tie them all up, and throw them into the lower cabin." Although the landlords could not understand Sir Robert's foreign language, they panicked when they saw those ferocious sailors approaching them with ropes in their hands. "Mr. Robert, what are you doing? Aren't we going to cross the sea and escape?" Master Justin struggled to rush to Sir Robert and questioned with wide eyes. This gentleman obviously didn't want to talk nonsense with Master Justin anymore. While the other party didn't react, Sir Robert hit Master Justin's temple with an elbow, causing him to faint and fall on the dock planks. "Gentlemen, it's time to pay for what you have received." Sir Robert looked at the gentleman expressionlessly. "Governor Bonaparte will definitely like this gift." Chapter 240. The liberation of all of Corsica was achieved today. On the outskirts of Feggery, the sound of gunfire has become increasingly sparse, and the white-blue smoke that permeated the sky above the town has finally begun to dissipate. The main force of the landlord group army, the serf conscripts, have given up all resistance under the propaganda offensive of the National Defense Army. After being disarmed, they are temporarily detained by the National Defense Army soldiers, waiting to start their new life as free people after the end of the war. Of course, the National Defense Army still encountered sporadic resistance as it marched towards the center of the town. The landlord's confidants, servants, and clan members, these groups that have tied their core interests to the landlord groups, still retain the last bit of fighting spirit. They fight and retreat, trying to move the battlefield to the town of Feggery and fight street battles with the advantage of terrain. However, these resistances were completely useless. These soldiers who lacked combat experience, lost their command system, and were in internal discord could not withstand the encirclement and attack of the Wehrmacht soldiers. After several rounds of attacks, and persuading them to surrender, the last resistors finally chose to lay down their weapons, and planted the white flag on the most prominent stone building in the center of Feggery. A large number of Wehrmacht soldiers poured into the streets of Feggery, guarding the various street intersections, and immediately began to maintain order. At the same time, they began to search for the whereabouts of the top landlords, the southern landlords. At around noon, the Wehrmacht soldiers had completely taken over the town of Feggery and destroyed all resistance forces inside and outside the town. Lord Bonaparte, the prisoners have been received, and the enemy troops in the town have also raised the white flag to us. But, outside the town of Feggery, after listening to the report from his subordinates, Major Cui Farley found Lawrence with an embarrassed look on his face. The culprits who started this civil war, those southern landlords, are still missing. We have captured several local landlords, and they confessed that more than 20 people, including Justin, have escaped on horseback. I'm afraid they have now left Corsica by boat. Really? Lawrence frowned slightly. If these landlords could be captured alive and publicly tried and executed in front of the serfs, it would be of great benefit to rallying people's hearts and enhancing the prestige of the government. By the way, it would also shock the local city halls and tell them with blood what the consequences of confronting the central government would be. However, since this opportunity had been missed, Lawrence did not care too much. After all, it was difficult to notice this small group of people sneaking away from the edge of the battlefield in the fierce battle just now. Moreover, there was another important reason why Lawrence was not worried about these fleeing landlords. That was that with the implementation of the Land Act and the Agricultural Tax Reform Act, the serfs who had become free people would never miss the life oppressed by the landlords in the past. Therefore, even if the landlords who had lost their prestige and foundation among the rural masses could still return to Corsica alive, they would not be able to stir up any waves. Immediately notify the governor's office and order all city halls to issue a bounty for the southern landlords headed by Justin, and their clansmen will also be temporarily detained and guarded. After simply issuing the wanted order, Lawrence was not going to spend too much time on these landlords. Even if these people were still alive, they had been sentenced to death politically and would no longer pose a threat. After listening to Major Trafalgar's report, Lawrence was about to enter the town center under the escort of the guards, but he saw Major Serruria suddenly riding his horse and rushing towards here, as if he had something important to report. "Sir Bonaparte," Major Serruria called out to Lawrence in an urgent tone from a few dozen yards away. He held the reins tightly in his left hand and a brand new musket in his right hand. "Sir, take a look at this." After swiftly getting off his horse, Major Serruria handed the musket in his hand to Lawrence with a serious look. From his solemn expression, it was obvious that he had discovered something bad. Lawrence took the handle of the gun, looked it up and down for a few times, and handed it to Major Trafalgar beside him, shrugging and commenting, "It's a very new musket, and it feels good to the touch." Although Lawrence had industrial science knowledge far beyond this era, he didn't see any problem with the musket in front of him. Major Cui Farley, who was a gunsmith, looked much more professional. He carefully examined the gun in his hand and admired it with some reluctance to let it go. The cast iron barrel has almost no wear and tear and cracks, just like a new one. The handle is made of oak, the edges are polished and waxed. The bayonet is a new type of pin type, and adding a bayonet will not affect shooting. It is really a good gun. Most of the soldiers in the National Defense Forces have weapons that are not as good as this thing. Major Serurier, where did you get it from? Faced with Major Cui Fala's praise, Major Serurier's face became even more embarrassed. He sighed softly and pointed to the group of serf captives in the back. These are all standard weapons of the enemy, and I recognize this gun. It is produced by the Nottingham Royal Arsenal and was widely equipped by the British Army during the 7 Years' War. To this day, British soldiers are basically carrying this type of musket. As a soldier who had fought the British more than once during the 7 Years' War, Major Serurier was very familiar with this enemy weapon. He even had at least 3 captured muskets of this type in his personal collection. British Army? How did those damned landlords get these things? And in such quantities? Upon hearing this, Major Trefali also immediately realized that something was wrong and looked at Lawrence in shock. Although Major Trefali didn't know much about matters other than military affairs, he also understood that the landlord group might be able to buy dozens of standard British Army muskets through smuggling, but what was in front of him was weapons and equipment that could arm more than 10,000 soldiers, which was definitely not something that those rural landlords could buy through their channels. Lawrence looked at the musket in Major Trefala's hand, nodded slightly, and then asked Major Serurier, "Any more news?" "Yes, sir." Major Serurier's tone became heavier. "Among the captured soldiers, we found several British people who claimed to be mercenaries and were hired by the landlords to train their army. Is that so?" Lawrence put his hand on the handle of his saber, responded to a sentence, and then closed his eyes silently and pondered. As early as when he got the news that the landlord group had the ability to arm more than 10,000 soldiers, Lawrence was very suspicious whether there was a behind-the-scenes promoter of this civil war in Corsica. But at that time, Lawrence was not sure which party was funding the landlord group. After all, there were many people who wanted Corsica to fall into chaos: the British, the Genoese, the Kingdom of Sardinia, and even the Duke of Richelieu's faction in France. These forces have the ability and motivation to become the spoilers of this civil war. Now, the facts in front of him have almost revealed the true identity of the man behind the scenes, which made Lawrence start to prepare further plans. "Sir, I propose to interrogate those British people. I'm quite skeptical about their so-called mercenary status." Seeing Lawrence fall into deep thought, Major Serurier tentatively proposed, "No need." Lawrence opened his eyes and waved his hand. "The facts are in front of us. The British provided a considerable amount of weapons and supplies to the landlords. As for the captured people, it doesn't matter whether they are mercenaries or regular soldiers of the British Army. I understand." Major Serurier nodded slightly. He also knew that the confessions of those British junior officers alone would have almost no influence in politics, and Lawrence could not use this as evidence to accuse the British of trying to subvert the government of another country. Lawrence stayed where he was for a moment and finally shook his head vigorously, throwing away all the random thoughts in his head. Although the identity of the landlord group's sponsor has been known, Lawrence still feels that things are not that simple. Although it seems that the assistance to the landlord group is done by the British, Lawrence dare not easily make a conclusion whether the participants and planners of this incident are only the British. After all, Lawrence knew in Paris that the British ambassador to France was very close to the Duke of Richelieu. Is this a joint plan by Baron Berchelier and the Duke of Richelieu, or is the Duke of Richelieu not involved? Is there any possible connection between this and the recent famine in Naples and the situation in the Mediterranean? If all the forces with motives for Corsica are taken into account, Lawrence feels confused for a while, so he has to put these ideas aside and concentrate on the important matters at hand. "Come here, tell Cajero and his Ministry of Finance that they can take action. Also, let Captain Matcha lead the cuirassiers to prepare to follow me into the city. In the town of Fegari, all the townspeople living here understand that this important agricultural town in southern Corsica has come to the crossroads of fate. The doors on both sides of the streets of the entire town are closed, and the atmosphere of killing, permeates every corner of the town. There are almost no other pedestrians on the road, except the war-matched soldiers in blue and white uniforms on duty. Most of the townspeople stayed at home, and only dared to peek at the war-matched soldiers standing guard outside through the cracks in the windows, fearing that they would make any conspicuous movements. After all, this is the old nest of the southern landlords and the core base of the rebels in this civil war. No one can say whether Governor Bonaparte will vent his anger on this southern town. They had heard many similar stories from the bards in the tavern. The townspeople knew that the anger of military dictator could burn the entire town of Versailles to ashes. Some cautious townspeople had already started hiding bread, dried meat, gold, silver and other supplies in the basement, because according to rumors that had been circulating for many years, soldiers from the Northern Defense Army would often break into farmhouses with knives and guns and violently collect military rations and money. In the 16-9 book forum, there is no wrong version. Many elderly townspeople looked at the northern sky with anxiety because their children and brothers had become prisoners of Governor Bonaparte and their lives were still uncertain. Fear was growing in this land, and the townspeople could only wait for the situation to change with anxiety. However, time passed by minute, and it was already evening, and the scenes of soldiers invading, and even massacring and looting, that the townspeople imagined, had not yet happened. Compared with the townspeople's memories, the war-matched soldiers standing on the streets were completely different people. They stood guard at the intersections, like cast iron statues. Only when some bold townspeople tried to take advantage of the chaos, to break into the landlords' houses and shops to rob, would these guards show their majesty. Otherwise, their performance could be described as harmless. While the townspeople were still amazed at the changes in the soldiers, a more sudden news came. The war-matched would hold a public meeting in the evening on the town hall square, presided over by Governor Bonaparte himself. Although most townspeople were still somewhat worried about the tense situation, there were also many shrewd and courageous people who knew the importance of being well informed and chose to take risks and surrounded the town hall square early. Under the leadership of these people and the exemplary performance of the war-matched soldiers, more and more townspeople began to leave their homes and gathered in the town hall square nervously and expectantly. Around 7 p.m., this small Roman granite square had already gathered more than 900 people, which was nearly half of the permanent population in the town. On weekdays, no municipal official could gather such a large number of people. The dense crowd gathered shoulder to shoulder, looking at the temporary platform in the center of the square. As Lawrence walked up to the platform calmly, the originally chattering crowd soon quieted down. Although the residents here had basically never seen their governor before, they also knew that the man on the platform was the same as the governor in the rumors, an incredibly young and handsome young man. Lawrence looked down at the people in the square. Having experienced countless political performances, he was no longer a little nervous about such scenes as before. He cleared his throat, his expression firm and calm. "My compatriots, I extend my evening greetings to you." Lawrence spoke slowly, so that the war-matched soldiers in the square had enough time to repeat his words loudly, so that everyone present could hear the content of the speech. This simple greeting immediately made many townspeople feel a little relieved from their extremely nervous mood. After all, no superior had ever talked to them as a compatriot before, let alone the high and mighty governor. I believe you all know that a terrible, hateful, and shameful civil war has swept Corsica and your homeland. Taking a half step forward with his right leg, Lawrence put his hands tightly on his chest, looking heartbroken. For the people in southern Corsica, you have not been exposed to the shadow of war for more than 20 years. This precious and hard-won peace should have lasted forever, but some shameful scums have shattered this peace for their own selfish desires. I really don't want to mention the dirty names of these scums, but I have to say that they are the southern landlords headed by Justin Bartley. Lawrence paused and lowered his voice. You may have bowed to them, knelt on your knees and respectfully called them masters. But I want to tell you, my compatriots, you no longer have to offer such flattering words to these shameless vampires. The townspeople stared at Lawrence in a daze, and soon they were mesmerized. Usually, the landlords were their gods, and even the municipal governor of Versailles had to be friendly to them, and dared not disobey them in the slightest. But now, listening to Governor Bonaparte completely trample on the image of the powerful landlords in their hearts, these townspeople instantly felt an indescribable and unprecedented sense of pleasure. No, compatriots, to be precise, there will no longer be any masters on the land of Corsica from south to north, and you will no longer be called serfs by anyone. You are free, and have the right to choose where to put your labor. You also have the right to keep the fruits of your labor. This is the inherent right given to you by the Corsican Constitution and the Land Act. Lawrence faced the gaze of the townspeople, waved his hand, drew his sword, pointed it at the starry sky and shouted, "If anyone refuses you to exercise this sacred and inviolable right, he is declaring war on the entire Corsican government and throwing a white glove in my face, Lawrence Bonaparte. And the consequences of doing so, Justin Bartley has already explained it himself with his experience. As long as it is to defend the rights of my people, I'm willing to draw my sword with my warriors and prove our determination with blood, just as we stand here today." Dozens of war-matched soldiers repeated Lawrence's words loudly with their blood boiling. The shouts in unison were like the war cries of Vikings, echoing in the ears of every town resident in the granite square. The townspeople were also infected by the atmosphere. They raised their hands, which had nowhere to put, and bathed in the spiritual carnival. It was only then that they realized that the worries in the daytime were completely unnecessary. Governor Bonaparte and the war-matched brought not anger and destruction, but freedom and liberation like Propriano. It's time, friends, compatriots, witness with me. This is an honor for all of us. Lawrence slowly put his sword into the scabbard and looked down at his people. I, Lawrence Bonaparte, hereby declare that the shameful landlords have lost all their land, the right to freedom has been returned to all free people, and the liberation of all Corsica has been achieved today. Chapter 241 The British Ambassador's Arrival. 1770, 3 days after Lawrence led his army to capture the town of Fegari, in the eastern part of Ajaccio, only 20 minutes away from the governor's palace, in a single-family villa with a garden, Mademoiselle carried a delicate copper kettle and strolled in the fragrant small garden. From her light and cheerful steps, it was hard to tell that she was an old woman in her 50s. She carefully carried the kettle to water the daffodils and lilies carefully cultivated in the garden, picked a blooming autumn daffodil, and put it on the tip of her nose to smell it, then inserted the flower on the kettle, humming a ditty from the English countryside and happily returned to the villa. "My dear, the autumn daffodils in the garden are growing really well, and the lilies are also good, but it's a pity that autumn is coming." Mademoiselle put the copper kettle on the table, turned around and happily walked to the study to find her husband, Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Mr. Rousseau, in the mouths of many Ajaccio citizens, he has been called Mr. Rousseau because this impoverished scholar was appointed by Governor Bonaparte as the temporary president of the Corsican Parliament after arriving in Corsica, and was promised the position of future president of the Constituent Assembly. Previously imprisoned in the Paris Palace of Justice, Rousseau, as a prisoner, has not yet fully recovered from this gap. He thought he would spend the rest of his life miserably in the damp and cramped cell of the Palace of Justice. After all, he knew that the Paris High Court hated his treasonous works, and those corrupt and conservative judges would never miss the opportunity to imprison him for life. But now, he lives in a spacious and bright two-story villa with a garden attic overlooking the coastline. There is a smart housekeeper who takes good care of the couple's daily life, and he can also receive a salary and allowance of 200 livres per month. The citizens of Ajaccio were also very enthusiastic about this Frenchman who enjoyed a great reputation in the academic world. Visitors came to visit him from time to time. Even those ordinary citizens who were not very interested in academics would extend sincere greetings to Rousseau on the streets. Rousseau himself was also very clear that the enthusiasm he received was essentially due to the citizens' heartfelt love for Governor Bonaparte. Such a life was simply unimaginable for Rousseau, who had been in exile for more than 10 years and wandered around the European continent in poverty. It was for this reason that, in order to repay the kindness of Mr. Bonaparte, the philosopher had decided to devote the rest of his energy and enthusiasm to this land. "Oh, dear, you're back." Rousseau sat behind a desk, wearing a pair of silver-rimmed glasses on his nose, and was concentrating on writing something on the desk. When he saw his wife come in, he put the quill back into the ink bottle, grinned and asked, "Are you going to water the garden?" Madame Watson nodded slightly, sat opposite the desk, glanced at the dark circles under Rousseau's eyes and the books and manuscripts piled up like a mountain on the desk, and said with a little concern, "The crops in the garden are growing very lush. Are you still compiling those constitutional regulations? I saw that you have slept in the study for several nights. Maybe you need more rest." "Ah, don't worry, dear." Rousseau took off the glasses on his nose, rubbed his dry and swollen eyes, but still smiled with satisfaction. "I'm just a little excited. You know, Mr. Bonaparte actually implemented the Land Bill and the Agricultural Tax Reform Bill. I used to oppose his adoption of such radical reforms, but that doesn't matter. I'm thinking about how to consolidate the status of these two bills in the future constitution." Mrs. Watson nodded, not quite understanding. She was just a tavern maid, and although she had followed Rousseau for many years, she didn't know much about these political affairs. However, she could see that her husband was really excited about this, because Rousseau rarely took the initiative to talk to her about his work in these political and national affairs. "I seem to have heard some news yesterday," Madame Watson recalled, supporting her chin. "People say that Governor Bonaparte won a great victory in the town of Figari, and many citizens gathered in the Place des Patrons to celebrate. I heard that was where Governor Bonaparte worked before." Rousseau explained to Madame Watson, while arranging the manuscripts on the table, his tone full of joy and excitement. Yes, a great victory, a battle that can definitely be written into the history of Corsica. It's not that this battle is so tragic and magnificent, but the political significance it contains is really too vivid." "Political significance?" "Ah, I've heard many people say that there will be no landlords in Corsica in the future, and the peasants will all cultivate their own land," Madame Watson said with admiration. She had also survived at the bottom of society in her early years, so she knew very well how important these reforms were to the peasants. Rousseau nodded in approval, but the political philosopher obviously saw deeper and farther, and he immediately added, "This is not the most crucial point, my dear. The most crucial thing is that Monsieur Bonaparte used this civil war to thoroughly suppress local forces to the limit. He established a central government with power at the peak, and local governments were forced to bow down to him. This was something Governor Paoli had never done. During the era when Governor Paoli was in power, he had to be restricted by the constraints of all classes and places, so any reform and progress would be difficult. But now, Monsieur Bonaparte is the only helmsman of the big ship Corsica, and he can take this big ship to anywhere he wants to go. Of course, I believe that the direction that Monsieur Bonaparte points out for Corsica must be a warm water harbor." Although Rousseau himself was a strong advocate of democratic republic, since he had traveled in Prussia for several years and witnessed the powerful kingdom of Prussia under the enlightened despotism of Frederick the Great, he was also very supportive of enlightened despotism. This is why when Rousseau saw that the Corsican government's autocracy had reached its peak, he was very excited about it, because he believed that Monsieur Bonaparte, who could propose the Land Bill and the Agricultural Tax Reform Bill, was an excellent and drastic reformer. "Is that so?" Mrs. Watson stroked the messy hair by her ears. She still didn't quite understand what her husband said. She was still focusing on Rousseau's work and rest and physical condition. "Anyway, you need more rest, dear." "Oh, don't worry about me, Watson." Rousseau waved his hands twice, pointed to the calendar on the table and said, "I must submit the revised draft constitution to Monsieur Bonaparte as soon as possible. I heard that King Louis of France can't wait to inlay the Pearl of Corsica on his scepter. Corsica's first step towards constitutional monarchy will start from me, and there is not much time to delay." That day in the prison of the Palace of Justice in Paris, Rousseau heard Lawrence explain the necessity of Corsica's submission to Louis XV. He himself also understood and supported this approach. After all, rather than letting Corsica become a province of the Kingdom of Sardinia or the Republic of Genoa, it would be better to let it retain its autonomy and bow to Louis XV. Therefore, Rousseau did not reject the establishment of a constitutional monarchy in Corsica. "Okay." Mrs. Watson shook her head helplessly and prepared to get up to prepare lunch. At this time, the housekeeper of the mansion walked into the study quietly, knocked on the door twice to attract the attention of the two, and reported clearly, "Mr. Rousseau, someone from the governor's office came to pass on that Governor Bonaparte is expected to return to Ajaccio in 3 days." As the temporary president of the Corsican parliament, Rousseau naturally had the right to know these inside information, but hearing that Lawrence was going to return to Ajaccio so soon still surprised Rousseau. 3 days later, Rousseau touched his beard in confusion. Logically, the town of Fegari had just been conquered, and the two reform bills were in the initial stage of implementation. Under such circumstances, Mr. Bonaparte should stay in the south for a while, to stabilize the local situation and personally supervise the implementation of the reforms, and he would not rush back to the capital. The butler nodded to confirm, and then added, Governor Bonaparte rushed back to Ajaccio, because he was going to meet with Baron Berchela, the British ambassador to France. Ambassador Berchela is now in Marseille, and has submitted a diplomatic note to the governor's office in advance to indicate that he will visit Corsica in the near future. British ambassador? No wonder. Rousseau nodded with sudden enlightenment. During the days he came to Corsica, he also took the initiative to learn about the major events that have happened on this island in recent years. He knew that the former British Prime Minister William Pitt and hundreds of sailors on the Reasonable were still in Corsica as prisoners. Since Corsica gained independence from the Genoese only a short time ago, it has not been recognized by most countries. Naturally, there are no embassies of various countries on the island. The British side had to entrust the ambassador to France, Baron Berchela, to negotiate and communicate in order to bring back old William Pitt and the captured sailors as soon as possible. From the perspective of diplomatic etiquette and the importance of this negotiation, it was only reasonable and polite for Lawrence to return to Ajaccio in person to meet with Baron Berchela. Okay, I understand. Rousseau waved to the housekeeper to show that he understood, and then chatted with Mrs. Wasser about trivial matters in life, and then buried his head in the manuscripts, piled up like a mountain on the desk to revise the draft of the Corsica Constitution. 3 days later, on September 9th, Lawrence led a small number of national defense troops and the French army of Major Serraria back to Ajaccio in the early morning. Check out the correct version in 16:9 book bar. Major Trifle was left in the south by Lawrence, leading the main force of the National Defense Force, to maintain order around the town of Fegari and assist the Ministry of Finance officials in the implementation of the reform bill, while continuing to search for the whereabouts of the southern landlords. The news of Lawrence's return to Ajaccio was only known to the governor's palace and the government officials, so the citizens did not prepare any triumphal ceremony. Lawrence returned directly to the governor's palace in the East District with the farewell of a few citizens. In the office of the governor's mansion, the private secretary Anna was still wearing the black and white maid's dress with white stockings and high-heeled leather boots. She saluted Lawrence with a smile. "Welcome back, sir." Her fingers in black silk gloves gently lifted the hem of her skirt, just enough to reveal her slender and fleshy calves wrapped in white stockings. She stood with her legs crossed, lowered her head and bent over, performing a perfect and elegant skirt lifting ceremony. Even the most stringent royal etiquette teacher could not find any fault with it. It was hard to imagine that she had only received etiquette education in Paris for a short period of time. Anna Celestia, the girl who was called the closest person to Governor Bonaparte by the Corsicans, had already proved with her ability that she deserved her current position. When Lawrence was away from the governor's mansion, Anna was the housekeeper of the mansion, always able to manage all the internal affairs in an orderly manner. "Good morning, Anna." Lawrence smiled and nodded, took off his military jacket that was covered with dust and mud during the march, and handed it to Anna, then unbuttoned the first 2 buttons of his shirt, breathed a sigh of relief, and sat on the armchair behind the desk. In front of this girl, who had followed him since he came to Corsica, Lawrence could rarely relax for a while. "Any news about Ajaccio recently?" Lawrence leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest, and asked Anna casually. Anna gently hung the military jacket on the hanger at the door, patted the dust on it, and replied skillfully, "Everything is fine, sir. Mr. Grosso and Mr. Scene of the patrol team have no special reports, and Sister Zardia's intelligence network has not found anything unusual." Lawrence nodded with relief after hearing this. The recent tense situation in the Mediterranean has forced him to be vigilant, especially the British. Since they have provided supplies and equipment to the southern landlords, they may also be doing some secret work in Ajaccio. However, since Zardia's intelligence network showed no abnormalities, Lawrence was relieved. After all, Lawrence trusted the intelligence capabilities of the bread society in Ajaccio. By the way, sir, Anna suddenly remembered something, walked to the table, took out a gold-stamped envelope from the neatly arranged file bag, and handed it to Lawrence, explaining, "This is a diplomatic note from Baron Berchula, the British ambassador to France. He will visit Corsica this afternoon." Hearing the name of Baron Berchula, Lawrence's face became a little gloomy. After taking the gold-stamped envelope and pulling out the letter paper, he just glanced at it casually and had no interest in the standard text on it. The reason why Lawrence rushed back to Ajaccio from the south was to meet Baron Berchula, but Baron Berchula's sudden visit also surprised Lawrence. After all, it was less than a week since the southern landlords who were funded by them were defeated. Lawrence did not expect that the ambassador would ask to visit Corsica in such a short time. They could not have been unaware that their behavior of funding the landlord rebels had been discovered. Baron Berchula. Lawrence whispered the name, his head full of the scene of the Baron walking with the Duke of Richelieu. His apparent purpose of visiting Corsica is undoubtedly to negotiate with me to release William Pitt and the captured sailors. But this behavior of asking me for something happened at the time when the landlord group had just been defeated. Was it intentional, or was it that the British Foreign Office couldn't wait any longer and urged Baron Berchula? Possibilities flashed through his mind, and Lawrence's eyes became colder. In any case, he could only come to a conclusion after meeting Baron Berchula this afternoon. Anna, notify the Navy to prepare for the reception and order the patrol soldiers to follow me to the port of Ajaccio to welcome Baron Berchula. Chapter 242 Negotiation begins. Around 1 p.m., the sky was clear and the sea was calm. The St. Denis, a tall, second-class battleship with 3 gun decks and 90 guns, was sailing steadily through thousands of waves towards the port of Ajaccio in Corsica. A bright Union Jack was hung high on the main mast of the battleship, fluttering in the wind. If ships within a radius of dozens of nautical miles saw the St. Denis through a telescope, they would wisely choose to change their course and bypass it. Because every experienced captain knows that the number of second-class battleships like the St. Denis, even in a naval power like Great Britain, does not exceed 3 digits, and they are generally used as flagships of a squadron of the Royal Navy. And only people of noble status like Baron Berchula can take such a battleship to Ajaccio. Baron Berchula stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the island of Corsica not far away in the gentle afternoon sunshine. From his current position, he could clearly see the outline of the city of Ajaccio, and he would soon be able to reach the port of Ajaccio. There were 2 people standing behind Baron Berchula. The one serving on the left was a gentleman in a brown suit with a meticulous expression. If Master Justin was also on this ship, he would definitely recognize that this was the middle agent, Sir Robert. On the right was a soldier wearing a triangular naval hat. Judging from his shoulder straps, he was a Royal Navy colonel, the captain of the St. Denis. The naval colonel was also looking at Corsica not far away. Occasionally, his eyes would stay on Baron Berchula, but his eyes were full of dissatisfaction and disgust when he looked at Baron Berchula. The 3 of them watched the scenery on the sea in silence for a while, and Baron Berchula suddenly said, "Sir Robert, tell me again how you lost this war." Upon hearing this request, Sir Robert's face flashed with a barely perceptible shame, but he quickly adjusted his tone and lowered his head to respond, "Yes, Baron. We trained and armed the rebels according to your requirements. Logically, that army should have good combat effectiveness, so that they have excellent weapons and equipment, experienced commanders, and have also undergone necessary training. However, under Bonaparte's attack, this army collapsed at the first touch, and many soldiers even turned their guns on their own people." Baron Berchula stroked his chin thoughtfully, as if talking to himself. "It collapsed at the first touch. I do have some sources saying that Bonaparte implemented a set of drastic and even crazy reforms in Corsica. The failure of the rebels should be inseparable from that series of reforms. It seems that we can't blame you. It's really that we underestimated Bonaparte." As he spoke, the fear on Baron Berchula's face became more intense. He took a deep breath and said harshly, "But it doesn't matter. Although Laurence Bonaparte is indeed an outstanding talent, with the fall of the Duke of Choiseul, his political life will soon come to an end." The fall of the Duke of Choiseul. Sir Robert looked up at Baron Berchula. Even as his direct subordinate, Sir Robert only knew that his lord and the Duke of Richelieu had a plan to overthrow the Duke of Choiseul. As for the details of the plan, even he knew nothing about it. Listening to the conversation between the two, the naval colonel on the side suddenly snorted with disdain and looked at Baron Berchula with a bad face. Humph, Mr. Ambassador, I don't know what tricks your Ministry of Foreign Affairs is still playing, that even the Navy has to hide, and I have to tell you that the Navy Department is very dissatisfied with your failure in Corsica. The weapons and equipment of more than 10,000 soldiers and dozens of mid-level non-commissioned officers are not a small price to pay. As a soldier, the colonel was naturally very dissatisfied with Sir Robert's failure in Corsica, especially because this action to support the rebellion was funded and led by Sir Robert of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and it ended in a miserable defeat. In particular, the colonel heard that Baron Berchula was still carrying out a set of unknown conspiracies that even the Royal Navy had to keep secret, which made him even more depressed and unhappy. Upon hearing this, Baron Berchula turned his head to look at the colonel, frowned and said, Colonel Mohan, victory and defeat in war are like the two sides of a coin. You don't have to bear a grudge over a small failure. Colonel Mohan became even more angry after hearing this. His beard curled up with anger. He pointed his finger at the tip of Baron Berchula's nose. Bear a grudge. It's so easy for you civil servants to say that. The supplies to aid the Corsican rebels this time all came from my squadron. What did we get from that damn island? Nothing. Instead, we handed over those brand new equipment to Bonaparte. Baron, you should be glad that you are directly under the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Otherwise you will be court-martial. Faced with a furious Colonel Mohan, Baron Berchula, as a diplomat, wisely chose to avoid the sharp edge. After bowing slightly to apologize, he took Sir Robert back to the cabin. He also knew the fundamental reason why Colonel Mohan was so angry. In fact, it was because the materials for this operation were provided by the squadron commanded by Colonel Mohan. You know, in this era, the captains and commanders of the navy of most countries have the right to purse, which means that they can freely dispose of funds and materials to supply the fleet in real time without waiting for the approval of the higher command organization. The purpose of such a system is naturally to enable naval ships to maintain a good combat state at any time. Otherwise, if a fleet far away from the homeland needs to report everything to the headquarters, its mission efficiency will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. However, the disadvantage of giving commanders the right to purse is also obvious. That is, the funds allocated to each fleet basically become the commander's personal treasury, and a considerable part of it will flow into the officer's own pocket. This time, Baron Berchula took out such a large amount of weapons and equipment to support the Corsican rebels, which is equivalent to taking a large sum of money directly from Colonel Mohan's treasury. No wonder he was so angry. Watching the two men leave, Colonel Mohan was furious. He cursed and punched the side of the ship to vent his anger. He called the messenger and ordered, "Full sail to Ajaccio. I really don't want to waste a minute in this damn place." About 2 hours later, the St. Denis approached the port of Ajaccio and slowly sailed into the military dock of the port under the escort and pilotage of 2 third-class ships of the Corsican Navy. After the ship stopped and the gangway was lowered, dozens of sailors climbed down from the ship first, lined up on both sides of the dock road with their heads held high, and the 3 of them climbed down from the St. Denis and stood on the land of Corsica. This is Ajaccio. It's as shabby as a small fishing port. Baron Berchula looked around the surrounding environment, smacked his lips and said, "It's hard to imagine that a figure like Clarence Bonaparte would come out of a place like this." Colonel Mohan covered his nose with disgust and shook his head repeatedly, saying, "I only smell the stench of bad droppings. Damn it, if it weren't for your failure in southern Corsica, we wouldn't have to deal with that Bonaparte now." Hearing that Colonel Mohan was still talking about the defeat in the war, Baron Berchula was also a little annoyed. He turned his head and stared at him and said in a low voice, "Enough, Colonel, this is a diplomatic occasion. Do you want the Corsicans to see the ugliness of the British government? Ugly? Humph." Colonel Mohan was not to be outdone and had no intention of restraining himself. "The so-called ugliness is not caused by you civil servants. Has a Royal Navy ever made His Majesty the King lose face even a little?" Baron Berchula laughed when he heard this. pointing to the wreckage of the Rational in the Ajaccio harbor not far away, and said sarcastically, "Really? I want to know who dumped the wreckage of the warship there. Can you answer me, Colonel? You." Colonel Mohan stepped forward, his face flushed with anger. Hearing that Baron Berchula was actually making fun of him about the Rational, Colonel Mohan was so angry that he was speechless for a long time. After all, the Royal Navy officer and captain were publicly burned at the stake on Corsica, which was definitely a shame in the hearts of every Royal Navy officer. Sir Robert behind them hurried forward to dissuade them. "Baron, Colonel, you see that Governor Bonaparte's team is in front. If we quarrel here, we will be ridiculed by these Corsican savages." Baron Berchula and Colonel Mohan calmed down a little. After looking at each other, they snorted at the same time, straightened their messy clothes, and walked straight forward to the welcoming team. At the same time, the team on Lawrence's side also saw the quarrel between the two. "Hiss, it's interesting. They quarreled just after landing. Why don't they fight here? Ha ha ha." Grosso was just watching the fun and laughed at the quarrel between the two. He wanted to get closer to listen to what they were quarreling about. It was only after Lawrence stopped him that he quickly restrained himself. Read the correct version in 16:9 book and bar. Lawrence was also thoughtful as he watched the quarrel between Baron Berchula and the strange officer. It seemed that there was indeed a deep disagreement between the two, otherwise they would not have had such a big quarrel on such an occasion. As for the patrolmen in the queue, they all couldn't help laughing. They didn't expect that the diplomatic envoy of Great Britain would be so ungentlemanly. Seeing Baron Berchula coming up, Lawrence took the initiative to greet him, maintaining a polite smile and greeting him, "Mr. Ambassador, I'm glad we meet again." Baron Berchula adjusted his mood very quickly and immediately put on a warm smile and shook hands with Lawrence tightly. "It's an honor to come to Corsica, Mr. Bonaparte. I have a feeling that this trip to Corsica will be a fruitful journey." "I hope so." Lawrence let go of Baron Berchula's hand without changing his expression, turned to look at Colonel Mohan and greeted, "So, who is this?" Colonel Mohan obviously did not have the emotional control ability of Baron Berchula, a diplomat. He was still angry at the moment, and just casually stretched out his hand to shake Lawrence's hand, and introduced himself sparingly, "Jadla Mohan, Colonel of the Royal Navy, Captain of the St. Denis, Commander of the Griffin Squadron of the Royal Navy's Mediterranean Fleet." Grosso on the side whispered in surprise, "A commander of a Royal Navy squadron? No wonder they came on a second-class ship." Lawrence glanced at the tall ship of the St. Denis behind them, nodded in understanding, and finally looked at Sir Robert. "Just call me Robert, Your Excellency the Governor. I'm the personal secretary of Lord Berchula." Sir Robert lowered his head calmly and introduced himself to Lawrence. It was hard to tell from his calm face that he was in a rebel group that wanted to overthrow the Corsican government just a few days ago. Lawrence nodded slightly and did not pay too much attention to this inconspicuous secretary. Even if the simple welcome ceremony ended here, in line with the tense relationship with the British, Lawrence did not think of preparing a grand ceremony for Baron Berchula. As a seasoned diplomat, the other party must have understood this. The group quickly moved from the dock and took the prepared carriage to the governor's mansion to discuss important matters there. After returning to the governor's mansion, Lawrence immediately arranged for someone to take Colonel Mohan and Sir Robert to their residence and let the two enjoy their private dinner there. As for Baron Berchula, the protagonist of the negotiations, Lawrence undoubtedly invited him to his office study for a private meeting. "Your study is really well decorated." As soon as he sat down, Baron Berchula turned his head to look at the furnishings around him and praised meaningfully, "I believe that Sir William Pitt must have praised this study in this way." Lawrence looked up at him, chuckled and shook his head. He didn't expect that the ambassador was so anxious that he mentioned William Pitt directly without even having a cup of tea. As for the other party's mention of William Pitt, it was also very clear. That day in the Palace of Versailles, Lawrence reached an agreement with Baron Berchula. Lawrence used William Pitt to exchange for St. Kitts, a British colonial island in the West Indies. Then the small island was handed over by Lawrence to Louis XV as a royal territory, and was appointed by the overjoyed Louis XV as the royal tax inspector and the first attendant of Crown Prince Louis. Now that Lawrence has reaped all the benefits, Baron Berchula will naturally come to ask to take back their former Prime Minister, old William Pitt. Of course, for Lawrence, the longer the hostage old William Pitt is in his hands, the better. He certainly doesn't want to return him to Baron Bachelor so easily. Chapter 243 The Knights of St. John of Jerusalem. Sir Pitt, yes, maybe he has discussed this study with Mr. Pauly. Lawrence played with the empty teacup in his hand and said with a smile, I think Sir Pitt should like the decoration style of Corsica very much. After all, he has lived here for so long and has no complaints. Baron Bachelor resisted the urge to roll his eyes, smiled and took out a document from his handbag and handed it to Lawrence, saying, Sir Pitt may like Corsica very much, but I think he misses his days in London more. Sir Bonaparte, according to the treaty you and I signed in the Palace of Versailles that day, you should release Sir Pitt. Lawrence glanced at the document in front of him, which was a copy of the treaty signed in the Palace of Versailles that day. Don't worry, Mr. Ambassador. Lawrence gently pushed the document back and shook his head, saying, according to our agreement, I have to wait until St. Kitts is officially handed over to the Bourbon royal family before I can fulfill the treaty and release Mr. Pitt. In fact, I haven't received any news that the royal family has taken over St. Kitts yet. Baron Bachelor's face suddenly became much uglier. After all, St. Kitts is located in the West Indies. If the royal family really sends people to take over the island slowly and then slowly send back the news, it will take at least more than a year to go back and forth. Moreover, Baron Bachelor's treaty to use St. Kitts in exchange for William Pitt has not actually been voted on and approved by the British cabinet meeting. If the time for these government procedures is also taken into account, I'm afraid that old Mr. William Pitt will have to live in Corsica for a few more years. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Foreign Minister will never allow such a thing to happen. As an ambassador to France directly under the Foreign Minister, Baron Bachelor will naturally not wait for Lawrence to release Mr. Pitt in a few years. Baron Bachelor licked his lips, took a deep breath to calm himself, and then said slowly, Mr. Bonaparte, to be fair, you have already extracted enough benefits from Mr. Pitt. Shechem's lust brought disaster to all the men in the city. Genesis chapter 39, the first verse. This is Jesus warning to us not to be so greedy. Lawrence shook his head nonchalantly, indifferent to Ambassador Bachelor's quoting of scriptures, and retorted, Mr. Ambassador, compared with the harm caused to the Corsican people by Mr. Pitt and the officers and soldiers of the Reasonable, the benefits I have extracted from him are nothing but insignificant. The citizens of Ajaccio will not forget how the sailors on the Reasonable warship turned their butcher knives on the unarmed civilians 5 months ago. Baron Bachelor could not help but frown. He also knew that it was impossible to convince Lawrence to release William Pitt and the captured sailors just by talking. Diplomatic negotiations were essentially exchanges of interests. If Baron Bachelor wanted to achieve his goal, he would have to pay some extra price. Taking a deep breath again, Baron Bachelor calmly searched in his handbag for a while, then took out a portrait and put it on the table. What is this? Lawrence glanced at the sketch on the table. It was a realistic drawing of a bearded man with a rough appearance, but Lawrence did not know this person. Baron Bachelor smiled mysteriously and casually said, by the way, I heard that you have just successfully dealt with a rebellion recently. Your Excellency Bonaparte's swift and decisive measures are really commendable, but I guess you haven't caught the initiator of this rebellion yet. After hearing this, Lawrence raised his eyebrows and took a look at the man in the portrait and instantly understood Baron Bachelor's intention. The man in the portrait was most likely the big landowner Justin Bartley, and Baron Bachelor probably wanted to exchange William Pitt with the southern landowners headed by Justin. This was in line with the British practice of selling allies who had no use value to others. I just received a report from my servants 2 days ago, saying that a group of Corsican landowners came to me and wanted to seek political asylum. Baron Bachelor said a set of made-up lies without blushing or beating his heart. However, since these people are the leaders of the Corsican rebels, considering our friendship, I think it would be better to repatriate them to you. Lawrence snorted in dissatisfaction, poured the black tea that Anna had just brewed into his teacup, took a sip from the teacup, and shook his head decisively. Humph, if Mr. Ambassador is planning to exchange a group of country landowners for the former Prime Minister of Great Britain, then I can only say that Sir Pitt will be very sad when he learns about this. Moreover, I heard that these rebel leaders are very close to you British. You might as well keep them. Lawrence had no worries about those landlords who had long been unable to cause any trouble, and it was even more impossible for him to accept Baron Burchula's exchange of these worthless captives for William Pitt. Facing Lawrence's ridicule, Baron Burchula did not show the slightest embarrassment, but smiled and explained, I got the news that the Corsican rebels hired a lot of British soldiers and had connections with some British smugglers, but this has nothing to do with our government. If His Excellency Bonaparte cares, I will urge the relevant departments to issue a warrant for those smugglers and mercenaries. For a sophisticated diplomat like Baron Burchula, such platitudes and lies are simply easy to come by. Seeing Lawrence's disdain for this set of rhetoric, Baron Burchula was still not discouraged. He kept a smiling expression and suddenly stared at Lawrence and continued, of course, I know that His Excellency Bonaparte will definitely not accept such a deal. But what if I send you another piece of information? When he said the second half of the sentence, Baron Burchula subconsciously lowered his voice, even though there were only him and Lawrence in the study, as if they were discussing some royal secrets that must not be leaked. Intelligence? Lawrence frowned and looked at Baron Burchula. He did not expect the other party to suddenly propose such a deal. At the same time, Lawrence was also confused about what kind of intelligence could be worth William Pitt's personal freedom. Baron Burchula nodded in confirmation, then turned his head and looked around, and asked in a low voice, do you have a map book? Lawrence frowned slightly, but still got up, and walked to the bookcase, to find a set of recently printed maps, and spread them on the desk. Baron Burchula, who was opposite the desk, did not waste any words. He directly turned the map book to the Mediterranean section, then picked up the quill on the table, and drew a circle under Sicily. Lawrence stared at the circle for a while, and suddenly looked up at Baron Burchula. Is this Malta Island? Yes, Malta Island, the heart and back garden of the Mediterranean, the headquarters of the Knights of St. John of Jerusalem. Of course you can also call them the Knights of Malta. Baron Burchula gently put down the quill and briefly explained. Listening to Baron Burchula's explanation, Lawrence did not ask rashly, but looked down at the map first, while recalling all the historical records about the island of Malta in his mind. In the 18th century, the island of Malta had always been the territory of the Knights of St. John of Jerusalem, which was also the famous Knights Hospitaller. When the knights were driven out of Rhodes by the Ottomans in the 16th century and displaced throughout Europe for 7 years, the then Holy Roman Emperor Charles V presented them with the island of Malta as the new residence of the knights, which has continued to this day. The Knights of Malta in history also had a tragic fate. When Napoleon went on an expedition to Egypt in 1798, he conveniently looted the territory of the knights that had been passed down for hundreds of years halfway, and expelled the knights from the island of Malta, to be occupied by the French army. In order to seek asylum, the knights later traveled to Russia and elected Tsar Paul I as the Grand Master of the Knights. The people on the island resented the French army, and took the initiative to invite the British to station in 1800, making Malta an important hub for the Royal Navy in the Mediterranean since then. However, in 1770, Malta was still occupied by the Knights Hospitaller. Due to the lack of resources on the island, not to mention farming and animal husbandry, even freshwater resources sometimes need to be supplied from the outside world. Therefore, it is completely unrealistic for the Knights of Malta to be self-sufficient. Their main business is pirate plunder, mainly attacking and plundering merchant ships of Muslim countries in North Africa. However, despite the lack of resources on the island, Malta has a unique advantage, that is, its geographical location. Not only is it located in the heart of the entire Mediterranean, but the island also has several natural harbors suitable for large fleets to be stationed. After silently sorting out his memories, Lawrence looked up at Baron Burchula. What does the intelligence you mentioned have to do with Malta? Baron Burchula leaned back in his chair with a smug look, clasping his hands on his abdomen, but did not directly answer Lawrence's question. A correct version of the book on the 16-9 book bar. Let's not talk about this for now. When I was in Marseille, I heard that you seemed to be purchasing grain on a large scale in Marseille. Lawrence nodded without hesitation. It was impossible for him to conceal the fact that he was purchasing food in Marseille. After all, it was a large order. Josip needed to mobilize the influence of the entire merchant guild to meet Clarence's requirements. In this process, there would inevitably be news that Governor Bonaparte was purchasing grain on a large scale. As an ambassador, Baron Bechuler's main business was to collect intelligence and information. He had been in Marseille for so many days, so it was impossible for him to miss this key information. Let me guess. Are you going to send this batch of grain to the Kingdom of Naples? There is a famine there. Baron Bechuler asked with a chuckle, but his tone was full of affirmation. Clarence shrugged and replied casually, Municipal Josip of Marseille can give me a very low purchase price. The grain price in southern Italy has been hyped up very high. This export can earn a lot of trade volume. Really? I heard that the Kingdom of Naples has long raised the tariff on grain imports. Haha, but you naturally have your considerations for doing things, so I won't interrupt. Baron Bechuler laughed twice at first, then restrained his expression and added seriously, it's just that, Mr. Bonaparte, no matter what you want to do in southern Italy, especially if you want to do something against Sicily, Malta Island, if you can own this island as an outpost, it will definitely be of great benefit to your actions, right? Own Malta? What are you talking about? Clarence licked his lips and didn't respond to the other party. Both sides knew that for an island country like Corsica, if they could really occupy Malta, it would be a very beneficial decision for future naval construction and the expansion of trade routes in the eastern Mediterranean and even the Arab region. But Clarence knew that it was not a wise choice to try to conquer Malta by force. In 1565, the Ottomans tried to expel the Knights Hospitaller from Malta again, like they conquered Rhodes, but the Ottoman Sultanate faced a resistance from almost all the people on Malta. After several bloody battles, they still failed to capture it, and instead caused the Ottoman navy to lose most of its territory. Clarence naturally would not let Corsica, whose military strength was far inferior to that of the Ottomans, repeat the same mistakes. Therefore, it was very important to listen to the intelligence from Baron Bechuler. Seeing that Clarence was interested, Baron Bechuler stopped pretending to be polite and leaned forward to whisper, the British Royal Navy is trying to capture Malta as their bridgehead in the Mediterranean in early October. Royal Navy? Attacking Malta? What a bold plan, Clarence said in shock. It seemed that this was another butterfly effect caused by his appearance. The Royal Navy in history had never attempted such a thing. In addition to being shocked, Clarence frowned and looked at Baron Bechuler, wondering why he would reveal such top secret information to him, or how to confirm the authenticity of this information. Baron Bechuler did not respond to Clarence's questioning look, and continued to talk incessantly. At that time, the Royal Navy will hide soldiers in merchant ships to raid the knights. If they are discovered, they will use the excuse of war, that the Knights of Malta looted British merchant ships to forcibly land on the island of Malta. The Mediterranean Fleet's Griffin Squadron will carry out this offensive operation. You have already met the commander of this squadron, Colonel Mohan. Clarence narrowed his eyes and looked at Baron Bechuler, tapping the table rhythmically with his knuckles, and said slowly, this is indeed top secret and extremely valuable intelligence, but I really can't believe that you leaked such information to the governor of Corsica. Baron Bechuler chuckled twice, knowing that Clarence was doubting the authenticity of the news. In other words, doubting his own motives, so he explained confidently, you are also a ruler, so you should know that the government is not always united. The plan to raid Malta was decided by the Admiralty on its own. They have always wanted a base in the central Mediterranean. However, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs strongly opposes this. After all, raiding the Knights Hospitaller, who are famous for their charity, is a very shameful thing. It will greatly affect Britain's diplomatic image in front of other countries. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, The Ambition of Seizing the Knights. Of course, Baron Bechuler continued to add, there are also some personal grudges in this. You may have seen that my cooperation with Colonel Mohan has never been pleasant. If he fails in this operation, I can say goodbye to my dear Colonel Mohan. Lawrence listened with a playful look on his face and was not in a hurry to express his personal opinion. Although Baron Berchula did give a very convincing argument, whether in public or private, he did not want Colonel Mohan to successfully invade the territory of the knights, so he leaked this top secret information to Lawrence, the governor of Corsica. However, Lawrence still felt that there was something too strange about it. Moreover, in Lawrence's eyes, Baron Berchula was a little too eager. Whether it was the timing of coming to Corsica, or the generous disclosure of the Royal Navy's offensive plan, he did not even ask Lawrence in advance to promise to release William Pitt before directly revealing all the information. In addition, Baron Berchula was indeed on the opposite side of him. Although there was the possibility of cooperation between anyone, Lawrence decided to treat this information with caution. "What do you think, Mr. Bonaparte?" Baron Berchula looked at Lawrence with a warm gaze and even had already drawn up a plan from Lawrence's perspective. "As long as you lead your army to Malta in advance and persuade the knights to allow you to ambush on the island to protect them, then you can gain the trust of the knights by helping the knights repel the Royal Navy's attack. The knights will inevitably choose to seek protection from other forces because they are afraid of the subsequent retaliation of the Royal Navy. Then you can guide them to bow to the ambitious King Louis, which will be a great achievement." What a comprehensive and rigorous plan. "I believe you have already made a plan, right, Mr. Ambassador?" Lawrence continued to test Baron Berchula while calculating the pros and cons of this plan in his mind. "Look at what you said." Baron Berchula smiled and looked up, stretching his sore neck, and said with his hands spread out, "I'm only offering you a cooperation opportunity that will benefit both of us. If you really stop the Royal Navy's conspiracy, I will become a big celebrity in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and maybe I can take this opportunity to transfer back to England, which would be much more comfortable than staying in Paris. As for you, Mr. Bonaparte, Louis XV rewarded you greatly just for getting a small island of St. Kitts. If he knew that you seized the island of Malta for him, I can't imagine what kind of reward you will get from the king." Baron Berchula's tone was full of temptation, and it was indeed the case. Louis XV's love of glory was well known. If he could really be crowned with the title of Grand Master of the Order of St. John of Jerusalem, His Majesty the King would surely be extremely happy. Lawrence was naturally very clear about this. If he really captured the island of Malta, King Louis would be very happy about it. The Duke of Choiseul, who was in charge of the French Navy, would also be very supportive of Lawrence's move, and Corsica's own development could also benefit a lot from this Mediterranean hub. It was no wonder that Baron Berchula leaked the news to Lawrence so readily. After all, if this cooperation was reached, then compared with the benefits Lawrence would gain from it, releasing William Pitt would simply become a trivial matter. "Maybe I need some time to think about our cooperation." Lawrence narrowed his eyes and looked at Baron Berchula, then stood up and shook hands with him, indicating that he could leave directly. Baron Berchula stretched out his hand and shook it vigorously with Lawrence and whispered, "The Royal Navy's attack will be in early October. Mr. Bonaparte, you only have about a month to prepare. Don't miss it. I put all my hopes on you." After that, Baron Berchula bowed slightly to Lawrence, then turned and walked out of the study and returned to his and Sir Robert's residence under the guidance of the waiter of the governor's mansion. Lawrence in the study watched Baron Berchula leave. His face gradually calmed down, and he closed his eyes and murmured, "Is he deliberately trying to draw my attention to southern Italy? What good will this do for him and the Duke of Richelieu?" For ordinary people, Baron Berchula's words just now are credible enough. Whether it is to prevent the Royal Navy from destroying the work results of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or for personal promotion in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and to deal with the grievances with Colonel Mohan, Baron Berchula has enough reasons and interests to reach this cooperation with Lawrence. However, Lawrence also deeply understood that Baron Berchula's ability to hold such an important position as the ambassador to France in the British Foreign Office meant that his cunning and strategy should never be measured by ordinary people's eyes. At least in Lawrence's opinion, the reason why Baron Berchula deliberately leaked this news to him must be more than just the few reasons he said verbally. Is it possible that deliberately giving up the island of Malta to me is also a step in his and Duke Richelieu's plan? But taking over the island of Malta is indeed of great significance to me and the entire Corsica. Lawrence pursed his cheeks and pondered for a moment and decided to discuss the various possibilities of this matter with his subordinates first. So he called Anna and ordered, "Anna, send someone to notify Major Serurier of the army and Grosso of the patrol to come to see me immediately." At the same time, in the governor's mansion, in a small villa where Baron Berchula and Sir Robert lived. "Baron, you are back." Hearing the sound of the door lock turning, Sir Robert, who was bored and flipping through the Italian books on the bookshelf, stood up quickly, put the book in his hand back on the bookshelf, and went to the entrance to take off the dress coat for his master. Sir Robert carefully hung the dress coat on the hanger and asked cautiously, "How did your negotiation with Governor Bonaparte go? The news about the navy?" Baron Berchula sat on the soft sofa with a relaxed look on his face, comfortably resting his feet on the coffee table, and said casually, "It went very smoothly. Lawrence Bonaparte has learned about the Royal Navy's attack on Malta." Compared with Baron Berchula's relaxation, Sir Robert seemed much more restrained. He slowly sat on the sofa beside him, with a worried look on his face, and said hesitantly, "But, Baron, aren't we harming the Royal Navy by doing this?" Hearing his subordinate's concerns, Baron Berchula snorted nonchalantly, and then said earnestly, "Compared to the overall situation, a failed attack by the Navy is nothing. From the moment Lawrence Bonaparte takes over Malta, he will fall into the sophisticated and tough trap we have woven, and the powerful Duke of Choiseul will be torn open from southern Italy with a wound that will be enough to make him collapse. I really can't wait to see that day." Sir Robert looked at his master in silence. Even Sir Robert, as a private secretary, was unaware of the layout between him and the Duke of Richelieu. "But if Governor Bonaparte did not get involved in Malta, wouldn't your plan fail?" After a moment, Sir Robert asked seriously. No, you don't know Lawrence Bonaparte." Baron Berchula's words were full of confidence, as if he had predicted the future outcome, and he said confidently, "I have investigated how he stepped onto the European political stage step by step. It can be said that he is an ambitious and courageous young man. Otherwise, he would still be just an ordinary patrol captain in Ajaccio. Today, the island of Malta is just a piece of cream cake that is within his reach. I have even fed this cake to his mouth with a tray. There is absolutely no reason for him not to take a bite. I believe in your judgment." After carefully pondering the words of his master, Sir Robert bowed his head and complimented, without expressing any objections. While the two were discussing, Major Serurier of the army and Grosso of the patrol team also rushed to the governor's palace under Lawrence's order. "Mr. Bonaparte, you are looking for me." Major Serurier saluted Lawrence with a serious expression. He knew that Lawrence had summoned him to the governor's mansion so urgently, and there must be something important to discuss. Grosso had always been free and unrestrained. After entering the study, he just raised his hand and greeted Lawrence casually, then sat aside, laughing and complaining. "I saw a correct version in the 16-9 book bar. What happened again, Lawrence? I was just making out with a young girl, and you sent someone to bring me here. Oh, it's really torture." Lawrence didn't have time to deal with Grosso's jokes. The reason why he called Grosso was because this time it involved maritime affairs after all, and he needed the rich experience of Grosso, an old sailor, to assist in decision making. So he asked seriously, "How much do you know about Malta?" "Malta?" Major Serurier and Grosso both had a hint of confusion on their faces, wondering why Lawrence suddenly mentioned this Mediterranean island with little presence. After all, Major Serurier was an army officer, and his understanding of maritime affairs was relatively limited. He only knew that it was a knight's territory located in the south of Sicily, so he didn't speak rashly, but turned his head with Lawrence to look at Grosso. Grosso was indeed an old sailor who had traveled all over the world. After just a brief recollection, he began to talk incessantly. "You mean that pirate order? I have actually had some dealings with them, and of course they were all bad experiences. They often send out groups of galleys to plunder merchant ships and cargoes in the Mediterranean. The White Rose that I was on before was harassed by these pirate knights no less than 5 times, and I even killed a few of them with my own hands. Those people really don't care about their lives when they swing swords." Listening to Grosso's smug words, Lawrence asked in surprise, "They even rob European merchant ships? I thought their target was only North African Muslims." No wonder in the Royal Navy's plan, once the raid failed, they would use the excuse of Malta looting British merchant ships to launch a frontal siege. With the poor performance of the Order of Malta in the Mediterranean, it would be easy to fabricate an excuse for war. Hey, if you don't make money, you're a fool. When you're really at sea, who cares about that? African money is money, but European money is not money? Grosso grinned and waved his hand, and continued, their headquarters is Malta Island. I've been there several times. Many merchant ships crossing the Mediterranean will stop by Malta Island for a short time, to do some small business. After all, there is a lack of everything on that island, and the goods can be easily sold at a high price. Sometimes you can also buy the goods they looted very cheaply. Oh, by the way, they also engage in a lot of human trade there, and there are many black slaves and Arab slaves. Many merchant ships will stop there. Lawrence keenly caught this information, and repeated it softly. If so, the Royal Navy's combat plan of impersonating merchant ships to land on the island may really catch the knights off guard. As the headquarters of a pirate knight order, Malta must not have very strict landing inspection procedures. There are many merchant ships coming and going, and it is estimated that the ships can easily dock. When Lawrence led his army to intervene in Malta, if he wanted to conceal his presence and act covertly, he would probably need to use several merchant ships for cover and hide his soldiers in the merchant ships to Malta, so as not to alert the Royal Navy. In addition, Grosso thought for a while with his chin in his hand, and suddenly said, "Oh, there are many fortresses on the island, and they are also very spectacular." The locals said that those fortresses have been built for hundreds of years, and even the Turks didn't take them before. Lawrence nodded slightly. The Malta Fortress Group is a very famous building group even in later generations. The knights relied on these fortresses to resist the waves of attacks from the Ottomans. Those fortresses should also be able to play a good defensive role in this era. In other words, as long as the knights can really be persuaded to assist them in ambush defense, relying on the defense of the fortress group, it is likely that the attack of the Royal Navy can be repelled. Silently keeping this information in mind, Lawrence also had more trust in the plan that Baron Burchula said. After saying this, Grosso thought for a while, then shook his head, indicating that this was about all he knew. Major Serruria listened to Grosso's story with great interest, and looked at this rough-looking sailor with a little more respect, because he had never heard of this knowledge. "Mr. Bonaparte, why did you mention Malta?" Major Serruria asked Lawrence in confusion, while digesting the information about the island. In front of the two trustworthy subordinates, Lawrence did not hide anything, and said directly and seriously, "The British ambassador revealed a message to me that their navy will attack Malta in early October." Chapter 245 The decision to march into Malta. What? Major Serruria opened his mouth in surprise. Even the carefree Grosso couldn't help but take a breath. He really didn't expect to get such news from the British ambassador. Looking at the puzzled expressions of the two, Lawrence briefly organized his words and relayed Baron Burchula's purpose and words to Major Serruria and Grosso. His Major Serruria smacked his lips repeatedly, and after hesitating for a while, he said, "What the British ambassador said makes sense. The British Foreign Office certainly doesn't want to see their navy launch a surprise attack on the Knights Hospitaller. Although the Knights Hospitaller is a notorious pirate knight order in Grosso's mouth, in the courts and upper classes of various countries, the name of the Knights Hospitaller has always been linked to charity, and the knights have always been regarded as loyal servants of God. This is why the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V gave the island of Malta to the knights for almost free, and the price he asked was only that the knights pay a symbolic silver coin to the King of Sicily every year. Once the British Royal Navy really occupied the island of Malta, it would be a great damage to its diplomatic image. Moreover, the Vatican would naturally not sit idly by and watch such atrocities. Pope Clement XIV would at least hand over a strongly worded diplomatic condemnation to King George IV of England, and it is even very likely that supplies and volunteers would be provided to the island of Malta, which would only make the already tense religious relationship between the Church of England and the Vatican even worse. It can be said that the Royal Navy's chaos in the Mediterranean is enough to set back the work results of the British Foreign Office by 20 years. In the eyes of Major Serruria, who is known for his keen political awareness, it is no wonder that Baron Bertula took the initiative to find Lawrence for this incredible cooperation. Lawrence nodded in approval. He also knew that Baron Bertula's apparent demands were completely reasonable and convincing, and what made Lawrence a little hesitant was whether the ambassador had some other unknown purpose. Grosso, who was standing by, also stopped his cynical laughter early on. He was thinking about something solemnly. After a while, he looked up at Lawrence and asked worriedly, "Is it possible that this is fake news? Did the British deliberately trick you to Malta, then set up an ambush and beheaded you, the core figure of Corsica? I know that the British can do such a thing." For Grosso and those who have followed Lawrence, since he was the deputy captain of the Ajaccio patrol, they are not loyal to the Corsican government or any department or institution in Corsica. They are only loyal to Lawrence himself. Therefore, when Grosso considered this plan, he also put Lawrence's personal safety first. Major Serurier also thought deeply after hearing this. Although he had no sincere loyalty to Lawrence, he still hoped to use Lawrence's political power in Paris to get promoted in the army, so he added with great worry, "This is indeed something to consider, Mr. Bonaparte. Now the power of the whole Corsica is concentrated in your hands. You must not take risks with your life. Even if we want to intervene in Malta, I think you should stay in the mainland." Lawrence also knew that his life was of vital importance to Corsica. This was not because he was afraid of death, but because once he died as the center of power, there would be a power vacuum in the whole Corsica, and none of his subordinates had enough prestige and ability to continue to lead Corsica, which would inevitably set off a bloody struggle for power. However, if he decided to seize Malta, then Lawrence would still lead his army to the island in person. Because in Lawrence's mind, the best plan to seize the territory of the Knights was actually the set of procedures proposed by Baron Bertula. The difficulty of the whole plan lies in how to convince the Knights Hospitaller to agree to set up an ambush on the island of Malta. As for the subsequent resistance to the invasion of the Royal Navy, it seems easy to Lawrence because of the assistance of the Maltese fortresses and the Knights on the island. At that time, no matter which subordinates Lawrence sent, he was not sure that he could successfully convince the Knights. In this case, only by letting himself, who has the highest status, go out in person, can the other party be more receptive to this set of rhetoric. Therefore, although the two subordinates urged him to put his life first, Lawrence shook his head firmly and explained, "What you said is indeed reasonable, but only if I go to Malta in person can I convince the Grand Commander to let us deploy troops on the island in advance. Moreover, I don't think Baron Bertula will deliberately use this news to lead me into an ambush trap. After all, my life is not as noble as the life of Sir William Pitt." Since he still held the hostage of old William Pitt, Lawrence also had enough confidence to believe that Baron Bertula would not disregard Sir Pitt's life and plan a decapitation operation against himself. After all, Sir Pitt was the former Prime Minister of the British Cabinet, a member of the House of Lords, and the Earl of Tatham appointed by His Majesty the King of England. Although his political influence was very limited, his lofty status was unquestionable. At this time, old William Pitt was like a valuable, gaudy vase. You could put it in a corner and ignore it, but you could never break it. Baron Bertula could not fail to understand this. As long as there was any mishap with old William Pitt's life, he, as the diplomatic official in charge of the matter, would be held accountable and punished by the cabinet in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. No matter what kind of shameful secrets Baron Bertula wanted to use Malta to do, his purpose could not be to take Lawrence's life directly. In that case, Major Serurier and Grosso looked at each other. Although they were still a little worried, they accepted the explanation given by Lawrence and did not continue to dissuade him. Seeing that the two of them didn't say anything, Lawrence nodded with satisfaction and continued to describe his plan. "In this case, we have to start preparing. The Royal Navy will launch an attack in early October. We need to deploy enough troops in advance to assist the Knights Hospitaller in repelling the Royal Navy's attack and make them believe that the entire Knights Hospitaller are on the brink of being expelled, thereby inducing them to lean on France for protection." Grosso pondered for a moment, and then he thought of something with a sharp reaction. He frowned and said, "But can we really convince the Knights Hospitaller to accept the protection of France? They have held on under the siege of the Turks, Who knows, maybe they want to replicate the siege of Malta in the 16th century and withstand the attack of the Royal Navy. Even an illiterate like Grosso, who has not received much education, knows about the Great Siege of Malta in 1565. Even Voltaire said, "Nothing is more famous than the Siege of Malta." This siege, the climax of the struggle for supremacy in the Mediterranean between the Western Christian Alliance and the Ottoman Empire, has been a popular story in the Christian world for hundreds of years. The Knights Hospitaller themselves were also very proud of it. After all, it was not common in history for 2,000 infantrymen and 4,000 or 5,000 civilians to resist the landing attack of hundreds of galleys of the Ottoman Empire. That's possible. Major Serruria couldn't help but admire Grosso's quick thinking and agreed repeatedly. "I heard that the monks of the Knights Hospitaller are all simple-minded guys. They might really refuse the protection of France and fight to the death against the attack of the Royal Navy, like they did 200 years ago." Lawrence shook his head slightly without worrying and retorted, "The current situation is no longer the same as it was in 1565. At that time, the island of Malta was able to withstand the attack of the Ottoman Empire, which was more or less due to the assistance of the Kingdom of Sicily. Today, Naples and the Kingdom of Sicily are overwhelmed by famine and have no spare energy to take care of the island of Malta. The strength of the Royal Navy's Mediterranean fleet is not much worse than that of the Ottoman fleet at that time. If the Grand Master of the Knights Hospitaller is a smart man, he will make a reasonable choice." After listening to Lawrence's explanation, the two of them reviewed the entire process of the operation again and did not raise any other objections for the time being. "Very good. I think we should deal with this matter now." Lawrence looked up at the night outside the window, frowned and said, "First of all, we need to deploy troops on the island. I plan to lead 3,000 soldiers to the island of Malta. These troops, together with the knight's own troops, are enough to defeat the invasion of a squadron. But in order to avoid being detected by the Royal Navy, we naturally cannot take the Corsican Navy's warships. In other words, we have to take a merchant ship as a disguise." "That's easy." Grosso nodded and said confidently, "There are quite a few large merchant ships that can be rented in Marseille. I have some ways, and you have a friendship with the alderman. He will definitely be able to borrow a few ships for you." Lawrence nodded thoughtfully, thinking of the Marseille alderman Josip. Like Major Serruria, he hoped to rely on his relationship with the Duke of Choiseul to help him break the restrictions of his background and thus make further progress in his political status. For someone who needed help from him, it was easy for Lawrence to just ask him to transfer a few merchant ships. A correct version was found in the 16-9 book forum. Lawrence also did not forget that on August 15th last month, when he met with Mayor Josip, he placed a large order with him, using 500,000 livres, to purchase the cheapest black bread and black beans, with a deadline of 1 month. Now there were only 6 days left until the delivery date of September 15th, and considering that it would take more than half a day to get to Marseille by boat, Lawrence felt that it was time for him to go to Marseille to meet with Mayor Josip. Seeing that it was getting late, Lawrence stood up and indicated that today's discussion was temporarily over, and then ordered, "Grosso, you go and inform the Navy to prepare the ships and escort warships, and set off for Marseille the day after tomorrow evening. You will come with me. As for Major Serruria, you return to the barracks to continue to prepare your troops. I hope that all French troops can participate in this battle to Malta." "I understand." Major Serruria nodded and accepted Lawrence's dispatch. Anyway, his political fate was deeply tied to Lawrence, so he didn't care about letting his French troops be driven by Lawrence. The reason why Lawrence decided to let the French garrison under Major Serruria become the main force against the Royal Navy this time was also very simple. The most important reason was naturally to show the close relationship between Corsica and France to the Knights Hospitaller, so that the Grand Master of the Knights Hospitaller would believe that Lawrence could represent France to provide protection to Malta. Secondly, Lawrence had a little selfishness. After all, this time was different from the previous battle against the coalition forces of the landlord group. It was bound to engage in fierce exchanges of fire with the Royal Navy's Marines. Instead of letting the National Defense Army suffer losses in the battle, it would be better to let these French troops, as allies, take the lead. Anyway, these French garrisons would be regularly replenished from the mainland, and Lawrence would not feel sorry for their losses. The two immediately started to act after receiving Clarence's instructions. Clarence himself stayed in the study, continuing to think about the pros and cons of swallowing up Malta according to Baron Berchela's wishes. The next day, on the morning of September 10th, in accordance with diplomatic etiquette, Clarence invited Baron Berchela and Colonel Mohan, who were visiting Corsica, to have breakfast together and have some casual conversations at the table outside of official business. After breakfast, Colonel Mohan was eager to ask Clarence to leave, saying that he had other tasks to perform in the fleet. Since Baron Berchela had been sent to Corsica, he should command the St. Denis to leave. Clarence had already learned that the Griffin squadron commanded by Colonel Mohan would raid Malta, so he could naturally guess that Colonel Mohan was so eager to leave Corsica to prepare for the raid a month later. After all, as Baron Berchela's accompanying military attaché, he should have accompanied Baron Berchela throughout the entire visit process. It was very rare for him to leave in a hurry after just one day. Clarence naturally spent the rest of the time with Baron Berchela. However, the ambassador was extremely relaxed today, as if he was a tourist in Corsica, as if leaking the information to Clarence yesterday was his biggest mission on this trip. In the subsequent talks, Baron Berchela not only did not continue to ask Clarence to release William Pitt, but rarely mentioned political and diplomatic matters, as if he was a friend of Clarence who had not seen him for many years, and came from afar. The content of the conversation was mainly focused on literature and art, strange stories and aristocratic gossip. And a politician as sharp as Clarence knew that Baron Berchela's performance was undoubtedly to conceal his true purpose of leaking that intelligence. Baron Berchela must have known that Clarence was suspicious of his hidden intentions, so he deliberately put on such a nonchalant look to show that he had no second thoughts. So after several unsuccessful attempts, Clarence gave up trying to get information from Baron Berchela, a diplomat with a deep mind, and instead chatted with him casually, quietly waiting for the gears of time to turn. No matter what Baron Berchela was hiding, the big hand of time would lift the curtain. Chapter 246, Feeding 300,000 people. 1770, two third-class ships flying the Black Moorish flag approached the waters outside the port of Marseille, and were about to enter the port dock. These two naval warships were the only two third-class ships of the Corsican Navy. They received orders a few days ago, and set out from the port of Ajaccio yesterday evening, to escort Governor Bonaparte to Marseille. However, what surprised the sailors on the ship was that the British ambassador Baron Berchela also boarded the voyage to Marseille with Governor Bonaparte. At this time, the ambassador was leaning on the side of the ship leisurely, holding a small tray and a coffee cup in his hand, looking at the sea view in the cool and comfortable sea breeze in the morning, looking completely unlike an ambassador to France with many official duties. "You look quite happy." Clarence walked onto the deck, glanced at the coffee cup and silver spoon in Baron Berchela's hand, and said casually. Baron Berchela took a sip of black coffee with sugar from a small cup, turned his head to look at Clarence, exhaled a breath of hot air leisurely, and said casually, "Ah, that's because there are not many opportunities to be with young talents like you, which makes me feel happy." During the chat 2 days ago, Baron Berchela also learned that Clarence would go to Marseille port today. The ambassador naturally understood the meaning behind this action. That is, Governor Bonaparte accepted the cooperation with him and decided to send troops to Malta. Otherwise, a qualified governor should never leave his country while receiving a foreign ambassador's visit, which is extremely rude in diplomacy. Baron Berchela, who received this signal, couldn't help but get excited, and the tone of his conversation with Clarence unconsciously became enthusiastic. After learning that Clarence was leaving Ajaccio for Marseille, Baron Berchela took the initiative to ask to leave with Clarence. After all, Clarence, as the host and guest, was no longer in Ajaccio, so it was not easy for him, as an ambassador, to continue to stay in Corsica. Moreover, staying in the prosperous Marseille was much more comfortable than living in the dilapidated Ajaccio. Grosso followed closely behind Clarence, and he was very self-aware, and did not choose to insert himself into the conversation between the two big men, but his sharp eyes were fixed on Baron Berchela. Intuition told Grosso, the old sailor, that Baron Berchela's series of actions in Corsica were indeed very abnormal, but like Clarence, he was not sure what the ultimate purpose of the British was. Soon, the two warships sailed into the port of Marseille along with the endless stream of trade ships. Since the ship was carrying two great men, Lawrence and Baron Berchula, the customs officials did not dare to make things difficult for them. They quickly finished the routine inspection, and then lined up in 2 rows on the dock to bow and welcomed the 2 men to Marseille. Not long after the group got off the ship, a man dressed in gorgeous clothes and full of nobleness found Baron Berchula on the dock with several followers. Baron Berchula seemed to have known him for a long time. The two of them shook hands and greeted each other cordially for a while, but their voices were very low, as if they were concerned about the presence of Lawrence and Grosso. Then, Mr. Bonaparte, let's say goodbye here. I hope I can hear some good news from you. After the two of them said hello, Baron Berchula turned his head to look at Lawrence and said goodbye to him with a smile. The aristocratic man also looked at Lawrence, but did not introduce himself or say anything. He just nodded slightly and then walked with Baron Berchula to a large 3-horse carriage not far away. Old friend of Berchula. Lawrence frowned as he watched the two people get on the carriage and slowly leave the dock with the creaking of the wheels. Grosso also stared at the carriage thoughtfully and suddenly said, "Hey, Lawrence, didn't you notice that the man's clothes just now were typical southern Italian noble tassel robes? The nobles in our place all like that style, and his accent, I just heard a little bit, although he spoke French, but that pronunciation is undoubtedly unique to the southern Italy region." Lawrence raised his eyebrows. After all, he came from a time travel, and he was not as sensitive to factors such as clothing style and speaking accent as Grosso, an Italian. However, since Grosso had already made a judgment, Lawrence also believed this conclusion. "You mean, that noble is an Italian, and from the southern region? This is quite interesting." Watching the carriage drive onto the busy street and finally disappear at a corner, Lawrence also silently memorized the information provided by Grosso. It doesn't sound like an ordinary thing for the British ambassador to meet a southern Italian noble in Marseille, especially when the Kingdom of Naples is undergoing a dramatic change. As Baron Berchula left by car, Lawrence and Grosso did not stay there. After all, this is the French city of Marseille. Lawrence does not have much power and intelligence network here, so it is impossible to send people to follow and find out who Baron Berchula is going to meet. Because of the rush, Lawrence did not write a letter to inform Mayor Josip in advance, so the two had to rent a few carriages on the roadside, carrying Lawrence, Grosso and several necessary entourage to Marseille City Hall. Marseille City Hall still looks magnificent. The square of the City Hall is paved with knit marble slabs with lapis lazuli patterns. The buildings around the square are also very beautifully repaired, as if they were just built. Josip, the alderman who was born in the 3rd class and pinned his hopes of climbing up on Lawrence, heard from his subordinates that Governor Bonaparte was coming to visit. He didn't even have time to put on his formal dress and tricorn hat and hurried to the door in a white shirt and short trousers to greet him in person. "Mr. Bonaparte, you are here. My God, I actually let you condescend to sit in such a shabby rented carriage to come to the City Hall. It's a sin. Please forgive me, sir. Why didn't you inform me in advance when you came to Marseille? Ah, I know, those stupid secretaries must have missed your letter. I told them a long time ago that your letter should be regarded as important as the decree of His Majesty the King." Alderman Josip saw Lawrence and his group from a distance and trotted to Lawrence. As soon as he opened his mouth, he spoke a series of flattering words. If it were someone else standing here and listening to it, he would probably feel comfortable and itchy in his heart. It seems that he was able to become the mayor of Marseille from the son of a judge. He was indeed very capable. At least his eloquence was far beyond that of ordinary people. Lawrence just smiled and shook his head, saying, "Okay, Mr. Josip, let's talk business. I'm very busy. Of course, the time of a person like you is more precious than gold. Please follow me, sir." Hearing Lawrence's words, Mayor Josip immediately restrained his warm and somewhat hypocritical smile on his face, turned around and asked Lawrence and his party to follow him into the City Hall. At the same time, he skillfully ordered his men to entertain Grosso and other entourage, and he took Lawrence to the private office. Just like Clarence's last visit, Mer Josip enthusiastically invited Clarence to sit down, then opened the wine cabinet, took out 2 crystal glasses and a bottle of champagne from Bordeaux, and personally poured Clarence 2/3 of the glass. While the other party was pouring the wine, Clarence pointed to the calendar hanging on the wall of the office and said casually, "Mr. Alderman, today is September 12th. The clever Alderman Josip naturally knew what Clarence was talking about, and quickly handed the poured wine glass to Clarence, saying skillfully, "Yes, sir, I remember that the commission you gave me is about to be delivered. Fortunately, I can proudly tell you that the grain purchase was very successful. The black bread and black beans you requested are stored safely and cleanly in the dock warehouse, filling up 4 warehouses. You can take them away at any time." Listening to the report from Alderman Josip, Clarence also took the wine glass handed over by the other party with satisfaction, and then gently clinked the glasses with Alderman Josip, and continued to ask, "So, how much grain did you purchase in the end?" Alderman Josip licked his lips, glanced to the side, and began to think, and then answered nervously, "Black beans are not grown around Marseille, so the food purchased this time is mainly freshly baked black bread. As for the quantity, you know that the procurement work is very tight. I don't have a specific number on hand, but according to the accounting estimates of the Merchants Guild, these foods are enough to fill the stomachs of 300,000 people in 10 days. After saying this, City Councillor Josip held the wine glass more nervously and looked at Clarence with his eyebrows raised, wondering if this number would satisfy Mr. Bonaparte. After all, in the contract between the two, Clarence would take out 500,000 livres to purchase cheap food on a fixed basis, and as for how much was purchased in the end, it depended on the ability of City Councillor Josip. Enough for 300,000 people to eat for 10 days? Clarence nodded slightly in surprise. This number was much more than the purchasing power of 500,000 livres he estimated. A correct version in 16 to 9 book bar. According to the current prices in France, 5 sour copper coins, that is, a quarter of a livre, can fill the stomach of an adult with the lowest and cheapest food. Calculated in this way, the food purchased with 500,000 livres is probably enough for 200,000 people to eat for 10 days. This does not include the various losses, storage, logistics, and interpersonal communication costs in the procurement process. If these costs are also taken into account, the number will be much lower. The amount purchased by Mayor Josip really exceeded Clarence's expectations. It seems that the mayor has really done his best and has not made less use of his political influence in the city hall. "Mr. Bonaparte, what do you think?" Mayor Josip asked carefully. Clarence took a sip of champagne, feeling the wonderful feeling of the bubbles exploding, the mellow aroma of the wine on his tongue, and then put down the glass, clapped his hands and said, "I must say that your work has exceeded my expectations, Mr. Mayor. I think I have seen your ability and sincerity in this cooperation. Are you serious?" Even as mature as Josip, he couldn't help but look at Clarence excitedly at this moment. Mayor Josip still remembered that Clarence said last month that if this cooperation could satisfy him, then subsequent cooperation would be possible, and more livres would flow into Marseille. Even in the end, Mr. Bonaparte would say a few good words in front of the Duke of Choiseul, recommending himself, a talented person from the 3rd class, but with excellent abilities. By then, France might really have a rare local governor from a commoner. Clarence leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said with his fingers, "Of course, I, Clarence Bonaparte, am a trustworthy person. I think we can talk about the subsequent cooperation." "Oh, yes, the subsequent cooperation. Please go ahead." Mayor Josip sat up straight, stood up slightly, picked up the memo on the desk, and then put on gold-rimmed glasses, and held a quill pen in his hand, as nervous and excited as a civil servant who was about to be promoted, and was being assessed by his superiors. Clarence also saw the performance of Mayor Josip, and was very satisfied. With such an almost tamed mayor's cooperation, Clarence's plan to cultivate his own power in a southern France would undoubtedly be much easier. Ahem. After coughing twice, Clarence rubbed his chin and thought for a moment, and said, "First of all, I will pay you the 500,000 livres as the purchase price soon, but I hope that the purchase grain can continue to be temporarily stored in the warehouse in Marseille." Now is not the time to allocate these foods. The more than 10 million livres in Lawrence's hand are naturally not in cash. Otherwise, the weight of this amount of silver coins alone is estimated to be dozens of tons, and there is no need to bring this money back to Corsica from Paris. This wealth is basically stored in several large banks in Paris, most of which are located in the French commercial bank under the name of Mr. Montmartre, Lawrence's ally in the Parisian financial community. Later, Lawrence only needs to write a bank draft to Mayor Josip. After all, the French commercial bank must have branches in big cities like Marseille. I understand. No problem at all. Mayor Josip quickly wrote it down on the memo and agreed. Although the storage fee of the port warehouse is also a large expense for ordinary merchants, it is insignificant in the cooperation between Mayor Josip and Lawrence. In addition, I need to rent a few large merchant ships, preferably converted from retired warships. Lawrence continued to order. According to the plan to capture Malta, in order to conceal the sight of others, the soldiers must take merchant ships to Malta to avoid being discovered by the Royal Navy in advance. Chapter 247 Production of New Rifled Guns. That's easy, sir. Mayor Josip patted his chest and promised. Marseille is a prosperous free port city. The bourgeoisie has countless merchant ships. As long as Mayor Josip goes to say hello, with the city hall as a guarantee, he can easily borrow several large merchant ships soon. Very good. Lawrence raised his glass with satisfaction and clinked it with Mayor Josip again. After thinking for a while, he said, then, we can start our second cooperation. I plan to make a large investment in Marseille. Mayor Josip's eyes lit up, waiting for Lawrence's words. Having served as an alderman in a commercial city like Marseille for more than 10 years, Mayor Josip knew very well that the most effective way to gain support from businessmen, industrialists, small citizens and even workers was undoubtedly to attract investment. After all, no one would hate being hit on the head by a lot of livres, and no one would refuse the flowing capital to be poured into their bodies. Based on the outside world's financial estimates of the Corsica Silver Company and the financial reports disclosed by the Paris Stock Exchange, Mayor Josip speculated that Lawrence had at least 15 million livres of liquid funds. Even if only half of this money flowed into Marseille, it would be enough to make the bourgeoisie in the city a carnival. Mayor Josip suppressed his excitement, tightly grasped the quill in his hand, and asked in a trembling voice, Marseille welcomes all capital injections, sir, especially from your investment. This is not a compliment. The Corsica National Silver Company in Lawrence's hands has become an existence that cannot be ignored in the eyes of investors in Paris and even the whole of France. In this case, Lawrence's new round of investment will inevitably attract the attention and follow-up of many investors. The benefits brought by this reputation effect will even far exceed the benefits that Lawrence's own investment funds bring to Marseille. So, what field do you want to invest in? Marseille is a veritable city of opportunities, sir. Mayor Josip enthusiastically recommended Lawrence. Agriculture is the first choice of many nobles. After all, they don't understand business and capital at all. Ha ha ha, but this is indeed a very good choice. Purchasing land, hiring tenants, and managing manors, investment in land, is always a sure win. Of course, if you think the return on land investment is too slow, you can also try ocean trade. A merchant ship traveling between Marseille and Guangzhou, China can bring a profit rate of 400%, but you need to weigh the risks yourself. And handicrafts, we have the best craftsmen and inventors in France. Listening to this series of introductions, Lawrence couldn't help but sigh. Mayor Josip is worthy of climbing up from the grassroots to his current position step by step. He knows the development of commercial trade in Marseille very well. However, Lawrence already had his own plans for the initial investment layout in Marseille. After Mayor Josip spoke for a long time like singing an opera, Lawrence interrupted him while he was drinking and said, "It sounds like Marseille does have many opportunities, but I have my own ideas, Mr. Mayor." "Really? Please tell me, Mr. Bonaparte, and I can immediately coordinate with the merchant guilds and industrialists to select the most suitable investment targets for you." Mayor Josip looked at Lawrence curiously and said he was also a little curious about what investment insights Mr. Bonaparte, who was stirring up the financial world in Paris, would have. However, to the surprise of the mayor, Lawrence slowly said, "I want to establish an arsenal in Marseille. Arsenal? Josip really didn't expect this answer. In his opinion, the weapons and equipment of the French army were all produced by designated military factories, and the weapons produced by civilian arsenals could only be sold to mercenaries or exported abroad, and the market was very small. Even this tiny market often faced competition from the excess production capacity of those royal arsenals. Moreover, in this era, the production of smoothbore guns did not actually require much technical content. It was basically done by hand by gunsmiths. Even those so-called high-quality standard equipment were just some experienced craftsmen who tried their best to produce according to the same standard. This situation remained the same in the Napoleonic era. After all, the technical content of smoothbore gun production was not high. It was not until later that the invention and popularization of fulminate of mercury primers and striker guns greatly increased the requirements for mechanical precision in the production of firearms, and firearms evolved from a handicraft product to a modern industrial product. Mr. Bonaparte, are you sure? Josip scratched his head in confusion and said cautiously, there are indeed several gun workshops in Marseille, and some large industrialists will also make gun production as part of their business scope, but they all produce exquisite craft guns. It is difficult for these workshops to form a prosperous industry because the profit margin is too low and the market is too small. In the eyes of the mayor, whether it is for the pursuit of profit or for the purpose of arming the Corsican army, Lawrence does not need to establish a special arsenal. After all, if it is for the latter, it is completely possible to rely on imported weapons to arm the Corsican army of only a few thousand people. Lawrence chuckled and nodded to confirm. His request to establish an arsenal was naturally not for the pursuit of profit. As early as 2 years ago, when Lawrence was still a major in the National Defense Forces, he cooperated with Major Cui Farley, who was a gunsmith, to invent mini-A bullets that could be initially used in actual combat. Now there is a precision shooter team of dozens of people on Corsica. This new type of bullet with sawdust filling the tail has made the already desolate rifled gun have practical performance again. In the past 2 years, Major Cui Farley has basically completed the redesign and transformation of the old rifled gun to make it better adapted to the firing of many-A bullets. In Major Cui Farley's test, the loading speed of this new rifled gun is almost the same as that of an ordinary smoothbore gun, and there is no difference in the loading process. It does not require soldiers to carry a hammer to hammer the bullet into the gun chamber like the old rifled gun. In other words, when these new rifled guns are handed over to veterans with rich combat experience, they can achieve a rapid firing rate of 3 rounds per minute, like using a smoothbore gun, but the accuracy of the new rifled gun is far higher than that of the smoothbore gun. Higher accuracy means a longer engagement distance, higher killing efficiency and more significant morale blow. When a team of precision shooters equipped with new rifles appears on the battlefield, their blow to the line infantry will be devastating. Today, the situation in the Mediterranean is still tense, and there is no sign of improvement in the situation in the Kingdom of Naples. The British are also constantly strengthening their presence in the central Mediterranean, which forces Lawrence to consider strengthening Corsica's own military strength. For the Corsican National Defense Force, which has reached 4,000 people, expanding the army in a short period of time is no longer meaningful, but will further increase the financial burden. Therefore, improving the strength of the National Defense Force from weapons and equipment and new tactics has become the most feasible option. The reason for establishing an arsenal in Marseille to produce new rifles and mini-A bullets is also very simple. There is a shortage of gunsmiths on Corsica, and the acquisition of raw materials for production is not as convenient as in Marseille. Lawrence is still concerned about getting this new weapon into service as soon as possible, so he can only choose Marseille, which has higher production efficiency. After the situation stabilizes, consider the issue of development, and then gradually transfer the industry of Marseille back to Corsica to provide Corsicans with jobs with higher output value. As for whether this new weapon would be imitated and produced by other countries to be used against themselves, Lawrence was not too worried. After all, in the 18th century, countries were not so sensitive to technological progress. The mini-A bullet was rejected by the British Army several times after it was invented. It was not popularized by various countries until 30 years after its invention. Even in the mid-19th century, when the Prussians invented the epoch-making breech-loading needle gun, a Swiss officer showed strong resistance to it, saying that guns, like people, should eat with their mouths, not with their buttocks. It can be seen that those useless officers who were born in aristocrats and entered the army by blood and family could not realize the impact of weapon changes on war from the beginning. When other countries really learned their lesson and decided to imitate the new rifled gun, Lawrence believed that he would have been able to iterate and produce a new generation of precision firearms by then. I need to produce a new weapon in Marseille. Lawrence shrugged and did not explain too much to Mayor Josip. New weapon. That's it. After hearing this explanation, Mayor Josip also understood a little. Check out the correct version in the 16-9 book forum. Marseille is a city full of innovation. Hundreds of inventors and craftsmen live here and explore new possibilities of mechanical technology. Even more than a decade ago, an inventor in Marseille made a steam-powered locomotive. The gunsmiths living here often have wild inventions, from shield guns with built-in shields to 6-barreled muskets that can fire 6 bullets at a time. Almost all kinds of strange new weapons can be found here. Mayor Josip thought that the new weapons Lawrence mentioned were nothing more than this. Okay, the arsenal is also a good choice, especially since you have such a close relationship with the Duke of Choiseul. You may be able to get the exclusive supply rights to the army. That way, you won't have to worry about sales and prices. Mayor Josip hesitated again and again, but still did not continue to dissuade Lawrence. He had to say helplessly, are you planning to set up a new factory or acquire a workshop? The gun workshops in Marseille are famous for making high-quality guns. A large workshop has almost hundreds of craftsmen. The production capacity of hundreds of people is almost enough. Lawrence did a quick calculation, nodded and said, then I would like to trouble Mr. Alderman to choose a suitable workshop for me to acquire. Price is not a problem. The cost of acquiring such a gun workshop in full would not exceed 300,000 livres. For Lawrence, who urgently needs new rifled guns to be put into production, this price fluctuation is completely acceptable. It is my honor to serve you, sir, Mayor Josip said as he wrote. After confirming the contents of the memorandum, he breathed a sigh of relief, stood up and bowed, saying, then, Mr. Bonaparte, please stay in the city hall for a while. I will send someone to contact the relevant owners for you. The next day, September 13th, Mayor Josip's efficiency was really satisfactory. Before 10 o'clock in the morning, he sent someone to Lawrence's residence to inform that he had contacted an owner who met the conditions and was willing to sell the workshop. In the afternoon of the same day, Lawrence, accompanied by Grosso, went to visit the large gun workshop with Mayor Josip. The workshop is located on the edge of Marseille port, with a hardened road leading directly to the dock, which is very convenient for logistics and transportation. The workshop itself is estimated to be more than 2,000 square meters in area. It is a large double-story red brick factory with a basement. There are several vacant lots for sale around it. City Magistrate Josip promised to sell these plots to Lawrence first, which will be very convenient for expanding production in the future. The owner here is a business owner in his 60s. This workshop is also his only property. Due to his advanced age, he has no energy to run it anymore, so he wants to sell it in exchange for money for retirement. When he learned that it was really Mr. Bonaparte who came to buy his workshop, the business owner was enthusiastic and flattered. He personally led the group to visit every corner of the factory and showed Lawrence the samples of pistols and smoothbore guns they produced. Although Major Trifoli, a skilled gunsmith, was not around, Grosso was also a knowledgeable and experienced gun user. In his opinion, the production quality of this workshop was indeed superior. I dare say every sailor wants a pistol like this on his belt, Grosso said, holding a golden laid pistol with an anmu handle with some reluctance to let it go. With the high evaluation of Grosso and Mayor Josip, and Lawrence himself having a good impression of the workshop, the subsequent acquisition negotiations went very smoothly. Lawrence made almost no bargaining, and soon reached an agreement on the purchase at a price of 245,000 livres. He signed the contract on the spot under the witness of Mayor Josip, and directly signed a bank draft to the ecstatic owner. After completing the acquisition, Lawrence immediately wrote a short letter and entrusted his entourage to send it back to Corsica, ordering Major Trifoli stationed in the southern town of Fegari to immediately set off to Marseille and start taking over the workshop to produce the new rifled gun he designed. Since the Battle of Figari had been over for some time, and Lawrence had learned that the southern landlords had not escaped successfully, but were imprisoned by Baron Betula, there was no need for Major Trifoli to lead a heavy force to guard Figari, so Lawrence could summon him to Marseille without any worries. For this major who had devoted countless efforts to the design of firearms, he must have waited for a long time, hoping to put his design into practice and let the name Trifoli bloom in front of the people of the entire European continent along with the flames from the muzzle. Looking at the red brick factory building in front of him, Lawrence felt vaguely that the first appearance of these new rifled guns was very likely to be on the land of the Kingdom of Naples. Chapter 248 Arrival at Valletta Port. After completing the acquisition of the musket workshop, Lawrence and Grosso and his party continued to stay in the Marseille City Hall for a few days, waiting for Mayor Josip to coordinate with the Merchant Guild to rent a large merchant ship to take soldiers to Malta. Although the bourgeoisie of the Merchant Guild controlled a considerable number of civilian ships, there were not many large merchant ships converted from retired warships that met Lawrence's requirements. Basically, they were the core assets of various chambers of commerce, so it would take a certain amount of time for the City Hall to coordinate and communicate to gather a certain number of merchant ships. During the waiting time, Major Trifoli in southern Corsica also received Lawrence's transfer order. After explaining the military affairs, he immediately rushed to Marseille with the design drawings and samples of the new rifled gun, and began to take over the musket workshop. Although Major Trifoli was reluctant to leave the army for a while, the thought of a revolutionary weapon designed and invented by himself was about to be put into production in this factory made this major, who was a gunsmith and quartermaster, full of enthusiasm and fighting spirit. On the day he arrived in Marseille, he began to discuss the specific details of mass production with the gunsmiths in the workshop. And Lawrence did not have to worry that Major Trifoli's departure from the army would affect the command system of the National Defense Force. After all, as an imperial marshal in history, Major Serraria was undoubtedly an adjutant with outstanding ability. With his assistance, Lawrence was more than enough to command the Corsica French coalition with a size of only more than 6,000 people. In addition, Baron Betula had not contacted Lawrence in the past few days. Although Lawrence was a little concerned about the Italian noble who took Baron Betula away at the dock that day. After all, it was not his territory, and Lawrence was not yet able to send a spy to Marseille to find out the identity of the Italian noble. Although Mayor Josip had reached the point of obeying Lawrence's orders, he probably didn't have the courage to send people to monitor the British ambassador's social circle. Once this matter was exposed, it would be a serious diplomatic incident, and it would be difficult for him to keep his position as a mayor. Lawrence only learned from Mayor Josip that the ambassador did not accept the official reception of the city hall, but lived in a holiday estate of a British nobleman in the countryside. We must let Zaire extend her intelligence tentacles to Marseille as soon as possible. Seeing more and more unknown information in front of him, Lawrence couldn't help but feel a little depressed, and secretly decided that he must expand his sphere of influence to Marseille as soon as possible. Time passed slowly, and on the morning of September 20th, Mayor Josip finally sent someone to inform Lawrence. 6 large merchant ships converted from retired 4th level ships have emptied their internal cargoes and are neatly moored at the port dock, ready to follow Lawrence's instructions and sail out of Marseille at any time. These cargo ships were very similar to the White Rose that Lawrence had originally boarded. A layer of gun decks had been removed to expand the cargo hold capacity, while also maintaining decent firepower to deter the pirates rowing the galleys. Considering that Baron Betula had only given a vague time period for the Royal Navy's attack, in order not to delay the war, Lawrence did not accept the retention of Mayor Josip, and ordered the fleet to set sail for Ajaccio at noon that day. In order to prevent the fleet from being too conspicuous on the high seas, Lawrence deliberately ordered 6 merchant ships to set sail at different times, and hung flags of different countries on the mainmasts to confuse the Royal Navy's reconnaissance, making them mistakenly believe that the 6 ships belonged to different ship owners. After arriving in Ajaccio, the fleet did not stay for too long. After boarding the National Defense Forces soldiers and the French troops under Major Serurier, they only made some necessary supplies, and then hurriedly left the port, and sailed directly towards the island of Malta. 6 ships sailed in a line formation on the high seas, far away from each other, and only the vague shapes of the ships in front and behind could be barely seen. Fortunately, the weather during the voyage was calm, and there were no terrifying thunderstorms and strong winds. Occasionally, 1 or 2 lonely square-sailed pirate ships could be seen during the voyage, but these small-scale pirates obviously had no interest in the powerful armed merchant ships, and had no intention of approaching and harassing them. On September 24th, after more than 3 days of sailing, the flagship at the forefront of the fleet could vaguely see the outline of Malta Island and the city not far away. The routes in this sea area are obviously much more dense than those on the high seas. Every few minutes, a ship enters or leaves the main port of Valletta, Malta, where the captains sell food, fresh water and other supplies, and take away the trade goods looted from the sea by the Knights of Malta at a low price. From time to time, you can see 3 or 5 brigs sailing out of the port of Valletta in groups, with all the octagonal cross flags hanging on their masts, which is also the symbol of the Knights of Malta. There is no doubt that this is the knights preparing to carry out their livelihood, pirate plunder. Lawrence and his men were on the front ship, so that they could make their intentions known to the knights on the island as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Since the distance between Malta and Sicily is very close, the so-called Maltese on the island is actually a dialect of Italian. Only a few people who are descendants of the knights from Rhodes use a dialect similar to Arabic, so for Lawrence, Grosso and Cyril, communicating with the locals is not a problem. Malta, I really don't want to come here. Grosso rested his hands on the wooden board at the bow, looking at the increasingly clear outline of Malta Island, and said unhappily, there is no fun on the island, even drinking is forbidden. Alas, those knights practice abstinence, and impose this rule on us poor people. Lawrence listened to Grosso's complaints silently, stroking a gold cross necklace on his chest. This was a farewell gift from Crown Prince Louis to Lawrence when Lawrence left Paris. What kind of people are those knights? Major Serurier seemed to admire Grosso's knowledge and asked curiously. Grosso frowned slightly, recalled a little, shook his head and sighed. A group of pious to the point of stupidity. They are all members of the monastery, and they have to abide by those strict rules and regulations on weekdays. I really admire them for this. They fight like they don't care about their lives, shouting God bless them, and rushing forward with swords. No wonder they were able to withstand the siege of the Turks 200 years ago. Major Serurier nodded in admiration. It's just like being brainwashed. Lawrence shook his head and interrupted to complain. Yes, it's brainwashing. The word is well used, Lawrence. Grosso gave Lawrence a thumbs up in agreement. Really? Major Serurier touched his chin in confusion, looking at the paddle boats with octagonal cross flags breaking through the waves, and asked puzzledly, then they also make a living by plundering merchant ships? Jesus did not teach us to make a living by plundering with swords. Grosso shrugged nonchalantly, spread his hands and said, the knights still think they are doing justice, and there is nothing wrong with attacking those Muslim pagans, and they just regard it as God's gift to rob some property. Didn't you say that they would also attack Christian ships? Major Serurier asked with a frown as he watched the knights' ships sail out of the port of Valletta. Ah, when they attack Christians, they will think of them as sinners, heretics, or pagans who are pretending to convert. Anyway, they just make up a name that makes them feel comfortable. Aren't priests the best at this? Well, okay, I think I understand. Major Serurier nodded helplessly. As a devout Catholic, he felt that he had nothing to say at the moment. While everyone was chatting, the merchant ship flying the French Iris flag slowly entered the port of Valletta and was working with the shore personnel to moor the ship at the dock. Lawrence stood at the bow and looked at the city in front of him carefully. He couldn't help but sigh that it was no wonder that the Ottomans 200 years ago spent more than 2 months but failed to capture this tiny island. There were 5 strong and tall castles that appeared in Lawrence's field of vision at this moment. Two of them were located on both sides of the port, guarding the gate of Malta like the guards of the royal palace. The other 3 fortresses were scattered in the 3 corners of the city, and there were walls connecting them to facilitate the transfer of the defenders between the castles. More small fortresses and towers were interspersed between the streets of the city like regular residential buildings. These small fortifications were probably built during the siege of Malta. It is hard to imagine that such a dense group of fortresses could be built on such a small piece of land on the island of Malta. You know, the area and population of Valletta Port are not even half of Ajaccio. Major Serruria on the side also looked at the castles scattered throughout the port of Valletta in surprise, shook his head and sighed. What amazing fortifications. If I were a commander about to attack the island of Malta, I would definitely have nightmares for days. Well, but while sighing, Lawrence also keenly noticed these fortifications seem to have been built during the siege of Malta or even earlier. If the British Royal Navy attacks from the front, using the naval guns of the line battleships to bombard from the sea should be able to easily defeat the Knights' defense. Malta is originally a small island without any depth. Those large fortresses that look solid are basically built on the seashore. It can be said that the entire island is directly exposed to the firepower range of the naval guns. The Knights could not gain control of the sea in front of the Royal Navy. Therefore, in a frontal attack, the British could use line ships to surround the entire island and bombard it wildly without having to row galleys like the Ottomans to try to forcibly land on the island. Under such firepower bombardment, it would be difficult for the Knights to replicate the miracle of the siege of Malta. That's true. Major Serruria thought about it carefully and nodded repeatedly. The Royal Navy's line warships are not like the Ottoman galleys. The progress of artillery technology in the past 200 years has also been very rapid. These fortresses may really find it difficult to stop the British attack. Lawrence smiled slightly, looked at the tall castles standing on the seashore and shook his head and said, "That would be good news for us." A correct version of the book in 1619. While the two were discussing, the merchant ship under their feet had already anchored safely in the port of Valletta. Then, an official wearing a grey-white short robe and walking arrogantly boarded the upper deck of the merchant ship. Although a small knight's territory like Malta must not have a formal customs agency, it must have personnel exercising similar powers. The man in the short robe in front of him was obviously the commissioner responsible for inspecting and collecting taxes on merchant ships. The commissioner stood on the upper deck with a dignified and majestic demeanor. Judging from his clothes and demeanor, he was obviously not a knight of the monastery. He did not rush to check the cargo hold, but smiled and pinched the small mustache on his lips, and shouted to Grosso, one of the 3 people, "Hey, you are the captain, right? According to the old rules, we are going to search for contraband." In the eyes of the commissioner, only a man like Grosso, who was burly, dark-skinned, and exuded a faint smell of sea salt, looked like a captain among the 3. So he bypassed Lawrence and Serruria, thinking that Grosso was the one in charge here. But even so, his tone of voice, when he shouted to Grosso, was full of contempt, but he only emphasized the word "old rules." Lawrence couldn't help looking at Grosso, and didn't expose his true identity, but just asked softly, "Old rules? What do you mean?" Lawrence naturally didn't know these jargons that only people who often wandered on the sea knew. Grosso had certainly experienced a lot, but he just shrugged his shoulders and said bluntly, "What's the point? It's just a bribe. If you don't give him a large sum of money, even if you come with an empty ship, hundreds of pounds of contraband will be found." The commissioner was furious when he heard Grosso's words. He thought that the captain was openly mocking him, and immediately shouted, "Hey, are you trying to show that you know a lot, you bastard?" Grosso spread his hands with a hippie grin and chuckled. "Please calm down, Mr. Commissioner, but we really don't have a single penny on the ship. You're probably going to be disappointed." The commissioner stroked his beard to calm down his anger, snorted, and said like an order, "No cash? That's easy to handle. Humph, what valuables are on the ship? Let me see them all. There must be some liquor, right? Bring me a few boxes down." "What a pity, Mr. Commissioner, we don't seem to have these either," Grosso said with a mean sigh. "You." The commissioner was filled with anger again, pointing at Grosso's nose and shouting, "Are you kidding me? You have no money and no goods, so what are you doing in Malta? What's in the cabin? It seems to be full of people, Mr. Commissioner. People. Oh, a slave ship, right. The commissioner nodded in sudden realization and immediately turned his anger into laughter with a lewd smile on his long, wretched face. Are there any young and beautiful women? At least pull a few away for me. They are all middle-aged men, no women. Grosso said seriously, suppressing his smile. A middle-aged man? Not bad, right? He can be sold for a good price. The commissioner looked at Grosso with a gentle look in his eyes. He rubbed his hands and said with a grin, "You don't mind if I take a few slaves with me, right, Captain?" "Of course." Grosso waved his hand generously and walked to the trapdoor like a waiter in a high-end restaurant to open it for the commissioner. He pointed to the wooden ladder leading to the cargo hold and said, "You can choose it yourself." The commissioner nodded with satisfaction and climbed down the ladder. Before going down, he didn't forget to say, "Humph, you are sensible." Chapter 249. Grandmaster Elvin Medici. Watching the commissioner climb down the wooden ladder, Major Sayrulia couldn't help but burst out laughing and then shook his head with regret. "I thought the knights were all people of high moral character. These people are not knights, they are just citizens of Valletta. But compared to these people, those knights can really be considered to be of high moral character." Grosso curled his lips in disgust towards the city. It seemed that he had been cheated many times by these commissioners when he arrived in Malta before. Just don't mess it up. Lawrence touched his forehead helplessly, but he didn't stop Grosso's bad taste. "Don't worry, I know my limits." Grosso laughed and opened the trapdoor. He took a look into the cargo hold and said, "Besides, they won't believe your identity if you don't show them something. If you come up and tell them that you are the governor of Corsica, he will probably retort that he is the Pope." Sure enough, as soon as Grosso finished speaking, the voice of the commissioner came from the cabin. "Oh, they are all strong men. Not bad. We can make a lot of money. Ha ha ha. That captain is really something. Why doesn't he put shackles on the slaves? Hey, you over there, open your mouth and let me see your teeth. You. What are you doing? Don't you know who I am? Are you a bunch of damn slaves going to rebel? Someone come here." Accompanied by a loud scream mixed with fear and panic, the commissioner's voice stopped abruptly, as if his mouth was blocked by a rag, and he could only make helpless sobs and choking sounds afterwards. After a while, several National Defense Force soldiers carried the heavily tied commissioner onto the deck and looked at Lawrence in bewilderment. "Just leave him here, you guys go down," Lawrence said to the soldiers indifferently, and then glanced at the commissioner on the ground. He was sweating all over, his face was pale, his whole body was twisting violently, and he kept making whimpering sounds. After winking at Grosso to untie him, Lawrence squatted down and said softly, "Mr. Commissioner, it seems that you can't take anyone away from me, but don't worry, I'm here to bring salvation and protection to all Maltese people, and you have a share." Grosso pulled away the saliva-soaked rag in his mouth. The commissioner coughed violently twice and then shouted, "Damn it, who are you? Who are those people in the cabin?" At this point, the commissioner finally realized that those fierce and sturdy men in the cabin were not slaves at all, but seemed to be subordinates of the young man in front of him. Since the young man in front of him had such a large number of followers, his status must be extraordinary. "Oh, sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet." Lawrence stood up slowly, looked down at the commissioner, and said calmly, "I'm the governor of the Republic of Corsica, the royal tax inspector of France, the first attendant of Crown Prince Louis, the second son of Count Bonaparte, Lawrence Bonaparte, governor of Corsica." The commissioner's pupils trembled obviously. Of course, he knew this series of names, and he knew how much power this series of names represented. But he could never have imagined that the governor of Corsica would take an ordinary merchant ship and appear on the island of Malta with at least hundreds of soldiers. "Are you really Lawrence Bonaparte?" The commissioner panted heavily and climbed up from the ground with difficulty. It can be seen that he was beaten badly in the cabin just now. Lawrence nodded slightly and signaled Grosso to take a diplomatic document from the captain's room and show it to the commissioner. The content of the document was very simple, just saying that Lawrence would personally lead people to Malta. The key point was that there were the personal seals of the governor's office of Corsica and Lawrence at the bottom of the document. These two seals were not easy to forge. The commissioner looked carefully at the seals on the document, and combined with the soldiers he had just seen in the cabin, he was 80% sure of the identity of the young man in front of him. Mr. Bonaparte bowed tremblingly, forced a smile on his face, but the smile was uglier than crying, and said intermittently like stuttering, "I really didn't expect you to come to Malta." If the act of soliciting bribes from the governor of Corsica was exposed, let alone whether he could keep his lucrative job, it would be a problem whether he could keep his life. After all, the laws made by those guys in the Knights were quite strict. However, Lawrence was too lazy to bother with a small corrupt official. The most important thing at the moment was to get in touch with the Knights Templar as quickly as possible and covertly, so Lawrence just asked calmly, "Let's not talk about this for now. I hope you can do something for me. Who is the highest level Knights Templar you can contact?" The commissioner swallowed and said nervously, "High level Knights Templar? It's the quartermaster. The affairs of the port are coordinated by him. If there is an emergency, I can also meet with the quartermaster." Quartermaster? Very good. Lawrence handed the document in his hand to the other party and ordered, "You shall immediately hand this document to the quartermaster and ask him to pass it to the Grand Master. That's all you need to do." As the financial manager of the entire Knights Templar, the quartermaster is already at the top of the core leadership. There is no problem in asking him to convey the news of his arrival in Malta to the Grand Master. Fortunately, Malta is only a micro country with a population of only 2 to 3,000 knights and 4 to 5,000 citizens. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to meet the supreme leader of a regime under normal circumstances. The commissioner quickly took the document and held it tightly in his arms like a mother holding a baby in her arms. Then he ran off the ship without looking back and ran all the way to the castle on the right side of the port. About 2 hours later, a young man climbed onto the merchant ship, where Lawrence was again, but he was not the commissioner just now. His expression and eyes were very firm. He wore a chainmail that covered his navel on his upper body. The outer robe was printed with black octagonal cross marks on the front and back. He had a 2-finger wide long sword on his waist. He did not wear a helmet, but a small hat with a red tassel instead. There was no doubt that this was a genuine knight of the Knights Hospitaller, and judging from his equipment, he was also of middle status among the knights. After all, ordinary infantry could not afford expensive chainmail. The young knight stepped onto the deck nervously, looked at Lawrence, who was about the same age as him, and bowed with his sword, saying, "Mr. Bonaparte, I'm here by order of the Grand Master to invite you and your entourage to meet at Fort Manol." Fort Manol, a Baroque-style fortress with both functionality and aesthetics, is located on Malta's sister island, Comino, across the sea from the port of Valletta. Because of its quiet environment and not being affected by the noise of the port, it is favored by the Grand Master, who leads the knights to stay here. Lawrence simply gave instructions on the ship's affairs, ordered all the captains and soldiers to continue waiting on the ship, and then took Grosso, Serruria, and a few National Defense Army soldiers as escorts to Fort Manol with the knight. The group took a small boat to Comino Island, which was less than 2,000 yards away. This distance was completely swam across for soldiers with good water skills. After climbing hundreds of grey stone steps along the sides of a protruding hill, the group entered the main hall of the Manol Castle under the permission of the guards at the door. The sunlight in the main hall was very dim, even at noon. Perhaps the architect of the castle deliberately designed it in pursuit of the solemn Baroque style popular at the time. A total of 6 core high-ranking members of the Knights Hospitaller had already arrived at the main hall. They sat on both sides of a long table without talking. There were no tabla on the long table, only a black and white table runner and several silver double-layer candlesticks. The faint light from the jumping flames on these candlesticks could barely illuminate the entire long table, allowing each other to see each other's appearance clearly. The young knight who led the way stood at the door of the main hall. He did not go in. He stood outside and bowed deeply toward the inside and reported loudly, "Grand Master, His Excellency Bonaparte and his entourage are here." An old man on the inside of the long table stood up slowly. He was wearing a dark red robe without any decorations on it. He wore a black flat hat similar to a bishop's crown on his head. Only the short cloak on his shoulders was embroidered with the octagonal cross symbol of the knights. He turned to look at Lawrence at the door and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency Lawrence Bonaparte, the Order of St. John of Jerusalem Knights welcomes you." Please take a seat, distinguished guests. His voice was not loud, but the ingenious acoustic design of this main hall made its echo clearly reach everyone's ears, making the listeners feel as if they were listening to the unreal sound of the heavens. Read the correct version in 16:9 book bar. Compared to the reserved and nervous Grosso and Serruria, Lawrence seemed much more direct. He went straight forward and pulled out a chair for himself to sit down and asked the two to sit next to him. The old man who had just spoken slowly introduced himself after seeing the few people sitting down. Nice to meet you, Mr. Bonaparte. I'm Erwin de Medici, the Grand Master of the Knights of St. John of Jerusalem, the defender of faith, and the helper of suffering. Lawrence glanced at Erwin and was a little surprised that the Grand Master was from the famous Medici family. But this is also reasonable. When the nobles are unwilling or do not have extra territories and titles for their second sons to inherit, they will basically let their second sons join the army or become religious. Therefore, priests of noble origin have never been rare. For example, the two younger brothers of the Duke of Choiseul, one is Jacques Philippe, who is the Austrian field marshal and the French army lieutenant general, and the other is Leopold Charles, the Archbishop of Cambrai. After introducing himself, Captain Erwin paused for a moment and then asked the question that all the knights present were concerned about. Sir, I heard that you led an army on a merchant ship to the knights' territory. I wonder what you want from God's humble servants? The knights stared at Lawrence. They never thought that the governor of Corsica would come to Malta in this way. If it was to attack the knights, Lawrence would not have to sit here and talk to them at this moment and could directly launch an attack, and if it was for diplomatic purposes, there was no need to come to Malta on a merchant ship full of soldiers without prior notice. Lawrence responded to the gazes of the knights one by one, nodded to them, and finally looked at Grandmaster Erwin and said in a deep voice, I'm not here to ask for something. On the contrary, I'm here to give. Give. Master Erwin licked his cracked lips, briefly savored the word in his mind, and then asked, what do you want to give? Peace, stability, protection. Lawrence uttered the three words in turn, and then explained directly in the puzzled eyes of everyone. The era when the Knights Templar were content with Malta is over, and a ferocious falcon has set its eyes on this piece of fat meat. Master Erwin raised his eyebrows and had a bad feeling in his heart, but he had to motion for Lawrence to continue. Seeing this, Lawrence stopped being mysterious. He rested his chin on the table with his hands, and his eyes swept through the Knights leaders present. He announced to everyone, the British Royal Navy will get involved in Malta at the beginning of next month. After the words fell, Lawrence's echo became the only sound in the main hall for a while. No one in the Knights reacted to what these words meant. Maybe they just reacted, but didn't want to believe it, or believed it, but didn't want to face it. Then, a panicked clamor suddenly broke out in the main hall, which was dull and solemn just now. The Knights leaders looked around and asked the people around them, wondering whether Lawrence's words were true or false. Silence. The usually calm Captain Erwin also maintained his usual calmness at this time, although his heart was also stirred up like everyone else. On the surface, the Grand Captain quickly stabilized everyone's emotions with his unshakable performance. Sir Bonaparte, we should not speak nonsense, just as we should not speak nonsense of our Lord. Captain Erwin exhaled a long breath and said with a little fatigue, the British Royal Navy is going to attack Malta? Such atrocities can only come from the hands of pagans. How can it come from a Christian brother? Just like the reaction of Major Serruria and Grosso to the news that day, Captain Erwin did not believe that the Royal Navy would attack the hospital knights, who were famous for their charity and relief. The senior officials present also realized this truth, and their eyes were full of suspicion when they looked at Lawrence. Is this young governor going to use a false news to plot against Malta? This idea has appeared in the minds of every senior Knights leader. After all, Governor Bonaparte brought an unknown number of troops with him when he visited Malta this time. Chapter 250 I bring you peace. Lawrence could naturally sense the strange looks people gave him, and he also understood the vigilance of the Knights. After all, the British warships that he said would bring disaster had not even been seen so far, and the 3,000 soldiers who came with him had already reached the core of the Knights, the port of Letta, like a sharp sword. The knights had to start wondering whether the so-called Royal Navy invasion was just an excuse for Governor Bonaparte, and whether his actual purpose was to plot against the island of Malta. Ahem. Grandmaster Owen deliberately coughed twice, winked at his colleagues, signaling them not to stare at Lawrence with such red eyes, and then frowned and said, "Sir, I know you must be a devout and faithful believer, but forgive me for being blunt. The British Navy is going to attack Malta? Such a thing is really hard for me to accept with a trusting heart. Do you have any evidence?" Lawrence shook his head gently twice. Of course he couldn't have any written evidence in his hands. After all, this information was leaked by the British ambassador. Baron Burchell naturally did not want to leave any traces of leaking information, otherwise it would be equivalent to giving Lawrence a fatal handle for nothing. Therefore, all the information Baron Burchell had about the Royal Navy's offensive plan was privately dictated to Lawrence without any physical evidence. This information was revealed to me by the British ambassador. However, Lawrence still tried his best to explain. If you are well informed, you should know that Baron Burchell, the British ambassador to France, has been with me for the past few days. He and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs behind him do not want to see Malta fall into the hands of the Royal Navy. Grand Commander Irwin supported his chin with one hand, and his eyes could not help but narrowed slightly, and he suddenly felt that the situation was a little complicated. A senior official on one side of the long table suddenly spoke up. He seemed to be in a position within the order responsible for news and intelligence gathering, and there was obvious distrust in his tone. "It seems that this is the case. I heard about it from the captains of merchant ships. But Mr. Bonaparte, even if you did meet with the British ambassador, it does not prove that the news you said is true, right? After all, the senior officials of the order could not accept that the governor of Corsica suddenly came to Malta with a large number of troops without prior notice. Compared to the British who were far away, they were more wary of Lawrence and the troops on those merchant ships in front of them." Lawrence ignored the senior official and looked directly at Grandmaster Irwin, shrugged and said, "I also know that words alone can't prove anything, but I still hope that you can think about it carefully. This is a piece of information related to the life and death of the Knights Templar. Unless you are ready to continue wandering on the European continent, like you did 300 years ago, I will think about it carefully." Grandmaster Irwin nodded heavily, then changed the subject and asked, "The Knights Templar thank you for coming all the way to report this news, but this also makes me very confused. If you just want to inform us of the impending danger, why not just send a letter? This will be much simpler than bringing the army to this remote island in person." Grandmaster Irwin's implication was also very clear. Since the authenticity of the news could not be confirmed now, let's put aside the matter of the Royal Navy's attack for the time being, and begin to ask Lawrence about the purpose of coming to Malta in person. Just as I said just now. Lawrence glanced at the people in front of him and said loudly, "We are here to protect Malta. I believe it will be difficult for you knights alone to stop the attack of the British Navy." Before he finished speaking, a burly, bald senior official on the right side of the long table immediately snorted coldly and refuted loudly, "Ha, nonsense. Let the British come if they want. The sword of the knights does not mind being stained with the blood of those damn heretics. We will let them flee from the territory of the knights like the Turks 200 years ago. Don't be rude." Grandmaster Irwin frowned and glared at the senior official. Although the Grandmaster looked kind, he seemed to have a very high prestige in the knights. Just a glare made the burly man shut up and lower his head. After saying that, Captain Elvin looked at Lawrence with a little apology. "I beg your forgiveness, but I'm afraid that the army you brought alone will not be able to withstand the continued attack of the Royal Navy." Although it was not known how many soldiers Lawrence brought with him on this trip, Captain Elvin also knew that the total number of Corsica's army was only a few thousand people. If the Royal Navy wanted to get involved in Malta, these numbers would not be able to withstand a long-term siege. "That's true," but Lawrence raised his chin and pointed at Major Serruria beside him and briefly introduced, "This is Jane Matthew Philibert Serruria, Major of the French Army, Commander of the Corsica Garrison." Major of the French Army? That is to say. Captain Irwin seemed to realize something and nodded repeatedly. "I guess there are many French soldiers who came to Malta with you, right? This will indeed make the British very wary. They should not risk a full-scale war with the French army for a small island of Malta." "Very correct, Your Excellency the Grand Commander." Lawrence nodded in agreement and added, as long as the French army is stationed on the island of Malta, the British Royal Navy will certainly not dare to easily carry out their original plan to capture Malta. Humph. The sturdy man who had just spoken couldn't sit still at this time and said repeatedly with dissatisfaction, in that case, why did you come to Malta secretly? Can't you just let the British know that you are coming to defend Malta with the French army? Lawrence chuckled and shook his head. If it was just to protect the island of Malta from the invasion of the Royal Navy, he could indeed lead the French army to come on a warship. However, Lawrence's goal was not just to stop the British. He had also coveted Malta, the Mediterranean hub, for a long time. Although it is true, sir, we don't have a legitimate reason to station troops on the island of Malta. Quickly organizing his words, Lawrence explained to the strong man calmly, once the Royal Navy learns that the French army has withdrawn, it will certainly be eyeing the territory of the Knights, and if you want the French army to be stationed here for a long time. Lawrence did not say the second half of the sentence, but everyone present understood what he meant. If the Knights wanted to get permanent protection from the French army, they would have to pay a certain price. Grandmaster Owen had long known what price this barren and remote island could pay to satisfy France. The high-ranking members of the Knights turned their heads to look at the Grandmaster, and at the same time, they whispered with their companions around them. Everyone knew that the Knights had now come to the crossroads of fate. Grandmaster Owen, who was being watched and expected by everyone, could not help but frown at this moment. Now there were three paths before him. The first was to accept Lawrence's words and bow to France for protection. However, if the intelligence of the Royal Navy's attack was false news fabricated by Lawrence, then the Knights would have no way back. The second was to refuse to believe Lawrence's intelligence and keep everything as it was, but the risk was also clear. If the Royal Navy really launched an attack in early October, it would be extremely difficult for the Knights to resist the fate of being expelled by their own strength. The third way is the safest. It allows Lawrence and his army to temporarily stay in Malta. October is coming soon anyway. If the Royal Navy really launches an attack in early October, the two sides can work together to defeat the first round of the British offensive, and then consider whether to seek protection from the French. However, the always calm and solemn Grand Master was also a little hesitant at this time. He knew that any decision he made at this time would forever change the permanent fate of the Knights with a history of more than 700 years. Although the third way seems to be the best solution among all the decisions, Grandmaster Elvin also has his concerns. Putting thousands of foreign soldiers into Malta is undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Once Lawrence really fabricated false information with ulterior motives, the Knights will also suffer a catastrophe. Now, the root of all problems lies in whether the intelligence Lawrence said about the Royal Navy's attack is true. Uncle. At this time, a man sitting next to Grand Commander Irwin suddenly spoke up. He looked no more than 30 years old, with black hair and black pupils, a hawk nose and small eyes. He looked somewhat similar to Grand Commander Irwin. He patted Grand Commander Irwin's arm anxiously and said quickly, "Perhaps it is right to do what Mr. Bonaparte said. If we really go to war with the British, we may all die here. Anyway, Malta is also a barren island. We may be able to ask for a new station from a king." French. You coward. The land under your feet was built by the blood and flesh of our ancestors 200 years ago. Do you want to give it away? The strong man on the other side of the long table slapped the table immediately, pointed at the man and shouted angrily. Grand Commander Owen also looked at the man, shook his head in disappointment, and said earnestly, "The correct version is in the 1619 book forum." French. The Knights of St. John of Jerusalem have never bowed to a king since their establishment. We are servants of God. We must not easily abandon this noble independence. If you take over my position in the future, you must not forget this sentence. But, uncle, the man called French wanted to argue something, but was interrupted by Grandmaster Owen with a little annoyance. Enough, French. We can't easily decide the fate of the Knights. Also, in the monastery, you should call me Grandmaster. French was stunned for a moment, and had to lower his head unwillingly, and whispered in submission, "Yes, Grandmaster." On the side, Lawrence watched the argument of several people with a playful look on his face. It seems that the man called French is the only senior member who supports the Knights. to seek protection directly from France. And from the way he addressed Grandmaster Erwin, he seemed to be related to the Grandmaster. This was also normal. From ancient times to the present, favoritism and personal relationships are impossible to be eliminated, even in the monastery. After reprimanding France, Grandmaster Erwin couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect to face such a serious crisis in the last few years of his life. He shook his head a little tiredly, looked around at his colleagues and the knights, and after seeing that none of them were willing to speak, he looked directly at Lawrence and said, "Mr. Bonaparte, I'm very grateful for everything you have considered for the knights, but I can't decide whether to accept your kindness at the moment. So, I have to invite you to stay in Malta for a few days. As for your soldiers, they have to stay on the ship for a few days." Obviously, Grandmaster Erwin couldn't make a tough decision for a while. He had to wait until he went down to discuss with the senior members of the Knights how to deal with this round of crisis. Lawrence nodded in understanding. He also knew that this kind of issue concerning the survival of a regime could not be decided by just a few words between two groups. After receiving Lawrence's approval, Grand Commander Erwin felt relieved and casually told French beside him, "French, settle the guests in Fort Manol." Lawrence and the other two quickly climbed up to the second floor of Fort Manol from the corridors on both sides of the main hall under French's guidance. There was a whole row of spacious, clean and brightly lit small rooms, which seemed to be specially built for guests. After arranging accommodation for Grosso and Serruria, French finally took Lawrence to a 3-room room at the end of the corridor and said respectfully, "This is your residence, Mr. Bonaparte." Unlike his uncle, Grand Commander Erwin, who was neither humble nor overbearing when facing Lawrence, French always seemed a little flattered when talking to Lawrence. Lawrence looked around his residence for a few times, nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at France and asked casually, "Well, very good. By the way, your name is France. What position do you hold in the Knights Templar?" "Oh yes, sir, my name is France de Medici." He raised his head excitedly and enthusiastically, stroked his chest, and made an exaggerated bow, and said, "I'm the captain of the guard of the Knights Templar, responsible for the defense and security of the castle and the city. It can be said that all military affairs that the navy does not care about are under my jurisdiction." Lawrence nodded thoughtfully. "It sounds like this is a position with considerable military power. It is responsible for the defense of the fortress group and the security management of the city. The power can be said to be very great. However, considering that he is a relative of Grandmaster Erwin, it is not surprising that the Grandmaster gave such an important position to France." "Ah, hello, French." Lawrence leaned forward slightly and glanced at the corridor of the castle with the corner of his eye to make sure that no one else was there, and then whispered, "Would you like to chat with me for a while?" End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.